It's time for the Academy's entrance exam, where all the students are placed in a special subspace to fight to the death without any real-world consequences. Everyone shows up with their best weapons and gear, hoping to get a leg up on the competition. However, one student is holding nothing but a short kitchen knife, and the others immediately peg him as a poor, pathetic loser who can't afford proper equipment. But when the exam kicks off, this guy quickly shows them he's the real threat. Wielding his knife, Gama moves so fast it's like time itself stands still. When he confronts his first opponent, a single strike slices through their armor like butter. The student who thought he was untouchable in his fancy suit can only scream in agony. He loses an arm in an instant. When another guy tries to ambush Gama from behind, he sidesteps with ease and cuts him down too. The other students are left completely stunned, unable to comprehend what's happening. The proctoring teachers are just as shocked. They've never witnessed anything like this. When this kid holds a sashimi knife, he gains the power of a god. So what's his secret? In his previous life, Gama was an ordinary sashimi chef who had worked with knives his entire life. But one day, he was suddenly pulled into the magical world of a game he used to play. The moment he awakens, he receives a notification that he's been blessed by the blade god, granting him unbelievable strength with any weapon shorter than 12 inches. Essentially, he's destined to use sashimi knives in this life as well. So he buys the cheapest knives he can find and heads off to enroll in Hawakan Academy. When he arrives for the equipment inspection, the teacher is thoroughly unimpressed with what Gama presents a set of cheap discount knives from the equivalent of a dollar store. And even though Gama is completely serious about using them, the inspector isn't buying it. Every year, on the day of the entrance ceremony's weapon screening, there are always a few troublemakers who try to make a name for themselves by pulling pranks like this. The teacher assumes this is just another one of those cases and decides to use it as a chance to assert his authority early on. He slams his hand on the table and asks Gama if he thinks the academy is some kind of joke. There's no way he's serious about using kitchen knives for the class placement test. Gama calmly confirms that while it may look ridiculous, this is indeed his equipment. The instructor prepares to lay down the law. But Gama quietly reminds him that he's a special admission student from a common family, and the tuition alone is a massive burden on his parents. So how could he possibly be expected to afford expensive gear? The color of the name tag on Gama's jacket confirms his story. He truly is a special admission student. The instructor knows perfectly well that these students aren't from the upper class and lack the privileges of their peers. He's taken aback realizing that this devoted student is being cornered by a system that's supposed to provide a level playing field. But Gama has one more thing to add. He shares a lesson. His master drilled into him, only amateurs blame their equipment for a poor performance. A true expert never blames his tools, and Gama, despite his youth, has already embraced this philosophy with his whole heart. It's as if he's already reached the pinnacle of mastery in his field. His wise words remind the instructor of someone else with a similarly unyielding spirit. Since Gama has made his point crystal clear, the instructor permits him to bring his equipment into the academy. As Gama gathers his tools to head on to the school grounds, he can hear the other students whispering their disdain for him. The privileged students clearly harbor a special contempt for those on special admission, but the instructor isn't having any of it. He barks at the remaining students in line to shut their mouths and move along, allowing Gama to quietly slip away. This whole ordeal is already giving him a massive headache. He just got to school and he's already exhausted from the drama. He knew he would face prejudice, but experiencing it firsthand is still a miserable feeling. At least the equipment evaluation and the entrance ceremony are over and done with. The only thing left is the class placement test, but he already feels completely drained. Still, he's made it this far and is now officially a student at the school he'll be attending for the next 3 years. Seeing it in person is worlds apart from how it looked on his monitor in his past life. It's no exaggeration to say the campus is the size of a small city. The fact that he's about to study at a school filled with the elite is still sinking in, despite how tiring the day has been. Thinking back to how he had to drop out of school in his old life because of his family's financial struggles, Gama can hardly believe this is his new reality. Just then, an announcement chimes in. An announcement comes over the speakers informing students that the placement test is about to start, and all new students need to assemble at the training hall by 3 p.m. This was way sooner than he expected, but Gama can't let it faze him. This placement test is a huge milestone that will define the rest of his career at the academy. He pulls a knife from his bag, determined to pass the test no matter what. Now that he's holding the sheathed blade, however, he realizes he hasn't used a knife even once since arriving in this new world. His old master used to tell him that he must never let go of his sword. He should even sleep with it in his hand if he had to. He lived by the sword for 20 years, and his master ingrained these crazy habits in him, so a single year of rest couldn't possibly have dulled his skills. He gives the blade a few test swings, checking the grip and the feel of the sharp edge. To his surprise, it feels pretty good. Now all that's left is to test the blade itself, so he unsheathes it to check its worth by cutting a leaf. The moment the blade is completely unsheathed, a jolt of electricity courses through his body, and a status screen pops up informing him he has met the equipment conditions to activate the sword god's blessing. However, his physical body is too weak to receive the blessing of the sword god, and his equipment's level is also too low, which means suppression must be used to synchronize the equipment with the user. Gama is surprised that simply drawing the blade is enough to activate the blessing. But before he can even process it, the system says, "May the blessings of the gods be with you," and then activates the first level of the skill. His body is immediately racked with a sharp and nearly unbearable pain. He screams in agony as the pain floods his body, thinking that he might actually die at this rate. The world seems to shatter around him, and the pain stops for a moment, revealing a vast empty space with a bright red light at its center. Gama stares at the empty space in shock, and a freezing sensation causes him to drop his blade, ending the blessing and causing the world to snap back to normal the instant the sword leaves his hand. But that doesn't mean the pain stops. It was so unbearable that it felt like the entire world was being torn apart. It must be the backlash from using a power his body isn't strong enough to handle yet. When he tested out another blessing, it only caused him mild muscle soreness. If every activation is going to feel like this, then there's no way he can use this blessing. Another announcement crackles over the intercom, calling for all new students to assemble at the training hall immediately. He stares down at the knife that felt like it almost killed him. He may not be able to wield it yet, but surely he can at least pick it up. There's no way he can just leave a sashimi knife lying on the ground. Besides, maybe it only hurt that much because it was the first activation. Bending down to pick up the blade proves him wrong as he lets out another scream of pain that echoes across the campus. He arrives at the training hall, which looks more like a gladiator's arena than a school auditorium. All the new students are gathered in the center of the arena, chatting amongst themselves while they wait for the event to start. The staff are also in the upper stands of the arena discussing things among themselves. Their chatter stops abruptly as they notice someone special in the audience, the Sword Emperor Siegfried von Nibelung, one of the 7-star heroes. He is the direct descendant of Aaron Nibelung, who was the apprentice of the legendary hero Baylor Hoken. He's so powerful that he's come to be known as the strongest human alive. The others can't help but stare at him as he watches over the students in the arena with an unshakable gaze. Siegfried can't help but sigh as the noblemen walk away and someone else comes up beside him. It's another one of the 7-star heroes, Medadia Poison, and according to her, it's been half a century since they last saw each other. She's the head of the academy, and she's also turning 70 soon. Yet she maintains a beautiful and youthful look, and dresses as if she's still in her 20s. This is all thanks to her blessing, and she even offers to make Siegfried look 10 years younger, but the man flatly refuses. The two exchange small talk and light teasing as they reminisce about how long they've known each other. Though it's mostly just Medadia very successfully getting on Siegfried's nerves. However, despite how annoying she's trying to be, she still mentions that it's odd for Siegfried to come to these kinds of events. For the longest time, the Sword Emperor has despised mingling with people who have an elitist mindset. This time it's probably because his granddaughter is one of the students in the crowd today. Siegfried doesn't deny the assumption as the games prepare to start. Meanwhile, in the arena itself, Gama is as isolated as he could possibly be among a crowd of rainbow-haired students. He seems to be the only person here with black hair. What's more, being a special admission student just makes him stand out even more among the elites. This is the classic humble beginnings story, isn't it? But among all the unique-looking new students, one person in particular captures everyone's gaze. As she glides through the crowd, her wavy blue hair causes everyone to stop and stare. Gama, however, isn't surprised. He already knew she'd be here, so he lacks the stunned expression on every other student's face. The girl they're all mesmerized by is Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor and the game's main heroine. She's also the very reason he poured so much cash into the game. But enough about the stunning beauty who has the entire crowd captivated. Let's get to the important stuff, the placement test details. The test is held in a subspace, a special dimension, created by the legendary hero Baylor Wakin when he founded the Academy. It's an alternate dimension where fighters experience all the pain and damage inflicted on them, but none of it carries over to reality, so there's no risk of anyone getting hurt for real. In fact, even gruesome acts like murder are fair game in there. This particular test is a subspace battle royale, where the new students will be divided into groups of 10 for a survival game. Ranks are determined by who lasts the longest, and with no restrictions on weapons or equipment, anything goes. Of course, no restrictions means the rich elites have a massive advantage since they can bring in the best gear. That may be the case, but the Academy runs primarily on money from the nobility. This is the best compromise they could manage. It took a lot of effort to even establish the special admission system that gives commoners a chance to enroll. Not that the students care about any of that. They're too busy fawning over a completely uninterested Abel von Nibelung as Gama watches from afar. It's not exactly rocket science why they're all trailing after her like lost puppies. She was gorgeous even in 2D, but seeing her in person, she's on a whole other level of breathtaking. If he didn't already know how this world's story unfolds, he'd be trying to chat her up too. But he knows something those poor saps don't. Abel von Nibelung is one of the game's protagonists, a chosen one with the miracle's blessing, and she's directly connected to the main character. In the end, beautiful people end up with their own kind, and he knows a special admission commoner like him doesn't stand a chance against the noble elite. For now, he'd much rather stay out of it and avoid a drama-filled school life. Since he was basically forced to enroll here, he's set a few rules for himself. His number one goal is to live a safe, ordinary, and secure life. His motto is to graduate without any trouble and land a normal job. Playing the hero is absolutely not on his to-do list, especially since just pulling out a knife makes his entire body tremble. He's actually still shaking even though it's been a while since he accidentally activated his blessing. Let the other important characters in this game save the world. Our guy just wants a nice, quiet life and a stable job. Just then, the placement test begins, and a voice over the intercom announces the rules. This year's test is a battle royale, and the new students will be divided into teams of 10. The top-ranked student will be placed in the Star class. Ranks 2 and 3 will go to the Dragon class. Ranks 4 through 7 will be assigned to the Wolf class, and ranks 8 through 10 will end up in the Ordinary class. Students will be assigned to their classes based on automatically calculated scores. And with no time limit, this whole thing feels just like a video game. Gama's goal is simple finish quickly and quietly blending in as just another ordinary student. With the rules fully explained, the test begins. A spatial occurrence device activates, teleporting the students to their designated battlegrounds. If Gama has his way, he won't even have to draw a weapon. The exam proceeds as planned, and before long, the first groups start to reappear, their sessions complete. The group rankings are announced one by one, while two administrators chat casually on the sidelines. One of them, Medadia, remarks that this year's batch of students is especially impressive. After all, it includes not only Seyfried's granddaughter, but also the descendants of several other prominent figures. From the scores of the groups that have already finished, it's pretty clear this whole game is already decided. Some groups have already posted some insanely fast times. His granddaughter Abel even set a new record using just a C-class weapon. She did it to keep things fair, not wanting to steamroll everyone with an S-class item. As impressive as her time is, it still doesn't touch Seyfried's record from back in the day. Even now, his record is still in the top 10 in the Academy's history. Seyfried doesn't hide his pride, boasting that such results are only natural for a descendant of the Nebulongs. By now, a good number of groups have finished their turns, so Seyfried decides it's about time for him to head out. There's only one group left, and he doesn't feel like sticking around to see the winner. He gets up, bids media farewell, and starts to leave. But just then, a sharp sensation ripples through the area, causing everyone in the arena to freeze. Media and Seyfried both sense something powerful in the air, and the calm atmosphere between them shatters into panic as they try to figure out what's happening. Seyfried hasn't felt such immense power in a long time, and it roots him to the spot. The sky above them seems to shatter as the final group finishes their test, and two people fall from the sky unconscious. Another bright light flashes, and a third person plummets to the ground, followed by a single sharp blade that embeds itself in the earth right in front of an unconscious student. Seyfried watches the student in silence while media urgently calls for a medical team to check the vitals of the newly arrived cadets. This all started earlier during the final group's session while the students were supposed to be fighting each other. Well, they should have been fighting each other, but it was more like a pair of brothers were just beating the crap out of everyone else. Thanks to these two, the outcome of the match was pretty much a foregone conclusion. It felt less like a student battle royale and more like Gama had stumbled into a death match. He knows these two all too well, the evil twins Mao Jun and Shun Mao. They're a pair with natural-born talent and a boundless love for brutal violence. These two had been deliberately toying with the weaker students for nearly 30 minutes, clearly enjoying the act of tearing others apart. However, Gama apparently looked so weak that they hadn't even noticed him. Eventually, all their toys die, leaving the two brothers bored and looking for their next target. They casually tally up their kills. All that's left is a single girl, cowering in the back, shivering nervously as they point right at her. It's obvious they have horrible intentions for her, and Gama knows he can't just stand by and do nothing. He'd been watching her from a corner. She was clearly panicking and had lost all will to fight. Shun Mao strolls toward the girl, who's too frozen to run, and tells her she's just his type. Even Mao Jun can't help but admit that his brother is a total pervert. But that doesn't mean he's going to stop his younger brother. That's the last straw for Gama, who yells from across the arena, finally getting their attention. He'd stepped in on pure instinct without even thinking about what he was doing. And now the two brothers, who hadn't even given him a second glance, have him locked in their sights. They notice the color of his name tag, identifying him as a special admission student, which in their eyes makes him even less worthy of their attention. The brothers decide to finish him off quickly, so they can get back to the pretty girl. Gama, meanwhile, scrambles to figure out what to do now that he's facing them both head-on. He could use the blessing of the void to nullify all pain for 30 seconds. But they'd been toying with their victims for 30 minutes straight. There's no way such a short window of time would make a difference. There's only one real choice for him in this situation, and the answer is in his bag of sashimi knives. But if he wields a blade, the other blessing is sure to manifest, bringing with it that unimaginable pain. All he wanted was a safe, ordinary, and quiet life, but not even half a day has passed, and he's already neck-deep in this mess. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a single knife, causing both brothers to burst out laughing, all the while the girl just watches silently as the situation unfolds. Shun Mao decides not to waste any more time on this loser and lunges forward to take our MC out. Gama can't afford to be picky in this situation, but he does have a plan. He can use his painless blessing for 30 seconds to counteract the pain from the sword god's blessing. All he has to do is endure long enough to outlast them. He activates his painless blessing just a moment before unsheathing the sashimi knife. And just as expected, the blessing of the sword god activates the instant Shun Mao descends on him with a wicked smile. There's only one way for Gama to survive this. If he can't cut through this situation, he will die. But there is no way a sashimi knife can cut through that massive body. It's not a fish, it's a full human being. In moments like this, he remembers his teacher, who was once a gangster. One day, he asked his teacher why gangsters always use sashimi knives in movies. But even his teacher said that those kinds of things can only happen in movies. Even if a god comes, it's not possible. The blessing states that if he wills it, then he can cut it. And with that confidence in mind, he thrusts his knife towards the large man jumping towards him, and in an instant, Shun Mao is sliced in half. Another time, Chef Kim asked his teacher why gangsters eat sashimi, and that got a knife thrown at him, barely missing his face. That's one of the many instances where his boss proved that he was an ex-gangster. After his years on the dark side of the streets, he hacked off one of his wrists as atonement. Then he opened up a sushi restaurant to make people happy with his knife skills. The two of them talked about how criminals are constantly flashing sashimi knives in movies. And Chef Kim once asked his mentor if that is how it works in real life. When stabbing someone with a wide kitchen knife, their skin contracts, but it won't be able to come out. However, sashimi knives are thin and allow someone to stab a body several times. However, his teacher also said that he can't use that same knife to slash at a human the way you would slash at a piece of fish. His teacher even said that if a god comes down, it still wouldn't be possible. While the arm flying off from Shun Mao is proof that slashing is indeed possible, the three other students are all shocked at the sudden change in power. As Gama stands with his knife ready for another attack, Shun Mao holds his bleeding arm and yells in pain as Gama walks closer. Left with no other escape, Shun Mao tries to run away while begging Mao Jun to help him before he dies. Before he can get much further with his whining, Gama cuts him off with a quick slash of his blade, taking the student's head off immediately. His brother screams as Shun Mao's severed head drops in front of him. He forces his brain to remember that this is void space, and that means Shun Mao isn't actually dead. But that aside, this random gloomy guy slashed his brother with nothing but a simple kitchen knife. Mao Jun now has to fight this beast by himself, but someone who clumsily runs around with a knife definitely doesn't have any experience fighting. Even with that, he has to be careful of the knife. Shunmao's loss has to be because of his irresponsibility. Now he, as the remaining brother, has to pick up the slack of his defeated sibling. He picks up the severed arm of his brother and takes the power gauntlet for himself. The weapon displays its true might when it's used with two hands. One hand gives a blessing of resolution, which increases his defense, and the other gives a blessing of intervention, which increases his jumping ability by 200%. On top of that, using the two together also gives increased fist power. Manifesting these three benefits together gives true power that even the gods cannot imagine. Maojun has no idea where Gama got such a powerful weapon, but even S-rank weapons cannot pierce his defense. Meanwhile, Gama isn't even paying attention to the brute, and he's keeping track of how many seconds he has left before his blessing ends. Maojun takes the opportunity to rush in for a sucker punch while Gama is distracted, and everything that happens next occurs in an instant. Maojun lays on the ground covered in his own blood and barely alive while Gama continues to count down. Once the countdown ends, the effect of the blessing of immunity ends as well, and all the pain from the blessing of the sword God hits him at once. He screams out in pain, still holding the knife as Maojun's consciousness fades. Time passes, and eventually Gama wakes up to a white room that's probably some sort of clinic or hospital. He shakily tries to get up, and the sound of him moving alerts someone outside the door who announces that he has woken up. Immediately, two people walk into the room and stand before him. These two faces are people he has never met, but he somehow already knows. 50 years ago, the people who destroyed the Demon Lord's 6th Legion commander were the 7-star heroes. And these two people are two of those heroes. The first is the strongest of humanity, Sif Fried, and the one who speaks to him first is the Academy's director, Meta Poison. Gama can't help but wonder why these two powerful people are here together to see him. They start by asking his name and he tells them. Then Sif Fried gets straight to the point and asks Gama what exactly on earth he did. During his fight, the two stars felt a sensation at the time, and although the sensation wasn't Gama's, it was still obviously caused by him. Sif Fried doesn't even try to hide his animosity, and his hand rests anxiously on his sword. As the two administrators talk to Gama, being on the radar of the monster known as humanity's strongest is definitely not a good thing. Gama decides to apologize right off the bat, admitting that even though it was in the void space, his actions were way out of line and he's ready to accept any punishment without complaint. The two men have an intense stare down, forcing Medallia to jump in between them before a real fight breaks out. She tells Sif Fried to stop scaring the poor kid, then gets closer to Gama to assure him that Sif Fried had actually cleared his clogged meridians while he was unconscious. The mood completely sours as Sif Fried yells at Medallia for telling Gama something so confidential. Gama can't believe the legendary swordmaster would do something like that for him. But now that he thinks about it, his body definitely feels a lot lighter, shaking off a strange heaviness like a feather that had been saturated with water. Although Gama was unconscious, they reviewed the video footage with the staff and concluded that he only acted to defend a female student in trouble. Medallia can't hide her drooling as she realizes Gama is the spitting image of the handsome prince she's always dreamed of. Sif Fried has to physically pull the school administrator back before she ventures into seriously illegal territory. The main point Medallia is trying to make is that she won't give him any grief for his actions during the test, especially since the twins didn't have the best reputation anyway. They were only admitted because the Mao family pulled some strings with the Academy's elders. After what Gama did to them in the test, both of them have decided to withdraw from the Academy. That's a huge relief for him, since he won't have to share a campus with those two brutes. That isn't all the two administrators are here to tell him, though. The main reason they came was to congratulate him for being the top scorer in the entire Academy. It looks like his dream of a peaceful and safe school life is officially impossible. After the meeting with Gama, the two administrators regroup in Medallia's office. The school administrator has been the head of the Academy for over 20 years, but this is the first time a situation like Gama's has ever happened. A student earns the top spot among all the new candidates and then rejects the offer to join the highest class in the school, the Star Class. They tried to ask him to reconsider since being in the Star Class comes with a lot of privileges, and it's not like his score was a fluke either. The top student is determined based on the subspace's direct results. Even though they tried to make him rethink his decision, Gama still wasn't interested. Medea asks Siegfried if he's upset that Gama took the top rank instead of his daughter. After all, he saw the video too and must have recognized his massive potential. Siegfried, however, doesn't agree, seeing it as nothing more than an immature child challenging the evaluation performed by the subspace. The subspace embodies the will of the founding hero. And since the subspace recognizes him, the academy itself has chosen him as the top pupil. That's not going to change. Siegfried also has his own personal thoughts on the matter, and he sees Gama as a complete enigma. It would be one thing if his skills were outstanding, his physical abilities were great, or if he even had a little bit of experience. But Siegfried could tell he had none of that. And yet, when he watched the video, he saw a profound essence of skill in Gama's movements, something he himself has been pursuing his entire life. It represented the ultimate form of swordsmanship. When he was unblocking Gama's acupoints, he sensed just how feeble his body was, a clear sign that he'd never received any physical training. It also seemed like something was stored within him that even the strongest human couldn't possibly comprehend. And because of that, he's feeling incredibly competitive with someone the same age as his granddaughter. Medea is more focused on the fact that he's quite the looker, and she's still smitten by how he revealed his skills to save a woman in danger. If she were just 10 years younger, she would go after him for sure. She asks Siegfried what's on his mind that has him so quiet. He doesn't answer at first, eventually asking her what she thinks students call people like her. The school administrator is interested and tells Siegfried to spill it. The answer is definitely not what she wants to hear, and she absolutely explodes. Meanwhile, Gama heads off to attend the first class of his new academy career. He rejected the star class, so the lowest they could place him was the wolf class. Any lower, and the elders would have thrown a tantrum. He originally wanted to be in the tiger class, but Medea practically begged him to join the wolf class in exchange for keeping his status as the top student a secret. Gama's original plan was to complete his studies quietly in a lower-tier class, rather than battling and straining in a higher-level one. The wolf class is a bit high-level, but it's still within an acceptable range for him. Gama shoves open the large doors to his new classroom, and for a brief moment, every student inside glances his way with a flicker of curiosity. Then they spot his special admission status, and just like that, they all immediately lose interest. Gama isn't bothered by the cold shoulder. The fact that they're ignoring him proves Medea upheld her end of the bargain and kept his top student status a secret. Now all he needs to do is enjoy the peaceful life he's always wanted. He takes a seat at his desk just as a familiar-looking student timidly walks up to him. She stammers out a thank you for his help before, but Gama draws a complete blank. She then clarifies that she was the girl he rescued during the entrance exam. Gama just waves it off, telling her there's no need for thanks. After all, anyone would have done the same thing in his shoes. While it might seem like he went out of his way to save her, he was really just looking out for himself. Taking credit for it would make him feel like a total hypocrite, so Gama quickly switches gears and introduces himself instead. The girl does the same and introduces herself as Chloe. It's quite a coincidence that they wound up in the same class. With introductions out of the way, Gama racks his brain trying to remember if there was ever a character named Chloe in the game. Perhaps she was a character added after he quit playing, but that doesn't add up either. By the time he stopped, the game's main storyline was so far along that introducing a brand new character would have been pointless. It seems he stumbled upon another background character just like himself. Gama asks her to keep what happened during the exam under wraps. The last thing he wants is for rumors about his abilities to spread around school and wreck his plans for a laid-back, easy life. Chloe agrees, but she's about to ask for a favor in return when their homeroom teacher bursts into the room with a booming voice. Gama tells her to head back to her desk and that they can chat later, as the class begins and the teacher steps up to the podium. He welcomes the new students for making it into the academy, informing them they've been chosen to carry on the legacy of the great hero Valor Hoken. The teacher then introduces himself as Lee Wanbin, their instructor for Wolf class. Since it's their very first day, he wants to start the class off with some basic physical training. He instructs them to change into their gym clothes and meet at the training field in 30 minutes. When one student asks what the training involves, he casually replies that it's just 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats, followed by 10 laps around the training field. For these elite nobles who've undergone rigorous training their whole lives, this is a total cakewalk. For Gama, however, this is the kind of workout routine that's guaranteed to make him go bald. He hesitantly approaches the teacher after everyone else has cleared out and explains that he doesn't feel up to the training. To his surprise, not only does the instructor already know his name, but he also seems to hold Gama in very high regard. It seems Medea didn't exactly keep her impression of Gama a secret. The instructor also mentions that Gama has permission to attend classes of any level he chooses given his status. He turns down the chance to join the star class, telling the teacher he just needs to use the restroom for now. He was feeling a bit stiff anyway, and a little run wouldn't hurt, especially since the star class is the last place he wants to be. And so Gama is reluctantly dragged into the grueling workout with the rest of his classmates. They all effortlessly zoom past him while he struggles to keep up at the very back, feeling like he's on the verge of collapsing. Clue jogs up beside him, noticing that he's not looking too good. At this point, he's only completed about 5 laps, which leaves him lagging way behind the group. But since Chloe is just now catching up, it appears she's falling behind a bit too. He asks her how many laps she's done, and she shocks him by saying she's already on her 9th. She then offers him a few words of encouragement before sprinting away to finish her final lap. By evening, Gama gets back to his dorm room and slams back several bottles of water. He's only been at the academy for a week, and has already hit some unexpected snags. He was starving after the intense morning workout and rushed to the cafeteria for some food, only to discover that the meals weren't free. So, he walked over to the menu board to check the price of a spicy pork rice bowl, and the cost left him completely floored. Just thinking about how expensive it was even now makes him hurl his water bottle against the wall in frustration. He's almost out of cash. Looking back, he deeply regrets turning down the allowance his father tried to give him. For the last few days, he's been living on nothing but the cheapest bottled water from the campus store. At this point, he's even starting to miss the free meals he used to get in the army during his past life. For now, all he can do is try to think about something else, hoping to forget this gnawing hunger. The first thing that comes to mind is his blessing. As usual, the moment he thinks about it, his status screen appears, detailing the blessing's specifics. The description has gotten a lot longer since he last checked, which makes sense, since his physical level has increased. This has also upgraded his blessing of the sword god, allowing it to activate with slightly longer blades. He checks himself out in the mirror, and sure enough, he can see some solid progress in his physical development. It's probably thanks to the Swordmaster activating his pressure points. It feels like his body has evolved significantly. However, the Sword God's blessing still only applies to blades the length of a sashimi knife. If he keeps improving his physical stats, he might even be able to use a small sword eventually. He remembers a time before the admission ceremony when he was actually afraid of holding a sword. But now his hands start to itch whenever he's not holding one. It's probably a side effect of the blessing, a thought that makes him feel almost proud. Just then, a knock at the door reveals Chloe waiting on the other side. She nervously asks if she's interrupting, but Gama assures her he wasn't doing anything important. He then asks why she stopped by. She explains that she hadn't seen him in the university cafeteria lately and wanted to check if he was all right. He lies, claiming he doesn't normally eat food prepared by others. Internally, however, he's practically drooling at the mere thought of a meal. Clue looks disappointed, telling him she was hoping to grab some groceries from the campus shop so they could have dinner together before she can even finish her sentence. Gama is already dressed and urging her to get a move on so they can go buy ingredients. Clue is shocked by his speed but hurries to keep up, and the two chat about food and cooking on their way. Later that evening, they enjoy a delicious meal cooked by Gama, and Chloe is genuinely impressed by his culinary skills. Since Gama has only ever really cooked fish, it was a bit of a challenge at first. Luckily, Chloe loves fish since she grew up near the beach, and cooking it is Gama's specialty. All the while, the itch in his hands to hold a sword hasn't gone away. So this seems like the perfect opportunity to scratch that itch by slicing some sashimi. The only problem is the blessing of the sword god. He can't even hold a simple kitchen knife without the blessing activating, which is going to make this tricky. He asks Chloe if she has a larger knife, explaining that he wants to use something different, since his own blessed blades are about the size of her kitchen knives. Using them for cooking would just feel weird. She disappears into her room and returns with a massive sword for him to use, which is definitely overkill for a simple fish. With no other choice, he's forced to rely on his blessing to slice the fish. This painless aspect of the blessing will last for 30 minutes. That means he just has to be fast enough to finish the job before the time is up. He was once hailed as the greatest swordsman in the country, and cutting fish has always been his specialty. Now it's time to prove it. He expertly slices the fish, finishing in a mere 21 seconds, leaving him with 9 seconds of the blessing to spare. The result is so perfect that he'd call it a masterpiece. Clue, amazed, asks how he's so good at cooking. He confesses that he once worked part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Since she's a noble, she has no idea what a part-time job is, highlighting the vast difference in their social standing. Now that they've finished eating, Chloe offers to wash the dishes since he did all the cooking. He moves to the other side of the room to give her some space. For the first time in nearly a week, his stomach is full and he can't help but hum happily. His cheerful humming is cut short by the sound of Chloe accidentally dropping a plate. He figures it's because she's never had to wash dishes before. He remembers breaking a few plates himself back in the day. As he stares out the window, pointedly ignoring the sound of breaking plates, a book falls off Chloe's study desk. It appears to be her diary, and it coincidentally falls open to a page where she wrote about him saving her during the class placement test. Her handwriting is adorable, full of rounded letters and cute stickers. He can't help but smile as he picks up the diary. A breeze from the window flips the pages to another entry, this one about how she was interested in him after they ended up in the same class. Finding it all incredibly endearing, he continues to flip through the pages, smiling at how cute she is. He turns a few more pages and sees his name again, followed by page after page filled with the words, "I love you," written over and over. Another plate shatters and he turns to see Chloe staring at him with blank, scary eyes. She simply asks if he read her diary. Chloe's emotionless state is nothing new. It's a product of her upbringing and more of a self-defense mechanism. Heroes earn respect by defeating demonic beasts, allowing them to improve their social standing and gain a global reputation. However, within their stagnant ranks, certain factions abuse the weak in the name of authority. When the law is unable to punish these abusers, another group is called from the shadows to take care of them. The name of that family is Auditor Sicily. They're a family that maintains order by carrying out assassinations. They are known to work in the shadows while guiding things toward the light. Those born into the Auditor family have been training for assassinations since before they even hit adolescence. Their emotions are restrained and they undergo severe training to become perfect killing machines. Chloe is part of this blood-stained family, and the first time she soiled her hands with blood was at the age of 15. She's been told her whole life not to underestimate her abilities as an assassin, and this has made her hyper-aware of herself. Slowly, her unyielding training distorted her nature, casting a gloomy shadow over her heart. By the time her identity had been worn down to mere traces of emotion, Chloe had finally reached the age to enter the academy. Walk-in Academy is a place where students are sorted into different classrooms based on their aptitude. Every student's talent is at least at the level of a dragon or higher, but members of the Auditor family who thrive in the shadows were assigned to the common class by their family's decree. That was the agreement between the family and the academy. She was told to remain undetected, and throughout their childhood, the family eliminated every individual's liberty. Chloe accepted her fate as an assassin, without protest, already believing that nothing could alter her destiny. That is until the day she met someone she would never forget. As she stood still and defenseless, while two evil brothers walked toward her, someone who looked like the weakest person in the room stood up to defend her. Even though death in the subspace battle royale is fake, with no real risk of dying, this boy still tried to save her. Chloe had quietly accepted death, waiting for her predestined fate. She had long since given up on meaningless struggles and was trained to act in a meek and unnoticeable manner. But somehow, thanks to the boy's intervention, it was like the sun had broken through the clouds in her mind, and she watched as the boy used his sword not for assassination, but for self-defense and to protect her. As she watched him fight for her, she remembered a children's fairy tale she secretly read under her pillow. The tale told of a princess imprisoned in a castle who was rescued by a prince. As the memories of the fairy tale surfaced, her chest tingled and her cheeks flushed red. This unidentifiable feeling she was experiencing was most certainly love. Now Gama has committed the ultimate sin by looking into a girl's diary. As she stares him down, he tries to play it off, but he knows deep down that he's totally screwed. He tries to retrace his steps to figure out exactly how he got into this mess. Was it when he read the pure sentiments of a teenage girl, or maybe the moment he foolishly followed her just because she offered him food? Regardless of how he found himself staring death in the face in the form of a teenage girl, his number one priority had to be getting out of there. He switches topics, commenting on how lovely the moon is, before casually trying to find an escape route that doesn't involve his head getting chopped off. She cuts him off mid-sentence and asks again if he saw her diary. He tries to play it cool, pretending he only saw a reference book, and complimenting the effort she put into studying, but no amount of flattery is going to save his life right now. He can't believe she even saw him since she was busy washing dishes while he was taking a peek. And she's even dropped the formal speech she was using with him just moments ago. It's like she's become a completely different person out of nowhere. He promises he didn't see it, but she presses him until he finally admits that he did. The moment he admits it, Chloe decides his life is forfeit and pulls out the same sword she offered him earlier to cut fish. Gama frantically looks around, weighing his options. They're on the 4th floor, so jumping out the window is not an option. The only way out is the front door, but Chloe definitely won't let him just walk out of there, at least not with all his limbs attached. She's really coming at him with the sword, and it looks like his time is just about up. He tries to figure out why she's acting this way, and he can only think of one reason. Her unblinking pupils and dark red eyes can only mean one thing. He's dealing with a classic textbook yandere. But considering she just flipped from being an adorable little strawberry to a stone-cold killer, the situation is way more complicated than that. She's not just a yandere, she has a dual personality to boot. Just handling the yandere side of things would be a handful, but throwing a split personality into the mix, that's a whole new level of trouble. It seems like her personality switch was triggered when he opened her diary. This could get dangerous, but he knows for sure that if he doesn't do something to snap her out of this, she'll be chasing him to his grave. He needs to get a handle on this situation right now, or his future is going to be very, very short. His only shot at getting out of this alive is to find a weapon, but he only has 9 seconds left after using 21 seconds to slice that fish. His sashimi knife is back in his room, but there's still the kitchen knife from before. There's no way he's going to be able to reach that without his arms getting severed, though. He frantically scans the room again and spots a box cutter on her desk. It's the only thing he can reach, but surely this tiny blade isn't enough to activate the blessing of the sword god right. Just then, Chloe lunges at him with her sword, and it looks like he's about to find out the hard way. He snatches the box cutter, sending pens and pencils flying, and clicks the blade out. Suddenly, a flurry of status screens pops up in front of him. His resourcefulness in this tight spot boosts his mental resilience, granting him a temporary intimidation buff. The system then makes the required adjustments before activating the blessing. Clue charges at him with her sword just as Gama draws back the box cutter. Just before she can strike, he calmly tells her that her hair is a little long. Thanks to the intimidation buff, Chloe freezes for a split second. The moment Gama swings the tiny blade, his vision goes dark and fuzzy. When Chloe wakes up later that evening, her room is dark, tidy, and empty. Her first thought is of Gama, and she wonders where he could have gone. She calls out his name a few times, but the silence is her only answer, confirming she's all alone. The last thing she remembers is secretly watching him as he gazed out her window. Everything after that is a blur. An instinctual urge has her looking for her katana, and she spots it leaning against her desk. She has a history of blacking out whenever she holds her katana, but it seems like she managed to keep it together this time. At least that's what she tells herself. Back when she was younger and still training, she'd often pass out just from holding her blade. And by the time she would come to her senses, the room would be soaked in blood and her elders would just brush off her questions about what happened while she was out. They would always tell her not to deny her natural talent as an assassin. Still not remembering what she did with Gama makes her blush, and she buries her face in her pillow in embarrassment. But that feeling of embarrassment quickly morphs into something else entirely as her thoughts drift back to Gama. That's when she notices the box cutter on the floor and at the same time realizes her hair feels shorter. Looking in her trash can, she finds a lock of her own hair neatly discarded. She immediately comes to the conclusion that he must have helped her with a haircut, and she excitedly opens her journal to write more about her beloved. Gama, meanwhile, is feeling decidedly less romantic than Chloe. In fact, he's just trying to process the fact that he's still breathing. Tucked away behind an unassuming wall on the far side of campus, he's busy throwing up the very meal he was just praising Chloe for. He barely made it 5 seconds past the 9-second painless period of his blessing before the side effects kicked in. Even so, he feels incredibly weak and nauseous. After losing his only decent meal in over a week, Gama collapses onto a bench to figure out his next move. Now he's starving again, and somehow feels even worse than he did before Chloe's little visit. His thoughts drift back to Chloe, and he starts to wonder who or what she really is. Her sword skills are obviously designed for one-hit kills, or at the very least to instantly incapacitate an opponent. The way Chloe handles a sword, she's constantly aiming for vital spots. It's almost like her entire technique is built for assassination. If she'd caught him off guard for even a second, Gama is certain he would have been a goner. He felt his life was on the line, so he instinctively went for her neck. Luckily, the blade was too short, and he only managed to snip off some of her hair. He made sure to clean up the mess before he bolted, so hopefully there won't be any trouble down the line. But this is just more proof that trying to live a quiet, normal life isn't going to be as easy as he'd hoped. Apparently, ordinary is the hardest role for him to play. It's not like he was without ambition when he was first isekai'd into this game. In his past life, he'd reached the absolute peak of his craft with nothing more than a sashimi knife. so it wasn't easy for him to just let go of those dreams. But everyone has a part to play, and in this world, his assigned role was background character. Miracle Blessing is the title of the game, as well as the name of the protagonist's blessing. It was also the blessing of the founding hero Valerian. In the entire game, the protagonist and the founding hero were the only two people to ever possess the legendary blessing. And the description of the blessing was straightforward. They are destined to save the world from the Demon King. So the protagonist gets chosen by Beilong, which is an SS rank sword that is both holy and cursed. Meanwhile, all Gama has is a lowly, rankless sashimi knife. There's nothing else to say. He's just bound for a life of obscurity. The endless stream of extraordinary people and situations he has faced since entering the academy has almost made him forget about his goal. There were plenty of reasons to give up on the goal of a simple life. And it's even more apparent now that it seems like there isn't even one normal person in the entire world. Since he has played the game before, he has a rough grasp of the key characters in the game. But his knowledge of the world itself is limited. It's already been a week since he joined the academy at this point, which means that the protagonist should have already awakened his blessing and begun the late admission process. This is when the game's story actually begins, and Gama knows the general plot, but he never played it to the end. For the first time, he actually regrets quitting the game halfway through. But still, since he knows the canon wrote up to the first half of the story, that already gives him a big advantage. All he has to do is stick to the canon route no matter what. If he starts meddling with everything, then he'll end up losing the only advantage that he has. From his memory, he knows that the storyline takes a sudden dark turn around the second semester of the third year. This is when the demons realize that the hero has awakened, and they launch an attack on the academy led by a legion commander. As the fight escalates, the demons and the humans spiral into an all-out war. And from there, the game's story turns into a typical fantasy novel. Back when he was playing it, he just wanted to emulate the carefree, simple, youthful life that he never experienced as a teenager. So he deleted the game without a second thought. The problem is that now he's part of the world that is destined for war. And there's a very real possibility that he might die too. He still has 3 years before then, though, and he needs to stop running from reality so he can focus on what's possible. He won't let himself die, and he will focus on growing stronger so he can survive. Besides, cliché games like this one always have happy endings where the protagonist manages to save the world. All he needs is enough strength to protect himself, so he can't let himself be some helpless weakling that gets killed off. He just needs to train enough to protect himself while keeping as low a profile as possible. To do that, he will have to minimize his use of the blessing of the sword god, because just the few times he has had to rely on it have put immense strain on his body. It's a powerful ability, but it comes with way too many drawbacks for his liking. Thinking about the blessing once again activates a status window that gives him information about it. Weirdly enough, though, there are new entries in the information that he didn't notice before. The 3 new entries are a body mind, an armament grade, and the numbers beside them seem to be levels. They all reflect how much he has grown, and each one will lessen the strain of his blessing on his body. There's also one more called synchronization, but he has no idea what it means, and its description is just a bunch of question marks. He tries tapping on it, but access is denied because he has not met the relevant conditions. That's another puzzle to add to this mysterious blessing, but it's not important right now. His main priority at the moment should be improving his body and finding a new weapon. He can't depend on the 30 seconds of the painless blessing forever, so he also needs to learn to wield a sword that doesn't meet the condition of the blessing. Luckily, there's a monster hunting training for the midterms that's happening in a month. The reward for the training is the longsword Marissum. It's a B-tier weapon that should serve him until graduation. It's also too big for his blessing to activate, meaning that it's the perfect weapon for him. There's a lot to figure out, but it already feels like he's making good progress. While lost in thought, a voice calls out to him suddenly. He looks up, and staring back down at him is someone he never expected to see or talk to. It's Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor and the one person that he really shouldn't be interacting with if he wants to avoid changing the game's story. She tells him that he's in her seat, but he's too stunned to get up for a moment, forcing her to yell at him before he finally gets the message and slides away to give her space. He still can't get over just how beautiful Abel is, and he caught himself staring without even noticing. Model. Just as he's about to leave, she tells him he doesn't have to go and can just scoot over a bit instead. He thinks it's a little weird she's claiming a public bench as her seat, but decides to let it slide since getting involved with her is the last thing he wants. Still, he can't help but stare. Just as you'd expect from the game's heroine, she's absolutely gorgeous. Suddenly, her voice snaps Gama right out of his thoughts. This is super weird because the Abel he knows is famously standoffish and doesn't talk to anyone. Even the game's handsome protagonist couldn't get her to warm up to him. She keeps the conversation going, asking if he also uses a blade, and he sheepishly confirms before asking how she knew. She explains that her grandpa once told her, "Swordsmen just have a certain look in their eyes." Then she whips out her sword and asks if he wants to hold it. Feeling weirded out by this whole situation, he politely declines, which only makes her pout in annoyance. It seems like he's hurt her feelings, but he just can't wrap his head around her actually talking to him. Then she asks if he knows who she is. Gama's taken aback for a second. That's a strange question coming from her. Literally everyone at this school knows who she is. He gives a non-committal answer, saying he sort of knows her, but she immediately points out that she doesn't know him. She thinks that's a little unfair, the fact that he knows her, but she has no idea who he is. Gama doesn't see the big deal since they've only just met. It's not like knowing each other's names is important right now, but she argues he could be a spy for the Demon King sneaking into the academy disguised as a student. After all, it's pretty suspicious for him to be out here all alone this late at night, and even though it sounds like she's just rambling, she looks dead serious. So Gama flips the question back on her, asking why she's out so late. Though it's pretty obvious from her gear and workout clothes that she just got done with some late-night training, she explains she was doing some breathing exercises and points at him while she talks, unintentionally giving Gama a clear view of the scars covering her hands. She quickly hides her hands, but it's too late. Gama has already seen them. He recognizes them as the marks of her hard work, and Abel admits it's only natural that she of all people would be pushing herself this hard. She says that people just don't get what it means to be part of the Nebelong family. They're expected to be perfect 100% of the time. One tiny slip-up and they become a target. Then Abel drops a bombshell. She isn't the top student this year. This is the very first time in her entire life she's ever lost to anyone. But strangely, instead of being upset, she feels liberated. Still, she can't help but wonder who exactly beat her to become the top scorer. She'd love to meet this person, she says, so she can tear them limb from limb. This makes Gama choke in surprise, and he asks why she'd take it that far. It's simple. She feels humiliated. She begged her grandpa to tell her who it was, but apparently the person isn't even in her class. On top of that, this person also skipped the valedictorian speech, which meant she had to give it instead. And doing that as the second-place student was beyond embarrassing. She cuts herself off before she goes on another rant, realizing how weird it is to be spilling all of this to a total stranger. Speaking of which, Gama finally asks the one question that's been bugging him this whole time. He asks why, considering her Ice Queen reputation, she's even talking to him in the first place. Her reason is definitely not what he was expecting. It's because he looks weak. Apparently, her family's motto is to be unyielding to the strong and merciful to the weak. Plus, all her classmates are completely unbearable, so it's not like she has any friends to talk to anyway. Well, that certainly explains why she's so cold to the protagonist in the game, with her little vent session over Abel stretches and gets ready to leave. As she gets up, she pauses for a second, then asks if he's really not going to tell her his name. And just like before, Gama gives her a hard no. Some time passes, and to Gama's surprise, his academy life goes on without a hitch. Chloe seems to have made some new friends, and has settled into class just fine, while Gama has been busy actively avoiding her ever since that little incident in her room. Sometimes they'll make eye contact, and her new friends will shoot him dirty looks because of his status as a special entrant. But at this point, Gama has stopped caring about people looking down on him for being a special entrant. After all, he's not the only one in their class anyway. There aren't many of them, mind you, and they've all gotten really good at avoiding each other. Talk about a massive inferiority complex. Still, Gama's pretty sure things would be way worse if he'd been placed in a higher tier class. By now, the students in the Elite, Star, and Dragon classes have probably already split into factions and are caught up in all sorts of petty power struggles. Even back when he played the game, it was a pretty shocking experience. But now that he's actually living in this world, just the thought of it sends a shiver down his spine. On the bright side, though, he has been getting proper meals lately. That's all thanks to something Medadia gave him the other day. As a special perk for being the top scorer in the school, he gets a faculty card that lets him eat anything he wants from the cafeteria for free. He's so thankful for this little gift that, bowing toward the director's office, 3 times a day doesn't feel like enough to express his gratitude. On top of that, he has been keeping up with his student duties pretty well, all while making sure he hasn't done anything that could negatively affect the main storyline. All he has to do is keep this up for the next 3 years and his life will go smoothly. The days go by peacefully, and Gama attends all his classes without any trouble. During one of his classes, an elderly teacher tells the students about the hero Valor Jaukin, who founded the academy, after recognizing the need to train the next generation of heroes. Gama pretty much knows all of this from the game already. The founding hero Valor Jaukin faced Lycan, the Demon King's right-hand man and the commander of the First Legion. The battle raged for 20 years, and in the end, the hero emerged victorious. However, Joaquin lost one of his arms as a price for his victory, and as a result, he could no longer fight. The war was filled with carnage and bloodshed. And although the hero won the battle, there was no clear winner of the war on either side. And just like that, the first human-demon war ended in a truce. In order to train the next generation, Joaquin founded the academy, and a non-aggression pact was signed between the two races. That pact is the reason there have been 700 years of peace that continues to this day. The students are sure that they won't see any war in their lifetime, but Gama is the only one who knows that the peace will be broken. Everyone is so used to the calm at this point, which is no surprise. The only person he would want to warn about the impending doom would be Medea, but doing so would also alter the canon route, and he has no idea what that would lead to. Despite constantly complaining about wanting to leave her position as academy director, Medea was one of the first to notice that something was about to happen thanks to her blessing of perception. In order to protect her students, she was the first among the 7 stars to step onto the front lines. But Gama never played the game to that point. However, he did learn of her fate from reading the game's fandom wiki. Medea was the first of the 7 stars to fall in battle against the Demon King's army. Knowing this makes it hard to keep the war a secret, but he wishes that he never knew in the first place. The class ends and students start to head into the school halls because of some commotion going on out there. It looks like it's finally time for things to start, and Gama takes a moment to check his phone, just as he thought. It's the 5th of May, and today is the day that the protagonist will finally join the school. He joins the group of students crowding at the classroom door. They are all in awe of him, and some are already certain that he's going to join the star class. Just as he suspected, the protagonist of the game walks through the halls as people part ways for him to pass. Leon van Reinhardt walks with a confident aura among his fellow students. But Gama knows that today is the day the peace that lasted 700 years will start to crumble. Gama watches as everyone in the school seems to be fawning over him. But he already knew this would happen. After all, in the game, every woman seems to fall for him. If this were an M-rated game, Leon would definitely have been dead long before facing the Demon King. Among all the women who are seemingly drawn to him, the ones who become his party members are also pretty impressive. It's annoying to think about, but Leon van Reinhardt, the protagonist of Miracle Blessing M, will be among the first to get drafted in 3 years. Although he calls it a draft, it's more like a mandatory enlistment. And if Gama gets drafted as well, this will be his 2nd time in the army. But the hero only barely managed to seal the First Legion's commander, which only makes Gama wonder how strong the Demon King is. There's no way the protagonist is going to lose, right? As he's wondering about all of this, his eyes lock with Lion and the protagonist smiles charmingly at him, almost as if he's reassuring Gama without knowing what he's thinking. He's the protagonist after all. There's no way he won't be able to handle these kinds of threats. Gama turns to walk away from the scene, but suddenly someone calls him from behind. It's Chloe, and she meekly asks if she did something wrong. He'd love to tell her that she almost cut off his head, but they will be spending the next year together, and it would suck if he made things awkward between them. He lies and says there's no problem between them, hoping to keep things civil and avoid making any unnecessary enemies. Clue at least seems relieved, and goes right back to acting cute just like he remembers. It's a complete 180 from the murderous psychopath he faced that day. Even though she was unconscious, he could tell her swordsmanship was filled with sorrow. It was as if her blade itself was pleading to be saved. And yet the killing intent radiating from her blade was so intense it made his skin crawl. If her swordsmanship is purely for killing, she's probably more dangerous than the Mao siblings. He's snapped out of his thoughts when she asks to treat him to dinner again tonight. She wants to treat him but warns him that she's not nearly as good at cooking as he is. The mention of dinner with her immediately brings back thoughts of her terrifying bloodlust. And his first instinct is to refuse, but the puppy dog eyes of a cute girl are a terrifying weapon. It's almost impossible for him to say no to a face that cute, and he feels guilty for even thinking about refusing. But if he doesn't refuse, he might just wake up in a fridge tomorrow morning. Instead of dinner, though, he comes up with a better idea for how they can spend time together. He asks her for a favor, telling her that she's the only one who can possibly do it for him. And that immediately makes Chloe docile. Gama wants her to teach him swordsmanship, and he needed a sword instructor anyway. Later at the school's training grounds, he's swinging a wooden sword and testing his limits. Just as he expected, the size of the sword doesn't affect his blessing. Now all he needs to do is actually develop some swordsmanship skills. Clue is insanely strong, so she'd be the perfect person to train him. This is also a pretty great excuse to avoid having dinner with her again. Ever since that day, he's made sure to watch a video called Surviving a Yandere Before Bed. Somehow it seems to have helped him deal with Chloe, at least for now. Clue walks up to him in casual clothes, a katana strapped to her hip. He just arrived for their planned 8 o'clock meeting, but she's apparently been waiting for him since 6. Gama takes a moment to admire her. The crop top gives him a good view of her toned muscles. He never noticed before since he'd only ever seen her in a school uniform, but that certainly explains her strength. He hands her a wooden sword, and Chloe seems confused about why they aren't using real ones. There's no way he's training with a real sword. They're definitely not fighting for their lives, so there's no need for actual weapons. Clue gladly takes the wooden sword from him and gives it a test swing. And the power of her thrust alone is enough to send a small shockwave crashing between them. She's so strong that the very air around them trembles from that single strike, and Gama starts having second thoughts about asking her to train him. For now, he needs to err on the side of caution. Before their training starts, he decides to check his blessing one more time. Thankfully, the sword's length isn't an issue, and his body has been growing steadily. But now that he thinks about it, it's strange for a blessing to upgrade with experience. He can't remember if blessings are supposed to come with additional side effects. And he has no idea how much more he needs to grow before its mysterious hidden trait is unlocked. Clue walks up and asks him what's wrong, reminding him that only he can see his status screen. To her, he must just look like some crazy guy spacing out. He turns to start their training and nervously asks Chloe to go easy on him since it's their first day. He then readies his sword and faces Chloe. In his past life, he learned everything through hands-on experience. He firmly believes that to truly master something, you can't just hold back. You have to be ready to sacrifice your entire being. It's the reason he adapted so quickly at the academy, all thanks to the intense training from his past life. He learned from a young age how to recognize when he was improving versus when he had stagnated. And even now he can tell that his stance and his grip on the sword are far from perfect. However, despite all that, the final stroke must always find its target. He opens his eyes to begin the duel, only to see Chloe already rushing toward him at full force. He barely has time to dodge her first strike, before Chloe switches her stance and launches another attack, which he just manages to parry, somehow as the fight continues. She seems to keep getting faster, and Gama can barely keep up with her pace. On top of that, she might even be holding back, since he did ask her to go easy on him. Her sword clashes with his again, and this time, the wood begins to crack from the sheer force. Her relentless onslaught doesn't slow down, though, and she continues to strike while he barely manages to parry and dodge each blow. With the amount of force she's using, he realizes that if even one of her attacks connects, he might actually die. And he can't find any opening to counterattack, but before he can even figure out how to counterattack, his sword finally has enough and breaks in half. Clue tries to apologize, telling him she was being as gentle as she possibly could, but she still ended up breaking it. That's the least of her worries, though, because the sword has been reduced in size and length, which unfortunately for her means that the sword now meets the conditions for the sword god blessing to activate. However, something is terribly wrong. The weapon has been damaged, which causes a system error. The suppressive force that normally holds back the blessing's full power instead begins altering Gama's personality. By the time the alteration is complete, his humanity level has dropped, leaving Gama as little more than a fighting machine. The sword god's divine blessing fully activates. As Gama turns to her, his half-broken wooden sword radiating a menacing aura. Chloe steps back as Gama's entire demeanor clearly begins to shift. While Gama's body seems to be moving on autopilot inside his mind, he has returned to his past body and finds himself back in his kitchen. The whole thing feels like a dream. And right now, all he can think about is cleaning and preparing the fish that has appeared before him. He doesn't remember what he was doing before this, but at this moment, he just needs to get back to work. It's been a while since he has worked on a fish like this one, so he decides to use a Chinese cleaver this time. As he tries to pick it up, a message pops up informing him that he can't. Since that isn't working, he tries to pick up the other knife, but once again, a message appears telling him he can't use that either. There's only one option left, the sashimi knife. That's the only blade the system will allow him to pick up, but he recalls that holding the sashimi knife is supposed to hurt. However, he picks it up and it's completely fine. In fact, if anything, he feels refreshed. A voice speaks in his head, telling him to just accept the situation and let things happen. In the real world, Gama continues to advance on Chloe with the broken sword. She tries to call out to him, but he keeps walking toward her with obvious bloodlust. Suddenly, he lunges at her, and Chloe is just barely able to block his attack with her sword. He pushes against her blade, sending her flying backward and crashing into a wall. His presence feels completely different from when they were sparring just moments ago. He leaps toward her and tries to stab her with the sharp end of his broken sword, but she narrowly jumps back and avoids the hit. Chloe only took one attack, but she can barely move. She can't figure out how Gama changed so suddenly, but she has to find a way to stop the spar before he accidentally kills her. She tries asking him to stop again, but Gama doesn't respond and launches himself at her once more. He's moving so fast that there's no way she can dodge in her current state. All she can do is keep begging him to stop. And finally, she screams his name just as the sword comes down straight for her head. Back in Gama's dream world, he wonders why the fish he's trying to cut keeps getting away from him. The fish also seems to be making a lot of noise as it flops around, and he can just barely make out what it's saying. It sounds like it's calling out someone's name. The sound becomes clearer until he can just barely hear the fish calling out for someone named Gama. Chef Kim's mind starts to clear, and eventually he realizes that he is Gama, and the fish is calling for him. He's just barely able to grasp what's happening right as he's about to stab Chloe with the broken sword. Just before the wood can pierce her skin, Gama throws the sword, slamming it into a wall and stopping just short of accidentally killing his friend. Chloe opens her eyes and sees Gama holding her, smiling down. Because he's no longer holding the sword, the blessing has deactivated and he's back to his senses. Chloe nervously asks if he's all right, and he calmly tells her that he's fine before turning to leave, thanking her for helping him train. After he leaves, Chloe makes her way back to her dorm room. She's had a feeling since the entrance exam, but Gama's abilities are more peculiar than they are strong. When she fought him, she could tell he wasn't fighting with skill, but with pure raw instinct. Even though he subconsciously activated his divine blessing, she was still no match for him. Even with that half of a wooden sword, he managed to completely overpower her. As she walks through the campus, someone peeks out from the shadows and comments that Chloe looks quite pleased with herself. This mysterious newcomer is Nox Aditor, Chloe's older brother. Nox mocks her for hanging out with a lowly person after joining the academy. Chloe knows he's talking about Gama and warns him not to speak about her friend that way. Nox didn't even know his name until just now, but warns Chloe that she should stop loitering with him before the Aditor family is forced to erase him. Clue turns to leave, telling Nox that even if the Adiator shows up, they'd be no match for Gama. As Chloe walks off, Nox can't help but wonder about the guy who has managed to change his sister so drastically. Speaking of Gama as he walks home, his thoughts turn to his blessing. The power he's been given is a far cry from what you'd call a blessing or a favor from a god. If anything, it feels more like a curse. He even tried finding new weapons just to avoid relying on the sword god's blessing. And yet, the power pursued him, even taking control of his body as if to mock his every effort to resist it. When he fought Chloe, he felt no pain. Instead, it was an intoxicated pleasure that washed over him. Like a true curse, the blessing toyed with him like a puppet, whispering sweet nothings into his ear, telling him to slash, cut, and destroy. Because of it, he completely surrendered his body to its will right until Chloe's screams snapped him out of his daze. Thanks to her, he suddenly remembered his own name and was yanked back to reality. He regained consciousness just long enough to hurl the wooden sword away, feeling that if he didn't get rid of it immediately, he would lose a part of himself forever. It's ironic, really, to think that Chloe, the yandere who tried to kill him not too long ago, is now the very person who managed to pull him from that daze. He was initially pissed that she broke the sword, but in the end, all he felt was a deep sense of gratitude. That's why he didn't make a big deal about it when he came back to his senses. He was absolutely terrified of activating the sword god's blessing ever again. But today proved that he can't just ignore this problem forever. This so-called gift is something he'll have to deal with for the rest of his life. And it's the very reason his dream of living a normal life will most likely never come true. As he practically crawls his way back to his room, Gama realizes there's something inside him trying to devour his very sanity. This is definitely not a blessing. It's a curse, plain and simple, and it's trying to consume him whole. 3 days later, classes are back in session and Chloe is chatting with her new friends, but something is clearly off. Ever since their duel, Gama hasn't been showing up for class. Since they never exchanged contact info, she hasn't even been able to check on him. Every time she's gone to his dorm, her knocks have only been met with pained groans from inside. She's considered breaking the door down, but she's afraid he'd end up hating her for it. She enjoys watching him from her seat during class, and she's lost count of how many times she's found herself secretly glancing his way throughout the day. At first, she told herself she was drawn to him because he'd risked his life for her, but that's probably just an excuse at this point. Whatever the real reason she's drawn to him is, the simple fact is she just misses him. The next day, Gama still hasn't shown up by the time the instructor is yelling at everyone to settle down. It's raining today, so the instructor announces they'll be having a study hall instead of outdoor training. As the students start taking their seats, the instructor also notices that Gama has been absent for several days. However, knowing Gama, he figures there must be a good reason for it, so the instructor decides to wait patiently for him to return on his own terms. Just as he's disciplining his students, the classroom doors creak open and Gama calmly strolls in sporting a completely new look. Clue shoots up from her seat in shock as Gama apologizes to the instructor for being late. His eyes are sunken and look almost lifeless, and a single strand of his hair has turned a stark pale white. Even the instructor is taken aback by Gama's new look, as are the rest of the students, and he nervously tells Gama to take his seat. The other students whisper among themselves, remarking that Gama looks different and somehow even more handsome. By the end of the day, as the other students head out, Chloe approaches Gama for the first time in 4 days. She nervously asks him what happened and why he was gone for so long. He's quiet for a moment before telling her he just felt a little under the weather and that she shouldn't worry about him. From the tremor in her voice, he can tell she doesn't completely believe him, but there's nothing more he can say to convince her. For the past 3 days, he'd been going through something like extreme withdrawal, leaving him mentally and physically exhausted. He couldn't leave his room or even eat, so he just buried himself under his covers, praying for the convulsions to stop. The pain he endured this time was far worse than anything before, and it was all the price he had to pay for using that broken weapon. On top of that, when he glanced in the mirror, he saw that even though his overall appearance hadn't changed much, his expression was far more gaunt and his hair was starting to turn white. This was all very clearly a penalty from the sword god. Clue looks guilty, and he figures it's because the last time she saw him was on the training grounds. So she must think this is somehow her fault. To ease her mind, he asks if she's still interested in getting that dinner she wanted. Chloe is even more shocked by this than she was by his return to class. She practically tackles him with a hug. It seems like that was the right call because she absolutely loves the suggestion. She asks what he's in the mood for, and the first thing that pops into his head is fish. While they're chatting, a strange feeling washes over him and he turns to see someone staring at them from down the hall. It's Chloe's brother Knox, and the whole vibe shifts the second they see him. Gama marches right up to the newcomer, telling him to either come in and talk or stop staring. Right off the bat, Gama clocks that something is off about the guy's eyes, but Chloe quickly jumps between them before things can get crazy. Her voice is trembling and she's clearly hesitant, but she's still trying to protect him in her own way. Knox asks Chloe if this is really the guy she's willing to break the Adior rules for. Chloe tells him she wants nothing to do with their family, but her brother reminds her that she can't just wash the blood from her hands. Once an Adior, always an Adior. Chloe sounds like a teenage rebel, and her brother sounds like he's in a historical drama, but Gama is just getting annoyed by the whole scene. Knox keeps laying into Gama with insults. And that's the last straw for Chloe. She snaps, yelling for Knox to stop talking about the man she loves like that, and her furious outburst even surprises him. Gama was hoping this could all be handled with a little more subtlety, but he's getting used to these kinds of disruptions. The more important detail is the family name Adiore. He knows that name. They're a shadowy group of assassins who show up later in the game to play a major role. It's said they're weaker than other heroic houses, but when it comes to assassination, they are completely unmatched. Every member of the Adior clan is ridiculously powerful, thanks to a brutal training regimen from childhood that forges them into top-tier living weapons. For Chloe to come from this family of assassins, it means her cute and bubbly personality makes her the odd one out in this situation. Unlike his sister, Knox has the dead-eyed look of someone who is all too familiar with killing. And while Gama has no problem with that, it's clear Chloe just wants to live a normal life. Much like his sword god's blessing, being born into the Adior family was something Chloe had no choice in. She was destined to live as an emotionless killer, which is a pretty grim fate to imagine. Gama doesn't think of himself as a hero, and he has zero intention of becoming one, but even if he can't save the world, he can at least try to save one girl. He steps between Chloe and her brother to confront Nox head-on. In the end, he couldn't escape the sword god's blessing, no matter how hard he tried. So instead, he's going to step forward and embrace this curse. After all, the name Gama means sword demon. With that thought, he walks past the two assassin siblings and tells Nox to follow him. Meanwhile, Lee Wanbin sits in his office, his mind completely preoccupied with his student. When Gama arrived at class that morning, it was painfully obvious something had happened to him. His expression was completely blank, and he looked deeply troubled. As he's mulling it over, a cheerful colleague walks in and immediately makes a crack about his baldness. Before they can chat any longer, Lee Wanbin gets a call from the administration. They need his permission for one of his students to use the subspace. A frantic Lee Wanbin asks which cadet suddenly put in the request, and they confirm it was Kane Gama who wants to face Nox Adior. The stage is set for the showdown between Gama and Nox. Our MC waits in the locker room with just 15 minutes left before the match starts. He figured getting access to the subspace would be a huge hassle, but it was surprisingly easy. He definitely has Medea to thank for that. She at least wanted him to be safe while fighting a professional assassin. At least since this fight isn't taking place in reality. He doesn't have to worry about physical injuries, though there's still a very real chance he could suffer some mental damage. However, none of that matters, as long as he can win. He can hear the roar of the crowd from the waiting room. It looks like the fight between two students drew some unexpected buzz. It's pretty ironic, considering how hard he was trying to lay low before. All that effort feels completely pointless now. Beside him, Chloe is practically drowning in guilt. She's obviously blaming herself for this whole mess, and Gama tries to reassure her that it really isn't her fault. Besides, she even lent him some gear, so everything will turn out just fine. She tells him that Nox is incredibly strong a genius with talent unmatched in the entire history of the Adiora family. When it comes to the dark arts, no one is on his level. And at the age of 14, he was already dubbed the pinnacle of the dark arts. That's a pretty cringy name, but it does show how powerful he is. Gama stares down at the rose-colored blade in his hand as he remembers the decisions that led him to this point. His old teacher always told him that he was destined to wield a blade for his whole life. He never expected that he would still be running around with a sashimi knife even in his next reincarnation. An announcement comes over the speaker informing the students that the subspace battle is about to begin. He gets up to leave the locker room, but not before reassuring Chloe one more time that he is going to win. He steps out into the arena and is immediately bombarded by the excited cheering of his fellow students. Gama feels like a gladiator from the Roman Empire with how intense the atmosphere has become. In the distance, he can also see that the entire star class is attending, including the main cast of characters from the game. Nox walks into the arena as well and immediately catches his eye. It looks like the assassin is insulted that Gama would dare to challenge him with a girly kitchen knife. This guy's killing intent is off the charts, and it would be best if Gama tried his best to avoid provoking him. So naturally, Gama taunts him even more by telling him that a true master never blames their equipment. Nox pulls out his blade, an S-rank sword called the Two Hungarian Blades. On top of his powerful equipment, he also has one of the best auras in the game, the Blessing of the Crow. However, Gama has also come prepared with dual discount-grade kitchen knives. Truly, this will be a fight for the ages. The subspace barrier is deployed, and before it is even fully active, the two students leap at each other. Gama activates the Painless Blessing as he draws his two knives, which in turn activates the Sword God's Blessing. The people in the stands watch in awe as they can barely see anything going on in the arena. This was supposed to be an easy match where a special admission student would get demolished by an accomplished assassin, but with how fast the two of them are going, the students can't even keep track of what's going on. The students from Star Class are also surprised by how interesting this fight has suddenly gotten, especially Abel, who can't believe that the person she wrote off as weak has this much fighting prowess. Their blades continue to clash, and Gama is effortlessly dodging all of Nox's attacks. The assassin gets frustrated and launches another attack that's so fast it creates 3 afterimages of him. Somehow, though, despite the attacks hitting Gama head-on, he still manages to emerge completely unscathed. The students watching are praising Nox's strength and speed, and they see this battle as Gama running away from every attack. But Abel knows the truth that no one else can see. Only those who can clearly follow the match will understand what's happening. Somehow Gama is perfectly dodging every single one of Nox's attacks, almost like he's not even trying to fight. Meanwhile, Nox is getting even more agitated since he even used his blessing of the crow, thinking that it would be enough to annihilate him, but Gama somehow managed to dodge everything like it was nothing. Now that Nox has seen for himself how skilled Gama is, he decides to be more cautious and aim for a powerful strike that can slice through a wide area in a single blow. Gama suddenly drops the sashimi knife that he brought with him and takes up the rosy blade that was given to him by Chloe. Just looking at the confidence in his stance makes Nox even angrier, and he doesn't think a nobody like Gama should have the nerve to act like a big shot. As Gama charges his attack, Nox also activates a powerful attack aimed to take out our MC with a single strike. Before he can even move, though, Gama goes on the offensive, and in a flash, the match is decided. Gama wanted to live a comfortable life, and to achieve that, he stuck to the rules and tried not to stand out as much as possible. Now he has given his body over to the sword god with the sole aim of cutting Nox so cleanly that he wouldn't even know he'd been cut. The whole crowd falls deadly silent as Nox's arm, still holding one of his blades, flies through the air and falls limply to the ground. This is the beginning of Gama's origin story, and it's the moment he says goodbye to his peaceful future. Gama turns around and finishes the job, slicing Nox cleanly into pieces, and officially ending the battle. The subspace barrier gets turned off, and the crowd is still in stunned silence. Nox tries to catch his breath with his arms on the floor. Gama sheathes his blade as the announcer declares him the winner of the match. Gama isn't shocked that the crowd can't even bring themselves to cheer. He showed incredible power out of nowhere, all with a knife that was made for gutting fish. Despite the strength that he has, he still feels that cutting a person is just way too unpleasant. Model. Their only consolation is that since the fight with the Mao brothers and Nox took place in the subspace, he didn't actually kill anyone. Nox is still on the ground trying to catch his breath, and Gama can't help but admire the guy. He's every bit as strong as Chloe described, with an incredible battle sense that's clearly been honed through experience. That said, his raw killing intent made his intentions crystal clear. The announcer repeats that Gama won the duel, which is enough to snap everyone out of their daze. The arena erupts with cheers and shock that a first-year special admission student just took down a sophomore. And just like that, Gama's peaceful, unassuming life is officially over. But hey, this is the path he chose. Now that the cat's out of the bag, he'll just have to endure it with sheer will and grit. Even by the next day, people are still buzzing about the freshman-sophomore duel. Meanwhile, in the star class, Abel stares out the window, thinking about the student who has completely occupied her thoughts lately. Thanks to the duel, his name seems to be on everyone's lips. It feels like he's the only one anyone is talking about. She saw the fight herself and could hardly believe her eyes. His swordsmanship was on another level, and he did it all with just 2 kitchen knives. Watching his mastery of the blade made her feel hopelessly naive, forever thinking she was good with a sword. In fact, he's so good that she's sure he must be the top student her grandfather was keeping secret from her. This makes her even more frustrated since she talked down to him, not realizing he was actually the stronger one. Her frustrated groan is loud enough to wake up her seatmate Rachel. Abel apologizes, but Rachel can instantly tell that something is seriously bothering her friend. The blue-haired girl tries to play it off, blaming her mood on not being able to work out lately, but Rachel sees right through the excuse. She starts firing off some guesses and hits the nail right on the head when she suggests it might be boy trouble. Rachel bursts out laughing at the thought of the prim and proper Lady Abel being interested in romance. All the while, a flustered Abel keeps trying to convince her friend that she's got it all wrong. Rachel just ignores her now, on a mission to figure out which guy has her dear friend so worked up. She runs through a list of possibilities, starting with the handsome class star Leon, but Abel's deadpan reaction makes it obvious it's not him. That leaves only one option, the special student from yesterday's duel who shocked the entire school with his strength. Once again, Abel freezes up and can't bring herself to deny it, which is all the confirmation Rachel needs. She immediately grabs Abel's hand and drags her to the Tiger class to meet the boy who's been on everyone's mind. The two of them barge into the Tiger class, with Abel being reluctantly dragged along by her friend. The whole class freezes in shock as 2 of the school's most popular girls make their way inside. Rachel hops onto a desk to find her target, but another student immediately tries to scold her for jumping on his seat. She manages to completely fluster him just by turning on the charm, and Abel can only facepalm at her friend's antics. Eventually, Rachel spots her target Gama fast asleep at his desk, while Chloe fawns over him. Rachel initially mistakes Chloe for his girlfriend, but that detail doesn't faze her one bit. In fact, it just makes the whole thing more amusing to her. She walks right up to Gama and playfully blows into his ear, which shocks both Abel and Chloe. Then as he slowly starts to wake up, she plops down on his desk, gives him a flirty look, and asks for his name. Gama already knows who she is, though, and he's less than thrilled to see another one of the game's heroines pop up in front of him so suddenly. She leans in, pokes Gama's cheek with her finger, and compliments him on his good looks. He just stares back at her, completely stunned. He has no idea what's going on, but his gut is screaming at him that this whole situation is dangerous. Suddenly, Rachel's hand is grabbed mid-poke by a very angry-looking Chloe. Chloe demands to know what Rachel thinks she's doing, but her palpable anger and killing intent just seem to amuse Rachel. So it turns out Gama's danger sense was warning him about Chloe all along. Her personality does a complete 180 as she summons a box cutter from the yandere pocket dimension. If a knife fight breaks out now, it's going to cause serious problems for him later. This is a combination he has never seen in the game before, and he can only wonder why this is all happening now. Abel jumps in and tries to drag her friend away, reminding her that this isn't even their classroom. But Rachel refuses to budge, claiming she's only there to say hello. And then, as if to pour salt on the wound, she pats Chloe on the head and tells her not to interrupt while the adults are talking. That only makes Chloe even more angry, and she opens up the box cutter and prepares to strike. Gama and Abel watch in shock as Chloe tries to stab Rachel, but her hand is easily grabbed by the much stronger girl. At this point, she's just pointlessly provoking Chloe into a fight, and Abel yells at her once again to stop what she's doing before something bad happens. Rachel frowns and quickly tosses Chloe away like paper. But Chloe is able to catch herself before falling, causing all the boys in class to scream out in joy at the building cat fight. Gama is more annoyed than anything at the weird buildup happening in front of him. Then Rachel activates her blessing that's built from the foundation of her clan, the clan of the Spear Saint. In her clan, they believe that skills are useless when faced with overwhelming strength, and they believe that brute force triumphs over all else. That's the same motto that Rachel Demir, the niece of the Spear Saint, believes in as well. She bluntly asks Gama if Chloe is his girlfriend, and our MC doesn't hesitate in saying no. And that causes Chloe's aggression to momentarily turn to him. He clarifies that she's just a friend, and Rachel seems to get even more interested in the whole ordeal. Meanwhile, Gama is still trying to figure out just what in the world this whole situation is about. Now that he's more awake and has a chance to look around, he finally notices Abel, who looks just as frazzled as he was not too long ago. He cuts straight to the point and asks why the two of them came looking for him. And Rachel says it's because Abel was interested in him and wanted to see his face. Abel yells that her accusations are definitely not true, and it's Rachel that practically dragged her there. Rachel thought that Abel genuinely wanted to see him because she followed her to the tiger class. As the entire class's attention turns to her, she tries to shyly explain that there was a misunderstanding, but now Gama just wants them to leave. He tells that to them bluntly. And that shocks the two girls, and Rachel can barely hold back her laughter, and that makes her even more interested in Gama, and she likes interesting guys. She tries inviting him over to her dorm room after class to do some ungodly things together, and that's the last straw for Chloe. She yells for Rachel to get away from her Gama right this moment, and Rachel tries to mock her again, but Abel has had enough. Even she can barely hold back her anger at Rachel's flirting. Sensing that things might be getting too far, Rachel finally backs off, but not before telling Gama that she'll see him later, which he quickly refuses and tells her not to come back. The two girls finally leave the class, and Gama immediately goes back to sleep while Chloe rushes to check up on him. No one notices Abel pausing for a moment to stare longingly at Gama before walking away. Abel and Chloe continue their walk back to their class, and Rachel can't get over just how impressed she was by Gama's attitude. It's one thing to be cold, but from his hollow eyes, Rachel could faintly tell that there was an underlying feeling that she could get her throat cut if she continued poking him like that. She was just curious about him, but he went far beyond her expectations and actually gave her chills. From the little she could see, she can already tell that he's easily a step above all the style with no substance students that are all over the star class. Her clan pulls no punches when it comes to getting betrothed to the most outstanding warriors. And in a way, he just might be a precious resource that she wouldn't want to let go of. Rachel turns around suddenly and apologizes to Abel. Abel, on the other hand, feels like she should apologize to the students of Tiger class for the scene she made. But that's not what Rachel meant. She's apologizing about Kangama because going forward she's not going to yield now that she's interested in him. Elsewhere in the school's clinic, Knox pulls himself angrily through the halls with only the thought of killing Gama in his mind. He has lived his entire life without knowing defeat, constantly being called the auditory genius. Now someone has come and defeated him with nothing but kitchen knives. Just the thought of Gama's face pisses him off to an outstanding degree. If he has to, he will call the power of his entire clan just to cut off Gama's head. And then once he kills our MC, he will get Chloe back. Chloe has the potential to become similar, if not greater than him. And he won't let some random special admissions nobody take her away from him. All he has to do is call on the power of his clan to strike, and then they will show him. At least that's what should have happened. But the same Gama that he has been relentlessly plotting to kill sits calmly in his clinic room eating an apple. Before then, though, while the class was in session, Gama watched Chloe worriedly. The two girls have left, but Chloe is very clearly still upset, even though she was the one who pulled the blade out first. As she's having her psychotic thoughts, Gama goes over to her in hopes of calming her down. Even though he can probably talk her out of whatever mental break she's about to have, he still wished she'd at least put the box cutter down when talking to him. He asks her about how Nox is doing, and she sadly tells him that her brother is in the Academy's medical ward. That's odd, though, since people can't actually get injured in the subspace, so he shouldn't have any need for medical attention. The last Chloe heard, he was admitted into the ward despite having no injuries, but it should be fine. And there shouldn't be any reason for Gama to worry. Gama can't help but think about it, though, even though he was sliced up in the subspace. Nox isn't the kind of person that would be weak enough to be traumatized from that. To make sure that nothing else happens, he has to check in on Nox. And to do that, he asks Chloe to tell him where Nox's room is, to sweeten the deal. He even pats her head, which is another tip he got from the How to Handle Yandere type series. That's how we got to where we are today, as Gama stares down Nox, who is still surprised to see our MC in his room. Gama comments on the room and how the Academy must be loaded with cash for them to get a hospital room this fancy for just one person. Before Nox can ask Gama how he got into this room in the first place, our MC picks up a skinning knife from the bedside counter and Nox momentarily goes on guard, wondering if Gama wants to finish what he started. However, instead, Gama simply picks up another apple and cleanly peels the skin off before placing it right back on the table. Then Gama gets up and walks right past Nox, advising him to take fruits and vegetables for his health. That pisses Nox off even more, and the assassin reveals a knife hidden under his sleeve, ready to stab Gama while he's least expecting it. But as if predicting this, Gama warns him that if he ever has ideas of getting any sort of revenge, then he will be cut up along with the entirety of Adater. With that, Gama slams the door shut as he leaves, and the force is harsh enough to turn the apple that he cleanly peeled into slices, revealing that he cut it up so fast that Nox didn't even notice. Gama walks out of the medical unit with his mission hopefully accomplished. Now, Nox is nothing more than a candle that can be extinguished at any time, and his will has been totally destroyed. This is all thanks to Gama's bravado-filled intimidation, which he hopes doesn't come back to bite him. After all, the Adater are an incredible group of assassins, and there's no way that he can take on an entire clan with just 30 seconds of pain neutralizer, although he should be able to take out 10 people in 30 seconds. The rest of the clan is an entirely different case, and that's only in the worst case scenario. Anyways, Gama would love to avoid killing as much as he can. As he walks under the moonlight back to his dorm room, he feels like he's standing in the eye of a storm in a weird way. He's starting to get used to this new crazy life of his. As long as Nox doesn't stir up any trouble, then he doesn't have to worry about things getting too insane. But he has another problem to deal with, and that's the girl that he wanted to avoid the most, Rachel. In the original game, she approaches the main character first and gets attached to the main heroine, Abel. Now that she has decided to approach him instead, this is a clear sign that the timeline has changed drastically. He also needs to prepare for the midterms, and for once he's going to have to take things seriously so that he can get that reward. The test will need a group of 5 students to subdue a demonic monster. The 5 students will be picked regardless of class, and this test is meant to emphasize teamwork. Individual prowess is definitely important, but having faith in your comrades is certainly more important on the battlefield. The best thing a weak student can do in this situation is find the right teammates and hope to be carried by them. Although it's not like the monsters are much of an issue. Anyways, the monsters that they will be hunting in this test are dank, demonic monster mermen. Gama remembers them looking really gross in the game, which means facing them in real life is going to be even more disgusting. If they were mermaids, then they would at least be more attractive to look at, but mermen are just going to be gross. But mermaids are considered demonic humans, and they are the main force of the demon army, meaning that they are way more powerful. Compared to demonic humans, demonic monsters are nothing more than just guard dogs or pets. Fortunately, only mermen should be on the island, meaning that students don't have to deal with demonic humans. It's already been a month since Gama came to this school, and this is the first night that he has felt a bit of peace. It's been 700 years since the humans and the demons swore a truce. And just like how human history isn't without war, there have been a few disputes between the humans and the demons, both big and small. For example, half a century ago, Vasmon, the commander of the 6th Legion, claimed he would revive the commander of the 1st Legion. That decision led to a full week of battles that drenched the city in blood. In the end, humanity was victorious, and the 7 heroes were born. However, 3 of those heroes were sacrificed in the conflict, and neither side wanted to escalate things any further. Aside from that incident, peace has reigned to this day. But Gama wonders if this can truly be called peace. The more he thinks about it, the person who sealed the 1st Legion's commander single-handedly 700 years ago must have been an absolute beast. After all, it took 7 people working together just to bring down the 6th commander. And even then, some of them died. Now they only have 3 years before the Second Human-Demon War begins. And this time, the war will involve the Demon King himself. It's terrifying to think about, but worrying won't change a thing. What Gama needs to do right now is focus on the upcoming midterms. His first task is to find teammates, but that's easier said than done when you have 0 friends. On the bright side, he's currently the most famous student in the academy, so he can probably use that to his advantage to solve this problem. There's no way he can spend the next 3 years flying under the radar. So Gama decides to change his motto for the time being. He'll no longer try to live quietly, but he'll still aim to live comfortably. Now he just needs to do his best to get people to join his team. However, a week later, he's still all alone. Not a single person has invited him to join their group. He figures everyone must just be scared of him. He glances around the classroom and notices the only other person sitting alone is Chloe. She's probably been treated as an outcast ever since that altercation with her brother, which he lost. Or maybe it's because of how she acted when Rachel showed up. Whatever the reason, he approaches her and asks if she's found any cadets to partner with yet. Just like him, she's still on her own, and Gama feels a bit worried for her. He's used to being alone after all, but she used to have friends, and now they're all gone. She tells him she'll be all right as long as she has him. In any case, he offers to partner up so they can find 3 more people together. With Chloe's skills, she'll be a massive asset to his team. He can only fight for 30 seconds, so she's like 30 soldiers packed into one cute bundle. The classroom's peace is shattered when Rachel comes charging in, calling out for Gama. He doesn't even try to hide his annoyance at seeing her again, and Chloe doesn't hide her bloodlust either, whipping out a box cutter. Then she asks if he's found a group for the test yet. Since she's clearly ignoring him, he just answers her question. The fact that he doesn't have a team is perfect for her, as she immediately invites him to join hers. Gama is suspicious of the sudden offer, since there's definitely a long line of students who'd love to join her group. So why him specifically? She tells him frankly that he just seems more fun to take the test with than any of the other students. Gama explains that he's already teamed up with Chloe, but that's perfectly fine with her. It turns out Rachel's group has 2 spots left. Gama is still wary of the whole thing since this seems like a big risk for Rachel. Teaming up with them could jeopardize her grades if they don't perform well on the island test. He glances at Chloe, who gives a reluctant nod, agreeing to join. With nothing left holding him back, he tells Rachel he's in. Rachel immediately pulls out her phone to text someone, telling him he can't back out now. Gama then asks who the other group members are. The first person she mentions is none other than Leon, the so-called protagonist of this world. The one person Gama wanted to interact with the least. Gama can't help but wonder what crimes he committed in a past life to deserve such terrible luck. Sure, he spent 30 years wielding a knife, but that was just for his job. And now, for some reason, he keeps getting involved with all the heroines. And even though he tried his best not to stand out, he's still getting tangled up in the main story. At least the heroines are easy on the eyes. It's not so bad getting involved with pretty girls. The real problem is Leon Van Reinhardt. He's the main character, and interacting with him will definitely turn the plot completely upside down. Right now, Gama has no clue how things will turn out, but he's sure that one way or another, everything will be his fault. He even checks to see if he can change his group, but Rachel already submitted his name on the application without even asking. This is the first time in his life he's ever wanted to slice up a girl so badly. And then, of course, there's the biggest problem of all the yandere in his class. And speaking of the devil, she appears right beside him to ask how he's doing, since he's looked completely petrified ever since Rachel left. He admits to her that he's a bit overwhelmed at the thought of taking the exam with star class cadets. Clue reminds him that no one in Star Class is stronger than he is, and he weakly thanks her. Besides, he chose to team up with Chloe, so he can't just ditch her in good conscience. In fact, when he thinks about it more rationally, there's really no better team for him to take the test with. This could actually be a great opportunity if he wasn't such a pessimist. He asks Chloe for the time and place of their first group meeting, and she tells him it's at a cafe on campus. Since it's almost time, he suggests they head on over. They arrive first, and both he and Chloe order themselves a drink. Clue gets a delicious-looking avocado smoothie, and Gama can't help but stare in envy, thinking about how pricey a single cup of that stuff is. He then takes a sip of his cheap espresso and nearly has a heart attack from the awful taste. Since the cafe is an outside vendor, the Academy faculty cards don't work here. So for the very first time, he's forced to spend his own money. As he's rethinking all his life choices, his phone buzzes with a text from Rachel, letting him know she's nearby. Not long after, she slides into the booth with Lion and another person right behind her. Lion and Gama lock eyes for the first time, and then Gama's gaze shifts to the person next to him. His immediate first impression of the guy is that he must be some kind of delinquent. Lion is the first to introduce himself, offering a hand to our MC. Gama shakes it, and Lion compliments him on his performance in the subspace battle a few days ago. Just from his eloquent speech, Gama can tell he's the perfect mix of smart and classy. They all take a seat, and Rachel suggests they do proper introductions. Lion goes first, introducing himself as the group's leader and a student of Star Class. He somehow ended up as their group leader and seems genuinely excited to work with everyone. Rachel is next to introduce herself, but since everyone there already knows who she is, she passes the baton to the guy sitting next to her. His name is Speedwagon, and he's also a student at Star Class. His introduction is short and to the point, but Gama is more intrigued by his very unusual name. Clue goes next, introducing herself as a student from Wolf Class who got into the group thanks to Gama. Rachel teases her for calling Gama Jamun, and the two have a brief stare-down before Chloe lets out a sigh, calms down, and finishes her introduction. Finally, it's Gama's turn. He introduces himself, and his intro is even shorter and more direct than Speedwagon's, consisting only of his name and class. The others just roll with the awkwardly brief introduction, and Lion pulls out a laptop to get to the main topic of their meeting. He presses a key, and a holographic map of their exam region appears before them. The location is called Scopuli Island, and they'll be teleported to a designated spot on the island via a subspace. However, only the gate itself is a subspace, which means once they arrive on the island, everything they experience will be very real. This means they can be seriously injured by the demonic beasts. Their group's assigned area is the northeastern coast, where a total of 3 groups, including theirs, will be hunting mermen. There's a limited number of mermen in the area, so the objective is to hunt as many as they possibly can. With the briefing complete, Lion closes the presentation and opens the floor for questions. Speedwagon is first asking if there are any other risks on the island besides the mermen. The instructors have already scouted the island to ensure there are no monsters or demons other than the mermen. Clue then asks if different groups are allowed to ambush and fight each other, which clearly shocks the rest of her teammates. Lion calmly assures her that the exam's objective is strictly to exterminate demonic beasts. Any conflict between groups will result in immediate disqualification. That question was probably just a force of habit from her assassin training, with no more questions from the group. Lion dismisses them, telling everyone to prepare for the midterms until they meet again tomorrow for another discussion. The other cadets file out of the cafe, leaving Gama and Lion alone. The atmosphere is thick with awkwardness, so Gama starts to make a quick exit, but Lion suddenly calls out to him. The stand-in protagonist asks Gama where he came from. Gama freezes, taking a moment to process the strange question from Lion. He's heard a similar question before, but coming from Lion, it feels fundamentally different. Lion also looks dead serious, and Gama has no idea what he's thinking. He could have asked during introductions, but Lion specifically waited until everyone else was gone to ask. Noticing the long, tense silence, Lion speaks again. Leon apologizes for asking such a random question, explaining that he can't shake the feeling that Gama is a lot like him. While it's true that this world's official language is Korean because of where the game was made, that doesn't mean other cultures don't exist. Anyone can tell just from a glance that Gama is Korean. So for Leon to ask where he's from and then claim they're similar is odd. As Gama stays silent, struggling to process this bizarre conversation, Leon tells him to just forget he said anything before getting up and leaving the cafe. Gama stops him and throws the question right back at Leon, asking where he came from. It was a reflex, and Gama regrets it immediately, but he knows he won't be able to sleep tonight if he doesn't get an answer. Leon calmly takes Gama's hand and tells our MC that he's from Germany. Without another word, he leaves, and Gama can't help but wonder what's gotten into Leon all of a sudden. When Leon first asked the question, it made Gama wonder if the game's main character had also been transported from another world. It's an outlandish thought, but it's also a very real possibility. After all, there's no rule saying only one person can be dragged into this video game, and possessing the main character is more likely than possessing an extra. Gama glances down at the knife on his table and gets an idea. When the blessing of the sword god activates, his senses become strangely heightened. Maybe activating the blessing will give him some answers. He picks up the knife and unsheathes it, and just as he'd hoped, a message enters his mind. It confirms that Leon is in fact from this world. This voice is similar to the one he heard while fighting Chloe. Whenever he activates the blessing of the sword god, he can faintly hear a voice. However, thinking about it gives him a migraine so intense that it even bypasses his painless blessing. Regardless, the Leon he met today is definitely the same one from the game. No actor could replicate him so perfectly. It's weird that Leon would ask him which country he's from completely out of the blue, but the claim that they're similar is also pretty concerning. He checks a wiki page, but there's no information about this world's version of Leon. Things are getting weird, and Gama decides this is the last time he's getting involved with Leon. If something like this happens again, he can just go see Medea about it and ignore her attempts to run away with him. Gama is also surprised by how calm he has managed to be, despite the situations that have been unfolding recently. Maybe this is also an effect of his blessings. He takes a look at his status screen, and as usual, it looks like he's making smooth progress. His mental fortitude and armament are the same, but his physical fortitude has increased thanks to all the training he's been doing. His armament will also probably increase when he gets the Murasama from the midterm exams. The only thing he's not sure of is the assimilation rate. It has gone up a lot, and it looks like it will soon unlock something special for him. Maybe it's related to what he has done so far. It's still annoying that he doesn't know what it is, and it's not like he can ask anyone else either. At the bottom of the status screen, though, there's something new. His blessing of painlessness has increased by 10 seconds, meaning he can now use it for a total of 40 seconds. It looks like his hard work is finally paying off. As the days go by and the groups continue to meet up to discuss their battle strategy for the exam, Gama keeps training and honing his skills until finally the day of the exam arrives. All the groups stand in front of the subspace gate, and Gama can tell it has a completely different vibe than the training ground subspace. The rest of his team arrives as well, and they seem just as excited as he is. In their previous meetings, they decided on each person's role. Rachel will lead the front as the main damage dealer, while Leon takes a central role as the leader to keep everyone together. Speed Weapon will be behind Leon as support, while Chloe works with Rachel as a secondary damage dealer. Finally, Gama will take up the rear guard behind everyone else, making for a solid team. Gama takes a second to look at all their equipment and how powerful it is. Rachel has S-rank gear called the Vermilion Phoenix Halberd, and although Leon doesn't have Balmung yet, he still has a powerful sword. Lastly, Speed Weapon's gear is a recorder. I guess the support role also provides musical entertainment. Rachel assures him that the recorder is one of the few S-rank items that provides healing. And even Gama knows that a healing S-rank armament is ridiculously hard to come by. Owning a piece of equipment like that is incredible, and he moves in for a closer look, much to Speed Weapon's surprise. Their chat is cut short as a voice comes on the intercom to announce that the first-year midterms are about to start. The Wolf class instructor, Lee Wanbin, comes over to talk to the students. They already have a good grasp of the rules, so he keeps the discussion brief. He tells them not to hesitate to run away if things get hectic. There's no reason to risk their lives for extra credit. If they get injured or wish to surrender, they can just call for the supervising instructor. Now that the exam is officially about to start, Leon tells them to do their best and not be nervous. Chloe seems anxious, and Gama asks her what's wrong. She reminds him that mermaids are known to appear on the island. But Gama reassures her that the instructors have already confirmed the area is clear. Chloe tries to take his word for it, but she can't help feeling nervous. Back in Sicily, where she grew up, mermaids were often sighted, and they were known to cause massive amounts of damage. Humans now have a truce with demonic beings, so they're rarely seen outside of dungeons. Still, the fact that these rumors persist is unsettling, especially since the truce has made it difficult to confirm the conditions under which mermaids appear. He places a hand on her head to calm her down. As the teachers call for the cadets to step through the gate, she smiles and decides to put her faith in Gama. Much later, she hears Gama's voice calling for her through a haze in her mind. It looks like she lost focus for a moment, and now everything has been turned on its head. When she opens her eyes, she sees Gama and the others standing in front of something large and powerful. Rachel asks Speed Weapon if he's been able to contact an instructor, but since they're in a cave. His phone has no signal. Meanwhile, someone is lying on the ground bleeding and clearly in danger. And there in front of them is the cause of all this chaos, a mermaid. Let's rewind a bit to see how our group ended up in this terrible situation. As soon as they arrived on Skapulai Island, the first major problem they all faced was motion sickness from the gate. The only one who seems unaffected is Gama, who boasts that he doesn't get motion sick. Not long after that, they had their first encounter with a merman. It stared at them in surprise for a moment before scurrying away. As disgusting as they look, they are way smaller than Gama expected. Leon confirms that the one they saw is too small to be worth any points. To find the adult mermen, the group has to head to their assigned location. Chloe goes on ahead to scout while the rest of the group follows at a slower pace. Eventually, they reach their destination and Chloe returns from scouting to report what she's found. She tells them there's a cave about 500 yards ahead of them, and she leads the way. Before they even enter the dark, ominous-looking cave, dozens of eyes are already staring out at them. Leon can tell there are about 50 to 60 mermen in the cave all gathered around a campfire. Defeating that many mermen will definitely guarantee them first place in the midterms. But the group has to consider their safety first. Entering the cave will cut off their signal, making it difficult to contact an instructor. It's a high-risk, high-reward decision, and it all comes down to their group leader, Leon. Before coming to the island, he took great care in assigning a role to each member of the team. Now it's his time to lead them to victory again. Without hesitation, Leon makes his decision and sends Rachel in to start the attack. Rachel leans back and sends a golden spear shooting into the cave. The spear lands right in the campfire, extinguishing it and stunning the mermen. Before they can see where it came from, Rachel is already upon them. And in a second, several merman heads go flying. Speed Weapon is next focusing his power to buff Rachel's skills, making it easier for her to pick them off one by one. Gama can't help but gasp in awe at her power. That doesn't go unnoticed by Chloe, and the yandere pulls out her katana, activating her blessing to take on the merman as well. She immediately rushes in to match Rachel's kill count, taking out mermen as the two charge toward each other. They aren't slowing down even as they continue to get closer and closer to each other. Gama gets worried that they have no intention of slowing down at all. They get within inches of each other before turning in unison to take out the last merman between them. Then they step away from each other and continue taking out the others while Gama breathes a sigh of relief. In the end, he worried about them for nothing, and with their combined efforts, all 60 mermen are slain. It looks like they're done here, so Leon suggests they move on to continue the exam. That kind of determination and leadership is what makes the blonde MC the heart of their team. This just further proves to Gama that Leon really is the true protagonist of the game. There's no way anyone could replicate those heroic qualities. As Gama's mind wanders, he glances away from Lion for a second. He looks back just in time to see the blonde hero collapse, having taken a fatal blow to the stomach. The others stare in shock as a powerful presence emerges from the pool of dead mermen behind Gama. It's a demonoid mermaid, the exact monster Chloe feared would suddenly appear. Gama knew things were going way too smoothly for them. Now the big question is whether they should run for it or stand and fight. There's no guarantee they can even escape to safety while trying to protect an injured lion. Rachel tells Speed Weapon to call the instructors about the mermaid's appearance. But just as Gama feared, the cave is interfering with their signal and they can't contact anyone. Everyone starts to panic, but Gama is the only one keeping a cool head. With Lion down for the count, there's only one person who can take charge. He steps forward and starts giving orders. First, he tells Rachel to keep the mermen away from the group no matter what. Next, he orders Speed Weapon to pour every healing blessing he has into Lion. Finally, he snaps Chloe out of her daze, telling her to evacuate the other cadets and inform the instructors about the situation. It takes a moment for his words to register, but she quickly heads off to follow his orders. With everyone now having their orders, Gama steps up to face the mermaid, much to his teammates' shock. He tells Rachel and Speed Weapon that he's leaving the mermen to them. As for the mermaid, he smirks that cutting up big fish has always been his specialty. On a more serious note, demons can use a unique power similar to a human's blessings. It's called magic, a power so strong it took down the protagonist Lion in a single hit. That's the power gap between humans and demons. Even with the sword god's blessing, Gama has no guarantee he'll survive this fight. Even in the original game, taking down a magic-wielding demon was impossible without a full party. And yet here he is about to solo a boss that normally requires a full-scale raid. In other words, Gama is in way over his head, but there's no backing out now. It should take Chloe about 10 minutes to get help. Despite that, Gama figures he only has 40 seconds to take this overgrown fish down before he meets a fate worse than the main characters. Rachel struggles to hold back the merman while Speed Weapon pours all his energy into healing Lion. The wound is deep, but it's slowly starting to close. Despite the daunting task at hand, Speed Weapon can't help but watch Gama. Just looking at the mermaid makes Speed Weapon's bones shiver, yet Gama plans to fight it all by himself. The demon strikes first, firing the same energy beam that took down Lion. Gama deftly dodges the attack and rushes in with his knife, closing the distance. The mermaid seems to specialize in long-range attacks using water magic. Gama might not know much about magic, but he knows this demon is still just a fish made of flesh and bone. To win, all he has to do is get in close and start cutting. He leaps toward the demon for a slice, but it dodges and makes a beeline for Speed Weapon instead. Before it can reach him, Gama intercepts and manages to slice off one of the monster's fins, making it scream in pain. The cut was far too shallow. Our MC goes in for another strike, but the creature quickly dodges and dissolves into water. Since the mermaid targeted Speed Weapon, it seems to be deliberately picking off the weaker or injured members. Lion is partially healed now, and Speed Weapon anxiously calls out to Gama. Seeing that Lion is doing better, Gama gives a quick nod before turning back to the fight. In Speed Weapon's eyes, Gama is unbelievably cool right now. During a previous conversation, Speed Weapon had mentioned how he admired heroes who sacrifice themselves for others. But ever since he enrolled in the academy, he hasn't met anyone who truly fits the title of hero. That's why he joined Rachel's group, hoping Lion would be the hero he was looking for. He even once bluntly told Gama that, in his opinion, Gama was the furthest thing from a hero. And yet, in this insane situation, the one stepping up and risking his own life is none other than Gama. The mermaid continues its assault, launching fish-shaped magic blasts that Gama skillfully weaves through. This time, however, the blasts don't just fly past him, they turn around and start to follow. The mermaid can control them, and they begin chasing Gama all around the cave. With Gama preoccupied, the demon once again tries to attack Speed Weapon. Gama gets there just in time to slash the monster before it can attack, but the cut is shallow again. He realizes he can't take it down with these small wounds. If he wants to end this, Gama's going to have to land a deep, decisive stab. The mermaid fires another blast at Gama, but he dodges this time, sending the attack punching through the cave ceiling and shooting straight into the sky. The blast is so powerful that cadets all over the mountain spot it, followed immediately by a deafening roar. To top it all off, it suddenly starts to rain. An instructor leading one of the groups urges them to move the wounded quickly before the downpour complicates things. Back in the cave, the mermen begin to retreat, giving the cadets a brief respite. The mermaid is buried under rubble from the collapsed ceiling, but Gama is certain she's not dead. And just as he suspects, the mermaid bursts from the pile of rocks and charges toward the students. Gama hasn't been able to fight at full strength this whole time because he's been focused on protecting the injured Lion. With the merman retreating, he tells Rachel to look after Speed Weapon and Lion for him. Speed Weapon is in disbelief that Gama is about to take on a demon all by himself. He thought our MC was a madman before, but now he realizes he might be witnessing the birth of a legend. Meanwhile, Gama is just relieved that he can finally focus on the fight without worrying about his teammates. He only has 10 seconds of the painless blessing left, so he has to make every moment count if he wants to survive. Gama and the mermaid face off for a tense moment before charging at each other. Elsewhere, Chloe is sprinting through the forest, desperately searching for help. She's exhausted, but she knows she can't stop or everyone she left behind will be in grave danger. Her body is screaming in pain, but the more she wants to stop, the more she thinks about Gama, who's back in that cave, fighting the monster alone for their sake. Gama is truly the strongest person she has ever met. He clearly dislikes fighting and avoids drawing his blade whenever he can. He only ever chooses to fight when there is absolutely no other option. Since Gama made the right call by staying to fight the mermaid, she knows she has to do her part and get help. Still, she can't help but feel that if she were just a little stronger, she might have been able to help him. Behind her, a massive explosion echoes from the direction of the cave, and she knows it's the sound of Gama fighting the mermaid. Distracted by worry, she trips on a vine and stumbles, but manages to break her fall and keep running. She knows she can't stop until she finds help. As she pushes forward, she senses a presence up ahead. She can't sense it clearly because her mind is in a panic, but her first thought is that it must be more mermen. She draws her sword and swings at the figure closest to her, but to her surprise, they parry the attack with their own sword. That's because it's not a merman, it's Abel. The moment she realizes she's finally found help, Chloe's strength gives out and she collapses. Abel's teammates immediately grow suspicious, thinking it might be an ambush. Meanwhile, Chloe weakly tries to tell them to go help Gama. Luckily, Abel recognizes her from the time she and Rachel visited Gama's class. Back in the cave, Speed Weapon is completely awestruck by what he's witnessing, wondering if he'll ever see anything this astonishing again. Gama moves like a master swordsman, dismantling his opponent with the same precise skill a chef would use on a cutting board. At this point, it's more than just a fight with a demonoid. Gama is completely and utterly overwhelming it. The scene unfolding before him is something that will be etched into his memory for the rest of his life. Even Rachel, the successor to the Spear Clan who grew up surrounded by powerful warriors, has clearly never witnessed skill of this caliber. Even so, she's the one who snaps to her senses, first pushing Speed Weapon out of the way of a stray attack. Speed Weapon was so mesmerized by the fight that he nearly forgot where he was. Gama's opponent isn't just a monster, it's a demon that uses magic. A sword against magic is never a good matchup, even if our MC currently has the upper hand. If the demon unleashes some unblockable magic, Gama will be in serious trouble, and as soon as Speed Weapon thinks it. As if on cue, the mermaid raises its hands and unleashes a new spell, Needle Squall. The raindrops all around them crystallize and freeze, and for a moment everything goes still. Then the mermaid lowers its hand, and the razor-sharp crystallized raindrops rain down on Gama. He dodges some, and parries others, but the frozen needles are too much for his knife and the blade begins to chip and crack under the assault. Instead of discarding the broken weapon, Gama hurls it at the mermaid, where it tears straight through the creature's side, leaving a gaping hole. Gama immediately follows up, aiming a final powerful slash to cut right through the mermaid's flesh. But the mermaid manages to dodge at the last second, grabbing a nearby merman to use as a shield model. It then charges up a massive attack right in front of our main character. This one is way too close, and there's absolutely no way he can dodge it. Just before the attack hits, and he starts to panic, his mind is suddenly transported to a clear, open space. In that space, he sees a red line indicating where he should cut, and he hears a voice telling him that if he can slice it, it will be severed. Instead of dodging, Gama readjusts his grip on the knife and slices right through the magic attack. The cut sends a massive shockwave through the area, and by the time the smoke clears, Gama is standing over the mermaid's lifeless body. The demon lets out a few final gurgles, and Gama just kicks it back down into the pool it crawled out of. Rachel and Speed Weapon stare at the scene in utter shock. Somehow a freshman defeated a demonoid all by himself. Suddenly, Gama collapses to his knees and starts coughing up blood. Rachel is the first one to react, rushing over to him, while Speed Weapon checks on Lion. Thankfully, Lion is fine, but they hear other sounds behind them. Speed Weapon spins around, thinking the mermen that fled have returned. Instead, it's Abel and her team, carrying an unconscious and injured Chloe. The first thing Abel notices is Rachel, gently stroking an unconscious Gama's head. The sight makes her angry for some reason, but she pushes the feeling aside to assess the situation. The rest of the team looks like they all have one foot in the grave, and yet Lion seems perfectly fine. She informs them that she's already contacted the academy, and help will be arriving in about an hour. Now that help is on the way, she wants to know what in the world happened here. She asks Speed Weapon to explain, but he's more frustrated with the academy and the instructors who claimed they had thoroughly scouted the island. He doubts they'll believe him anyway, but he begins to recount what he witnessed. Speed Weapon gives Abel the short version of what happened and how Gama defeated the mermaid single-handedly. Just as he predicted, she can barely believe it. Even the fairy tales her grandfather told her as a child were more believable than this. And yet, as ridiculous as the story sounds, the evidence all around them proves it's the truth. Besides, why would they lie about something like this? Still, Abel just can't accept it. She is a descendant of the acclaimed hero Baylor Yawen and his disciple Aaron Nilong. That's the lineage she comes from, and it has blessed her with a special attribute since birth. Her bloodline has always been brimming with promise and potential, and she has put in an incredible amount of effort to make sure she isn't overshadowed by her heritage. And yet, even with everything going for her and with how far she's come, Gama continues to prove that there is a ridiculously large gap between their skills. Abel can't help but feel a mixture of fear, dread, and admiration. She tells the healer in her group to try and treat Gama while they wait for the instructors. After getting a better look at him, she can see he's completely battered and at death's door, and yet he fought a demonoid all on his own and came out victorious. Abel can't help but look at him with envy. Speed Weapon snaps her out of it, telling her it would probably be best if they don't tell the instructors the full story. The academy claims they scouted the island beforehand, yet a demonoid popped out of a cave that would be easily noticeable to any cadet. Some things just aren't adding up in this whole story. Lion tries to cut straight to the point and asks Speed Weapon if he thinks there's a spy from the demon factions within the academy. Lion quickly tries to backtrack since that's not exactly what he meant, but they can't completely rule out that possibility either. It's undeniable that this cave is hard for cadets to miss, and just as Speed Weapon said, if it weren't for Gama, then Lion's group would have been torn to shreds. There have been conflicts big and small during the 700-year truce, but there was never a time when demons dared to touch the Academy's cadets. There was even a clause in the truce stating that an act like this would be justification for war. Speed Weapon pulls them out of their spiraling thoughts, assuring them that they're probably blowing things out of proportion. It's not a bad idea to be wary of a possible spy in the Academy, but it's way too soon to be jumping to conclusions. For now, they just need to make sure their stories are straight. If there really is a spy, then Gama will definitely become a target once word gets out that he defeated a demonoid by himself. Abel doesn't really agree with keeping things under wraps like this. But since Gama worked so hard for their sake and everyone else seems to agree, she suggests they talk to her grandfather first. The cadets return to the academy and Gama is taken to the infirmary. He wakes up to the bright sun on his face, almost surprised that he's still alive. The last thing he remembers is the mermaid firing a magic sphere right before it died. It wasn't an attack that he could dodge, but he just barely managed to see it. He used his sashimi knife to cut through a line and the magic severed into two halves before bursting. Looking back at it, the magic sphere was definitely water. On top of that, after activating the sword god's blessing, he felt something that he can't describe. He calls his blessing just to make sure, and the screen pops up in front of him again. His mental fortitude has increased by 1, and that's most likely why he didn't get scared when he faced the mermaid. It also looks like his assimilation rate has increased enough for him to unlock the mysterious attribute. The next attribute will be unlocked when his assimilation rate reaches 15%. Maybe this strange unlockable is what allowed him to see the red line to cut with the mermaid. As he's thinking about his blessing, the door opens and a familiar figure dashes in. It's Media, and she wastes no time wrapping Gama in a tight hug. She fusses over him as Gama tries his hardest to breathe through her death hug. She pulls away from him eventually and apologizes, but then reveals why she came here to see him. She opens up a dimensional pocket through her purse. She pulls out the reward from the pocket, and it's what he had been hoping to get from the midterm exam. The Murasame sword. The Murasame is a B-rank sword with high stats, and it's exactly what Gama was looking for. He stares at it in disbelief as Media asks him if he likes it. She apologizes for giving it to him in this kind of situation since he should have gotten it officially. Meanwhile, someone lurks at the door watching the whole interaction. Media calls out to the person and tells them to just get in the room instead of stalking at the door like some kind of shy creep. Siegfried Nibelung clears his throat and walks through the door sheepishly to stand beside Media. This interaction gives Gama a strange sense of déjà vu considering what happened when he first came to the academy. He asks what exactly the Sword Emperor is doing here as well. Media reveals that she heard what happened from his teammates. Then they both bow their heads and apologize on behalf of the whole academy. They are to blame for everything that happened during the midterms. Because of their negligence, everyone who was there nearly lost their lives. Gama can't bring himself to speak as she continues to talk. She swears to him that they will uncover the truth behind the incident. Siegfried speaks up as well and thanks him for saving the cadets. Gama nervously scratches his cheek and meekly tells them that he did what he could. Media continues and says that even though his actions were remarkable, they need to keep the incident under wraps. Media is sure that the mastermind behind this incident is in the academy, and they have to keep things quiet if they don't want this leaking out to the public. Gama understands and doesn't hold their decision against them. Media smiles and says that sometimes Gama acts like an old man trapped in a teenage boy's body. The two administrators leave the room and make their way back to the administrative block. As they walk through the halls, Media asks her old friend if he remembers the day they met. After enrolling in the school for the first time, Siegfried was laying on a bench and she told him to shove it. In response, Siegfried drew his sword without a word. Siegfried pretends not to remember anything and Media smiles slightly. The whole thing feels like it happened just yesterday, but it's already been 60 years since then. Yet even with that, they haven't filled a tenth of Walken Academy's history. Back when they enrolled, the school was already ancient and filled to the brim with history. There were big and small incidents, but the academy nurtured and protected its cadets for 700 years. Suddenly, the atmosphere changes, and Media's aura causes the surrounding windows to shatter. Before the midterm, she received reports that they had completed multiple preliminary surveys of the island. Even though it was rare, the Scopuli Island was known as a ground for mermaid sightings, so she took every precaution to make sure that nothing would happen to her precious students. And yet something terrible like this would happen under her watch. Siegfried places a calming hand on her shoulder, and she snaps out of it with an apologetic look. Then she immediately switches to fangirl mode as she thinks about how amazing Gama is. The fact that he took a mermaid down all by himself is incredible, and she asks Siegfried what he thinks. Siegfried has seen natural-born talent countless times. He has seen many names hailed as the chosen ones of their era only for them to lose sight of their light. In families of heroes that are desperate for glory and honor, the word genius is recklessly thrown around. When a child shows the slightest bit of promise, they are called a genius because of their bloodline. It's also a word that he forbade from being used to describe even his own granddaughter, Abel. But for someone like Gama, whose talent is just off the charts, maybe the word genius truly only applies to him. If he keeps gaining experience, Siegfried can only wonder just how far he'll go. Perhaps Kangama could even reach the heights that Siegfried himself could only dream of. Siegfried doesn't answer her question, simply walking past Ma, but he does advise her to stay at the academy for the time being. She smiles and follows him, and the two make small talk as they walk through the halls. Later, Gama gets out of the hospital and heads to class like any other day. Just as the headmaster ordered, the fact that he defeated a demonoid on Scopuli Island seems to have been kept quiet. Gama can't help but think his classmates are so carefree only because he was the one who stopped the mermaid. The first thing he did after getting discharged was visit the school's forge to have Murasame reshaped and enhanced. With the sword god's blessing, the sword currently felt like nothing more than a metal rod to him. So reforging it was an absolute must. He immediately went to see the blacksmith. Now all he can do is hope for a successful enhancement. As he's mulling over everything that's happened, he hears Chloe call his name. He turns to see her hobbling towards him on crutches, her leg in a cast. Thanks to Speed's emergency treatment, the doctor said she should be able to walk without crutches in about a week. Despite her injuries, she seems to be doing much better. Even though Gama took down the mermaid by himself, it was a team effort that got them all out of there alive. Chloe's distress call, Rachel clearing out the mermen, and Speed's healing and blessings all played a crucial part in that battle. The only one who didn't really pull his weight was Leon. Gama can't help but wonder how he's supposed to defeat the Demon King with that kind of fighting spirit. Maybe it's because he got injured first or something. Their chat is cut short when their instructor barges into the classroom telling everyone to sit down and listen up for a few announcements before the training assembly. Once all the students are seated, he informs them that they'll have a co-instructor joining them. The students are initially annoyed by this sudden change until they see just who will be instructing them. Siegfried calmly walks in, and to the entire class's astonishment, instructor Lee Wan-bin bows to him respectfully. Even Gama can't hide his shock at seeing the strongest human alive show up in his classroom. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an old man is thrown against a wall, then grabbed by the scruff of his neck and pinned there. A pink-haired woman slaps the old man across the face, sending him flying to the ground. He apologizes to the woman instructor Kim, who is struggling to catch her breath. This woman mercilessly beating him is the 5th Demon Corps commander, and she is clearly not pleased. She demands to know why he didn't cooperate when he had the chance. The man tries to apologize again, but that just earns him another smack across the face. Clearly, the purple-haired instructor is done with apologies. The whole point of this scheme was to make sure Leon came back from the exams half dead. He might be a hero candidate, but there's no way he could take on a mermaid all by himself. But now, thanks to this old man's incompetence, Leon is safe and sound back at the academy. Instructor Kim gives the elder another kick to the face, but immediately regrets it when she sees that she got blood on her shoes. She still can't believe a full-fledged demonoid was taken down by a bunch of first-years. Then again, looking at the new students who joined this year, she can't say she's all that surprised. The elder speaks up, clarifying that the mermaid was taken on by just one cadet. Instructor Kim assumes he's talking about Leon, but he clarifies that it was the academy's top student, Kangama. The Demon Corps commander recognizes the name the special admission student, and that tells her everything she needs to know. It seems she has some new prey to hunt. However, the prey in question isn't exactly living a glamorous life at the moment. Wolf class is at it again, with their daily training, with the exception of Chloe, who's still on the sidelines with her cast and crutches. Gama can't help but feel jealous that she gets to rest while he's forced to run for his life alongside his classmates. And to make it worse, there's now an older man breathing down his neck after every lap, and he's surprisingly fast and nimble for his age. Siegfried runs right up next to Gama and pushes him to run faster, wondering if he's still injured from the midterms. It's certainly strange for the Sword Emperor himself to be running drills with first-year students, let alone a special admission student. Siegfried Fonibelong is the man who will one day inherit the title of Sword Saint and become one of humanity's greatest champions. Not only that, but during the Second Demon War, he's also destined to become Leon's swordsmanship master. He's a character whose importance skyrockets in the latter half of the story. So why is someone this significant training with Wolf class? The main story has clearly started to go off track, and now it's pretty much falling apart. Come to think of it, Leon never ended up receiving the Sword Saint title, and that ended up being a pretty big issue in his past life. But Leon can't inherit the Sword Saint family because he's not part of the Nebulong bloodline. So it doesn't matter. That doesn't make the situation any less uncomfortable for Gama, though especially considering the jealous glares his classmates keep shooting him. With how close Siegfried is to Gama, it almost looks like they are running together. Siegfried also takes moments to try and educate Gama, telling him that the foundation of any warrior comes from their physical strength and endurance. No matter how talented or outstanding someone is, it's completely worthless if their body cannot support it. Once he gets Gama motivated, he runs ahead, expecting his student to keep up with him. After their running laps are done, it's time for field training. For this training, personal weapons are strictly prohibited. Instead, the students will have to use one of the weapons provided by the school and learn to master it. Siegfried dumps a variety of different weapons on the ground. He notices that there is even a sashimi knife among the pile. The rest of the students are surprised by this sudden condition that their teacher has given them. One of them asks why it wouldn't be better to just use the weapons passed down by their families. That's because the basics are more important than anything else. The more a person relies on high-grade weapons, the more they will start to neglect their training, and it's easy to mistake the power of a weapon for one's own strength. At the end of the day, a master can never blame their equipment. Those words resonate with Gama specifically, and he nods his head in agreement. With no more room for idle chit-chat, the Sword Emperor tells the students to pick up the weapons and master the basics with them. Cadets who can handle ordinary weapons skillfully also have a high probability of receiving a high score in the class, which will affect their promotion evaluation at the end of the year. That additional bit of information gets the rest of the students excited, and they rush to pick up any weapon they can find. Gama naturally goes towards the sashimi knife, laying unnoticed on the floor. As soon as he picks it up, he notices Siegfried's eyes watching him. The students gather together again after picking up their weapons, and Siegfried tells them that they will spend the day getting accustomed to their new weapons by performing one-on-one training between the cadets without a subspace. To make sure that the students don't go overboard with their training, Siegfried suggests that he gives a demonstration of proper sparring. Li Wenbin prepares himself to spar against the Sword Emperor, but him shivering in fear makes it obvious that he's not prepared for this. In his whole life, this has to be the biggest crisis he has ever faced. However, Siegfried has a different idea in mind. He calls for Gama to come forward for the spar. Siegfried is also holding one of the novice weapons from the pile of old tools, but in his hands, the piece of junk looks especially sharp. The other students are still jealous and confused by the fact that the Sword Emperor himself is calling Gama out personally. Gama comes out, and before they start, he asks Gama if his bones have healed. Once he gets a positive answer, he tells our MC to pick up his sword. This is just a sparring match, but Gama thinks that this is way too much. If he crosses swords with the Sword Emperor, it's clear that this won't end easily. If this gets out of hand, at least one of them will lose a hand. And if they are unlucky, then even a head will roll. Despite those thoughts, though, maybe because of the influence of divine power, his instincts are craving for a fight. Gama tries to de-escalate the situation and says that he's nothing compared to the Sword Emperor, so Siegfried should lower his sword. The rest of his classmates mock him behind his back, making fun of the fact that he's chickening out of a fight. Siegfried also isn't impressed, and calls Gama out for continuing to hide his power and his pride as a swordsman. There's no reason for Gama to have such extraordinary talent while living as a cowardly person. Pride is a word that Gama had engraved in his heart ever since he claimed the title of the greatest swordsman in the country. Those characteristics are also the reason why he never put down his sword. The provocation from the Sword Emperor is supposed to test him, and if he falls for the provocation in this situation, then he will definitely end up regretting it for a long time. Still, he can't ignore his pride as a swordsman and his urge to fight. Lee Wenbin notices Gama's change in demeanor and rushes to stop what's about to happen, but Siegfried stops him. It seems like Gama has already made up his mind. Gama pulls out the sashimi knife from its cover and prepares for a fight. The two of them stare each other down for a moment, and even at 70, Siegfried can recognize vividly the enlightenment he gained through the sword. When he was younger, he remembered a one-armed wandering knight who taught him the way of the sword. The knight's swordsmanship was on another level, a realm he's been chasing ever since. And now he thinks the boy he's been watching since the allocation test, Gama, might just be the one to lead him there. Gama takes the initiative and charges at Siegfried, but the swordmaster is ready, greeting him with a swift slash. Gama is quick enough to dodge and pivot for a counterattack, but Siegfried deflects it with his own blade, and their swords clash once more. Siegfried finds Gama's boldness inspiring. He charges head-on without a hint of hesitation. As they continue to fight, Siegfried notices that Gama's physical abilities have improved dramatically. He can even push back the Sword Emperor with surprising ease. However, Siegfried's own blade is far from light, and he's determined not to take this match lightly. Meanwhile, the other students are completely lost as they watch the duel unfold. As far as they're concerned, Gama just got lucky in his last subspace sparring match against Nox. And yet here's the Sword Emperor himself paying special attention to a mere special admission student like Gama. They're hoping the Sword Emperor teaches him a lesson so harsh it brings him to tears. But after several minutes, the fighters are just standing still, staring at each other. Lee Wenbin, however, knows exactly what's going on. They aren't just standing still, they've entered a state of combat the Wolf-class instructor never thought possible. Before the spar, he had warned Siegfried that if the headmaster found out about this, things could get seriously out of hand and the other cadets might even be put in danger. But Siegfried assured him he had no intention of crossing real swords with Gama. He already knew our MC had the ability to enter a special place. This place is called the Mental Realm. To enter this realm and hold his own against Siegfried, Gama must be on a completely different level than anyone imagined. A duel in the mental realm is an intense battle of wits. And Siegfried can already tell from their brief exchange that Gama is growing at an astonishing rate. If that's the case, the Sword Emperor decides he needs to take things up a notch as well. He activates a powerful blessing called Sword Spirit Protection. Even outside the mental realm, the students can feel the intense pressure radiating from them. The blue light glowing from Siegfried's sword is definitely some kind of aura. It seems the battle was so intense that it shattered the mental realm, pulling them both back to reality. Things are starting to get out of hand. If Lee Wenbin doesn't intervene now, there's going to be bloodshed. But before he can make a move, Gama and Siegfried lunge at each other, but a powerful shout stops them dead in their tracks. Medea arrives just in time, her sheer anger causing the very ground beneath her to crack. The fight is over, and Siegfried is dragged to Medea's office for a stern scolding. He apologizes, but the headmaster isn't buying his half-hearted excuses. She tears into him for going completely overboard and picking a fight with a student, especially after she pulled so many strings to get him a job as an instructor. For a moment there, Siegfried lost his cool and unleashed his full aura. He probably would have gotten an even worse earful. But as soon as Medea arrived and de-escalated the situation, he immediately turned to her and apologized. In over 50 years of knowing him, Medea has never once heard him apologize. And yet today he said it not just once, but twice. That's the only reason she's even trying to listen to him calmly right now. She asks him directly why he would use the Sword Spirit's blessing on a student. If Medea hadn't arrived exactly when she did, things could have turned deadly. Siegfried explains that if he hadn't released the blessing, he wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand against Gama. That stops Medea in her tracks. For someone as proud as Siegfried to admit such a thing, the situation must be truly unbelievable. She's aware of Gama's innate talent. But she also knows better than anyone just how powerful Siegfried is. Then he drops a bombshell. Gama has already reached the mental realm. Siegfried, by comparison, didn't master it until he was nearly 30. The fact that a 17-year-old has already achieved it is more than Medea can fathom. Siegfried doesn't understand it either, but he can't deny what he experienced firsthand. All this new information is too much for Medea to process, but then she recalls what she saw when she went to check on Gama after stopping the fight. The moment she ran to his side, any semblance of her dignity as an educator or as one of the 7 stars completely vanished. In that moment, the only emotion she felt toward Gama was fear. A fear similar to the feeling she had when she met the 6th Division Commander Voss. She can't figure out why she gets such an eerie feeling from one of her own students, but it definitely lends more credibility to Siegfried's wild story. She then asks Siegfried, point blank, if he lost, and the normally calm and quiet man becomes irate in an instant. He yells that even if Gama's talent is innate, there's no way it could compare to his. On top of that, he even claims he wasn't fully armed at the time, which is why things turned out the way they did. Madadya calls him out for breaking his own rule about blaming his equipment. And is equipment really a valid excuse when you're up against a student? The way he's overreacting just makes him look ridiculous. Her words make him so angry that he tries to activate the Sword Spirit's blessing right there, but a firm slap from Madadya snaps him out of it. Elsewhere, Gama wakes up from a dream where he relived the fight with Siegfried. Everything ended well, but the Sword Emperor is pretty hot-headed. If Madadya hadn't intervened, things could have gotten really dangerous. The mental realm is also a really strange thing to experience. It's a state that's only achieved when one grasps full mastery and understanding of their weapon. It's an active space that can be triggered when certain conditions are met, and only top-tier masters who have honed a single weapon for their entire lives can enter it. Because of this, even in the World Miracles Blessing game, not even 10 heroes can freely enter the mental realm. Leon, the protagonist, blessed with the qualities of a hero, needed 3 years of private training just to set foot in it. That's the point where Gama stopped playing. However, Gama managed to do it right away. Maybe it was because of his sashimi knife. Including his previous life, he has been using the sashimi knife for more than 20 years. What's more, every time he unleashed the Sword Spirit's blessing, he would experience a concentration that went beyond normal perception. The tangled web between his current and past lives starts to intertwine, helping him break through difficult situations. Based on his experiences so far, avoiding problems only makes things worse. Rather than being swept along passively, it would be better to tackle what he can and solve things step by step. Now that he can freely control the mental realm, he can probably try to train in combat without relying on the sword god's blessing. He stands up from the bed and slowly draws his sashimi knife. Then, after concentrating for a moment, he re-enters the mental realm. Then, in an instant, the realm shatters and a large hand reaches in through the void toward him. It stretches down and a single finger touches Gama's shoulder, snapping him out of his trance and filling the hand holding the knife with aura. Whatever it is, though, it's too much for the knife, and the weapon disintegrates. Elsewhere, some elders argue among themselves in a dimly lit room. The same old man who was talking to the Demon Corps commander is now arguing with the rest of the Academy's elders. His main goal is to convince the other elders to investigate Gama on the suspicion that he might be a hero candidate. The rest of the elders don't agree since it's already well known that the hero candidate is Lion. The elder argues that Lion is still half-baked and can't even properly manifest his blessing. Meanwhile, Gama has shown some very obvious capabilities first demonstrated when he took down the Genius Twins during the class placement exam. What's more, Madadya is also blocking information about him under the pretense of protecting a student. Everything about him is just way too suspicious, which means they have to investigate. He also reminds them that the 7 stars have been meddling in their affairs way too much. And ever since Madadya, who is one of the 7 stars, became the Academy director, their standing as elders has been severely weakened. After Basman was defeated, the public only paid attention to the 7 stars treating the elders like outdated relics. If a hero were to appear, it would damage their standing even more. The other elders agree, feeling they need some sort of public enemy if they want to maintain their power. They unanimously agree the hero that threatens the Demon King must be eliminated. This man only became an elder of the Academy thanks to the purple-haired instructor, which is why he's trying so hard to strong-arm the others. If he doesn't do something here, then Aore, the 5th Demon King Division commander, will definitely make him wish he were dead. After a bit more persuasion, the elders finally reach a verdict: Gama needs to be investigated and eliminated. For that, they'll have to issue orders to the Aditor family. That isn't the only problem on Gama's plate, though. Right now, he's staring daggers at the blacksmith he trusted with his weapon, who is now backing away in fear. Despite his hopes of using the Murasami as something other than a sashimi knife, somehow Volander managed to turn his one hope of escaping the sword god's blessing into an actual sashimi knife. And if that wasn't bad enough, the sword has also been downgraded from a B rank to an E rank weapon. Even Volander is baffled. In his 30 years as a blacksmith, he has never seen anything like this happen before. What happened was, when he tried to work on the sword, it was as if the blade itself refused to be forged. He hastily melted the metal and reforged it, but he barely managed to give it a proper shape. If any ordinary blacksmith had tried this, they would have just ended up with a useless lump of metal. Even with Gama's 20 years of experience with knives, he can tell that the craftsmanship is impressive. And the specifications are also perfectly aligned with the sword god's blessing, but the hardness is still E rank. The knife still has the potential to be a good weapon though, so if it's reinforced, it will definitely become useful. All Gama has to do is bring the reinforcement materials and he will fix up the weapon with no additional charge. Gama still isn't convinced though, and he angrily asks what will happen if it gets downgraded again. Volander shakily assures him that even as an E-rank weapon, it has the growth potential of an A-rank weapon, and it could grow to become even more powerful. There's also the Never Fail material, which would guarantee that the Murasame will become stronger. But that material can only be obtained from A-rank or higher demonic beasts, and A-rank demonic beasts are on par with E-rank demonoids. So sending him on this quest is the equivalent of telling him to fight something like the mermaid all over again. It would be crazy to risk his life to reinforce equipment, especially when even low-ranked demons drop reinforcement materials. Gama demands a promise, and Volander swears on his honor as a blacksmith. That aside, he wants Volander to refund at least half the cost of the leftover scrap metal, which is worth about 10 million won. Volander can't agree to that, especially since he made the weapon exactly as Gama ordered, and even said he wouldn't charge for enhancement costs. Gama argues that his B-rank sword was reduced to scrap. Considering the market price, his request is more than fair. Volander still tries to argue back, but the glint of the blade and the death glare from Gama are enough to shut him up. Volander, realizing that he can't get out of this, tries to haggle the price down to 500,000, but Gama just counters with 1 million. That's still way too much for him, but Gama isn't going any lower, and his new knife is definitely ready to extract value in other ways. It's either the money or his life, and Volander finally agrees to the price. Gama heads to a lone bench on campus to take another look at his blessing. After obtaining the new weapon, his armament stat has increased, and additional options have become available. The biggest reason he hesitated to use the Sword God's Blessing was because of the excruciating pain, but his new stats have already reduced the pain by 1 level. It can be leveled up further, which means leveling up his pain reduction is now his biggest priority. He tested it earlier, and although the pain is still unbearable, it went from feeling like he was about to die to feeling like he can just barely breathe. Still, if just 1 level reduces the pain this much, then constant leveling means that he might one day be able to use the Sword God's Blessing without any pain. It seems like his armament stat increases when he obtains new weapons or enhances them. Now that midterms are over, weapon enhancement is his top priority to increase his armament level. If he keeps growing at this rate, then he might finally be able to understand this power. Or maybe he'll even figure out who threw him into this world in the first place. As he's eating lunch on the bench, someone sneaks up on him, startling him out of his thoughts. It's Chloe, and it looks like her healing is going along smoothly. She's even taken her cast off, and Gama asks her if she's feeling all right now. She still needs crutches to move around, but she already feels stronger than before. As they're talking, Gama notices a crumb of rice on her face and reaches over to wipe it away. The brief contact is enough to make her swoon and fall right over from sheer joy. But from the ground she notices the Murasame lying on the bench where Gama was sitting. This is the first real weapon she has seen him with. That isn't some kind of kitchen utensil, so it's a pretty big deal. He's still bothered by the fact that it's an E rank. And although he got some money back from the blacksmith, he still needs to gather enough materials to enhance the weapon before it can become truly usable. There's no urgent reason for Gama to get stronger, though. Ever since he cut down the mermaid, he has been able to handle mid-tier magical beasts. The main reason he wants to enhance the weapon is simply to reduce the pain. Chloe misreads his thoughtful expression, thinking he's disappointed that she pointed out the weapon is E rank. She immediately concludes with perfectly sound yandere logic that the blacksmith who upset Gama must die. Gama snaps her out of it, but he also senses that someone or something is watching them from nearby. He strolls over to a nearby tree and gives it a solid kick, causing an unexpected guest to tumble out. It's Chloe's brother Nox, and he doesn't look too pleased about being discovered. Chloe is on edge about his sudden appearance, but Gama can't smell any blood on him, nor does he seem to be armed. Still, he was tailing them, so he must be after something. Nox stands in silence for a moment, making Gama assume the worst, but he quickly clarifies that he isn't there for the usual murderous reasons. He's come to warn Gama that the Academy elders have requested the Adiator family to get rid of him. Chloe confronts Nox, asking if that's the reason for his visit, but he doesn't answer. Instead, he tells her that being away from home for so long has dulled her edge. Chloe ignores him and tells Gama to get behind her so she can protect him. The two guys watch the slightly disabled girl desperately swipe at Nox from a distance before he continues with his warning. Nox doesn't care what Gama has been up to lately, but the elders are strangely fixated on him. It's not just him either. The entire Adiator family feels a sense of unease, so they've temporarily postponed the request. They made the request in secret, even bypassing the academy head. However, since it's a direct order from the elders, it's difficult to ignore. If the pressure keeps up, the family will have no choice but to investigate our MC. Regardless of the reason, since Chloe is a member of the Adiator family, Knox felt she needed to know this as well. That explains his motives perfectly. He came under the pretext of family principles, but in the end, he was just worried about Chloe. With nothing more to say, Knox turns to leave, but Gama stops him for a moment. He wants to ask Knox about his previous comment on Chloe becoming weak while being with him, but the red-haired upperclassman simply turns and walks away. Even he can see that Chloe is happiest by Gama's side, so he decides to let it be. Even Chloe has never seen her brother act this way before. Before leaving, he simply tells Gama to make sure Chloe doesn't get hurt anymore. Gama's initial confusion only angers Knox more, so he hurriedly agrees. Then Knox takes the opportunity to ask Gama directly how he became so strong. Gama seems surprised to be considered strong at all. In his opinion, to be truly strong, one must have the ability to withstand any threat at all times, just like the Sword Emperor. Someone like Gama, who can only maintain that level of strength for less than a minute a day, is hardly at a level where he can boast about his power. Knox used Chloe as an excuse to reveal family secrets to an outsider like him, so there's no way Gama can trust him to keep his mouth shut. So he decides to give Knox a satisfactory answer. He tells the redhead that he lacks desperation. No matter how skilled an Adiator Knox is, there's a certain aura that comes from someone with real-world experience. If he stays cooped up in the academy, he'll eventually hit his growth limit. He needs to get out and gain some real-world experience. If he keeps working hard, he's bound to gain something from it. That's about as much nonsense as Gama can spout without it sounding like a complete lie, so he quickly gets up and leaves, before Knox can ask any more questions. Back in class, the students are learning about history and the nature of blessings. Gama isn't focused on the lecture, however, as he's more preoccupied with the intel that the Academy Elders are targeting him. The Academy Elders are descendants of 5 of Baylor Jawakin's 7 disciples. Gama recalls that they are a group with immense influence not just within the Academy, but across the entire world. In the game, their role was to constantly obstruct the protagonist to protect their own power and safety, earning them the nickname the Corrupt Remnants from players. Since they're supposed to be targeting the main character, why are they suddenly focused on Gama? He jots down some possible reasons for why they would be after him in his notebook. Looking at everything he's accomplished since coming to the school, he's certainly caused a lot of trouble. At this point, it's almost like he's trying to stand out. But regardless of what he's done, it makes no sense for the elders to target him. One incident that stands out is the mermaid he fought on Scopuli Island. It's clear the mermaid wasn't after him, but rather Leon, who is an obstacle in their path. No matter how well the media covered up the incident, the fact that he defeated the mermaid must have reached the ears of the highest echelons of noble society. And the fact they were targeting Leon, a hero candidate, means that someone among them, or perhaps all of them, is colluding with the demons. They didn't just try to get in his way, they actually tried to kill him all just to preserve their own power at the expense of humanity and the Academy's safety. The whole scheme is rotten to the core. Gama could easily storm the Elders' chambers and take them all out, but the timing isn't right. However, he knows that when the day comes, he will absolutely cut them down. This new information solidifies his decision to head into a dungeon for weapon enhancement materials. First things first, he needs to form a party since going it alone would be too difficult. Clue would join him in a heartbeat, but he needs other people too. Instead of a powerhouse like Rachel, he needs someone with more of a strategic mind. The first person he thinks of is Speed Weapon. After class, he makes his way over to the Dragon class to find him. The moment he arrives, he's confronted by some brute who clearly has a problem with Gama being a special student. Gama can tell right away that this third-rate extra is going to be a total pain. Our MC tries to walk away from the confrontation, warning the wannabe bully to back off unless he wants his jaw sliced open. Unsurprisingly, the brute pulls back his fist, ready to throw down. And to Gama, the punch seems laughably slow. Before he can even react, though, someone else beats him to the punch, smashing a fist right into the brute's jaw. The commotion draws a crowd, and everyone sees Speed Weapon blowing on his knuckles, which are sore from the impact. Gama's heard of strength-based mages, but a strength-based healer. That's definitely a first. Speed Weapon then flashes a smile and asks if our MC came looking for him. Gama suggests they talk outside, where he explains the situation he needs to form a party as soon as possible and could use help with recruiting. He proposes that if they team up, the clear rewards will be split evenly among all the party members. In exchange, Gama just wants to keep the materials dropped by the magical beast. The reason he needs help is that if he tried recruiting from his own class, no one except Chloe would ever join. But if Speed Weapon helps recruit from the Dragon class, things should go much more smoothly. Speed Weapon figures that if it weren't for the Academy's rules, Gama could probably clear 5 or 6 dungeons all by himself. That might be true if only he could handle the side effects of his blessing without his magical painkillers. Gama admits he can't even clear a single one alone, but Speed Weapon just brushes it off, thinking Gama is being modest. The conversation shifts to some idle chatter, with Speed Weapon commenting on how much better Gama looks after the whole midterm incident. After a bit more small talk, Speed Weapon accepts Gama's offer since there's no real reason to refuse. Besides, he has a feeling that working with Gama will be an interesting experience. The dungeon Gama has in mind is a C-rank one in Chowlin, called the Buffalo Dungeon. With Gama, Chloe, and Speed Weapon, that makes a party of 3, so they just need one more person to round out the team. Gama immediately says he'd rather not team up with Rachel or Leon, though he doubts either of them would want to join anyway. Rachel has been training in seclusion at the Academy grounds ever since Gama was hospitalized. Leon, on the other hand, is busy preparing for upper-grade dungeon raids with the 2nd and 3rd year students. That's good news as far as Gama is concerned, but it still leaves one spot on the team wide open. Speed Weapon does have someone in mind, but knowing them, they're probably already asleep. Gama finds this hard to believe since it's the middle of the afternoon, but Speed Weapon isn't surprised, saying that's just how this person is. He tells Gama he'll make the introduction, but first they need to swing by the convenience store to pick something up. Later that night, they head over to what appears to be Speed Weapon's house. It's a Japanese-style building, and Gama is surprised. He had no idea a place like this even existed on campus. He never found this place, even back when he played Miracle's Blessing M. In his past life, he was a Japanese cuisine chef who never actually got to visit Japan, though he'd always wanted to. They make their way through a courtyard to the back, where they find the person Speed Weapon was talking about. And just as he predicted, she's sound asleep. He tries to wake her, but it's no use, so he leans in and whispers in her ear, "I brought it." Gama has no idea what it is, but it works like a charm and her eyes snap open instantly. Then Speed Weapon points to Gama and tells her that our MC has what she's looking for. Without a moment's hesitation, she darts toward Gama and snatches the bag right out of his hand. She moves so fast that her momentum carries her into a mid-air spin, and she ends up landing right on top of him. Gama is left completely stunned as this new girl lies on his chest, casually eating the snacks they just bought from the convenience store, while he's just trying to process what in the world just happened. Lying on his chest, she asks if he has any more yangging, a sweet Korean bean paste jelly. In Gama's past life, after a grueling existence of all work and no play, his only escape was the gacha game Miracle Blessing M. And like any true gacha addict, our MC sat hopefully on his porcelain throne after dropping a concerning amount of cash, praying the RNG gods would be on his side. The angel responsible for draining his wallet was none other than the stunning Abel von Nibelung. And just like any other gacha addict, he was in for a rude awakening. He was immensely disappointed to find that RNG is never on your side. It's more likely to spit in your face as a standard but equally rare character flashes on his screen asking for Yangaing. Her name is Saki Ryo, and her beautiful appearance on his screen only cemented the painful truth gacha games are a total scam. Miracle Blessing M is a story-driven game centered around the protagonist Lion and features a whole harem of heroines. Among them, the official main heroine, according to the developers, was Abel von Nibelung. Each heroine had her own unique charms and abilities. But the game's story primarily focused on Lion and Abel overcoming hardships and their blossoming romance. Even Gama, in his past life as a hopeless gacha addict, was captivated by Abel's charm and wailed hard to get her. As a result, the other heroines gradually faded into the background, and the one who faded the fastest was Gama's very first 5-star pull. And just like in his past life here, she was plopping down on his chest and asking for her favorite snack. When he doesn't answer right away, Ryo turns away disappointed and calls him a fool. Despite her nonchalant and seemingly lazy attitude, Ryo is actually a top-tier DPS among ranged attackers. She's also a skill-based character, unlike Lion. Plus, since she has almost no impact on the main story, adding her to the party won't mess with the original plot. So recruiting her should be totally fine for Gama, right? Speed Weapon nervously holds out another piece of candy, which she promptly snatches from his hand, telling him to just spit out what he wants from her. Speed Weapon cuts to the chase, explaining that Gama approached him earlier about forming a team for the Buffalo Dungeon raid in 1 week. Ryo gives him a curious look, then walks right up to him and asks if he's the guy who fought the upperclassmen back in the subspace training. Gama doesn't answer right away, and the two share a tense stare down before Ryo just turns and walks away without a care in the world. This dungeon raid directly affects their grades, so there's no good reason for her to refuse, but Gama seems to be lacking the conviction she was hoping to see. It's a little weird for her to be so judgmental when she looks like she's still half asleep, but she makes it clear she has no interest in working with someone who seems so unmotivated. Speed Weapon tries to vouch for Gama, bringing up the recent fight, but Ryo still isn't convinced. Then, Speed Weapon almost lets it slip about what happened during the midterms with the mermaid. He quickly backpedals before she gets too curious and turns it back on her, reminding her how she shamelessly drools over Yangang. Gama just watches them bicker, completely unimpressed. In his book, a party member can be greedy or rude, but they can't be both. Gama decides there's no reason to waste his time begging her. He simply turns around and tells Speed Weapon they're leaving. They don't need her uncooperative attitude poisoning the party vibe. Ryo coldly asks if the dungeon raid is really that unimportant to him, and the two have another brief stare down. Then without warning, he whips out a concealed knife from his belt and hurls it at one of her archery targets without even looking. The knife hits dead center, and before Ryo can even process what just happened, he throws another one, splitting the handle of the first knife perfectly. Ryo practically falls over in shock. Gama simply asks, "So are you interested in our party now?" The very next day, Ryo is the first one waiting for them in the meeting room. She greets Speed Weapon and Chloe as they enter, then nervously greets Gama when he sits down. They get right down to business. The permits to clear the dungeon are ready, so it's time to strategize how they're going to tackle this thing. Speed Weapon steps up to a whiteboard in the room and begins breaking down the dungeon's details. The Buffalo Dungeon is populated with C-rank demonoid buffaloes. They're nicknamed water buffaloes and are known to charge from a distance before engaging in close quarters combat. Their big weakness, however, is ranged attacks. All things considered, it should be a pretty straightforward dungeon clear, but the school has one critical rule for any students who dare to attempt it. They must never under any circumstances open the stone gate at the center. Rumor has it that there's some kind of seal on the gate, but that's just a theory. Nothing has been confirmed. Besides, the Academy's permit requires them to keep the gate closed, so there's no real reason to disobey. Gama nervously agrees that they should never open it, but his tone gives away that he knows more than he's letting on. They ask him if he knows what's behind the gate, and he lies, saying he has no idea and that they should just leave it alone. In reality, he knows perfectly well there's a hidden boss behind the door and that the gate only opens under very specific conditions. For now, it's sealed off by the system. Ignoring the risk of accidentally opening the gate, the farming efficiency here is just unmatched. He turns his attention back to Ryo, who's happily munching on another snack. She seems to have a real sweet tooth, defending herself by claiming that the brain needs sugar to function. As they talk, he senses something ominous in the area. Well, aside from Chloe looking ready to murder any girl who so much as glances in Gama's direction, he knows they're watching him and that they'll definitely appear when the time is right. Later that day, they begin their journey to Gamaldoan, where the dungeon is located. When Gama was discharged from the army, he swore he'd never go back to that city, but here he is willingly leading a group there himself. The bus stops at a checkpoint, and the driver informs the armed guards that they are students from Hoken Academy. It looks like there are civilian restrictions preventing just anyone from entering the dungeon zone. He remembers feeling the elders watching him back then, and he also had a gut feeling that something bad might come out of this trip. Speed Weapon snaps him out of his thoughts by offering him some eggs. Gama refuses, prompting Speed Weapon to ask if he's getting nervous over a measly C-rank dungeon. He then asks Ryo if she wants some eggs, and her response is a swift no. She just stares idly out the window, not paying any attention to the group. But for just a moment, Gama can feel her staring at him. He already feels watched enough by the Academy elders, but now it seems like everyone is staring at him. The bus finally arrives at the place where ancient demons once nested. These days, the place has been reduced to a simple farming dungeon. Speed Weapon notices that Gama seems to have a lot of luggage and asks about it, only to find out that it's just a bag full of kitchen knives. The group walks toward the dungeon, and Chloe offers to take point as usual. And with that, they confidently stride toward the dungeon. Just like at the border checkpoint, the guards at the dungeon entrance have to confirm that they are indeed from Hoken Academy, and then ask the 4 students to sign a visitor log. One of the guards seems particularly curious as he watches Gama write his name down. Speed Weapon calls him over to the dungeon before he can talk to the man, and a large mechanical door opens for them. Gama glances behind him one more time as the doors close, noticing the man is still watching them from the outside. On the walls of the dungeon, there are cute little signatures and drawings from students who have been here before. Looking at them makes this place feel more like a tourist spot than a dungeon. He feels a tug on his arm and turns to see Rio looking tired and out of breath. She asks him if he has something sweet to give her a boost, and Gama reaches into his pocket and pulls out a piece of candy. Candy isn't really her thing, though, and she asks him if he has any yonging. Gama isn't here to babysit anyone, and he tells her to bring her own, but she claims she's saving hers for later. Their conversation is cut short as Chloe spots some monsters charging at them from 200 meters away. Speed Weapon turns to make sure the rest of his group sticks to the plan. He gets ready to buff the attackers while Saki pulls out her weapon and prepares to attack. Gama notices that her weapon is an S-grade weapon called the Crimson Bow. With that kind of powerhouse weapon, clearing the dungeon will be a breeze for them. The real question, though, is if he can trust Rio to do her job, especially since she's taking a second to munch on another one of her favorite snacks just before the monsters arrive. The monsters come barreling through the dungeon cave, and Chloe fearlessly rushes toward them with her dual crossbows in hand. She leaps into the air and fires 2 shots from her crossbows, hitting 2 of them right in the eye. They fall back, but the others rush past their fallen comrades, still charging straight at Chloe. The red-haired girl pulls a sword from her back just as Speed Weapon tells her to fall back. But Ryozo is faster, firing 3 arrows straight at the monsters and taking out 3 of them in turn before they can get to Chloe. Gama is impressed by her skills, but he's more concerned about her breaking the horns he needs for his weapon enhancement. Regardless of her attack power, though, a hard carry is still a carry, and she's a skilled DPS who can't be stopped. They head deeper, but one of the monsters that wasn't quite dead suddenly gets up and charges straight at Rio before she can react. She turns to try and take it down, but her foot catches on a rock and she starts to fall with no way to defend herself. She hits the ground and immediately scrambles into a defensive position. But just in the nick of time, Gama swoops in to catch her fall and cuts down the monster before it can reach her. Rio stares up at him in shock as he holds her in his arms. Her combined excitement and shock escapes in a cute little hiccup. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the same shady guy who was eyeing Gama earlier answers a call from an unknown person. It looks like there's a suspicious plot unfolding in the background. Now that most of the monsters have been dealt with, Gama gets to work collecting the buffalo horns he needs for his weapon reinforcement. As he's gathering them, Rio comes up and offers him a piece of Yang to thank him for saving her. He wouldn't mind accepting, but Chloe's piercing yandere aura from behind him really isn't helping matters. He calls out to Chloe and whispers some instructions to her about the staff member they saw earlier. She gives a nod of understanding, and as they talk, Speed Weapon decides to ask if they're dating, since they seem so close. Clue blushes at the mere thought of it, but our MC smoothly shuts him down, pointing out that not every relationship between a guy and a girl is romantic. Clue isn't too happy with that response and glares at Gama, but she doesn't say a word. Instead, she changes the topic and asks why there are so few mobs in the dungeon. No matter how popular a dungeon is, it should never be this empty. Rio also feels that something is off with how few buffaloes are in the dungeon. It almost looked like they were running away from something. Buffaloes don't normally act like that, so their behavior is definitely strange. They're docile creatures, and the locals in the area even use them for farming. Gama can't quite believe people would use demonic beasts for farm labor, but stranger things have happened. Rio seems to notice something else is amiss, but keeps it to herself. In any case, they have cell service to call for help, so things should be fine. As they press on through the dungeon, Gama asks Rio how she and Speed Weapon know each other. It turns out Rio topped the written exams while Speed Weapon came in second. He apparently bragged about it for weeks, which is how they met. She also confirms she ranked 3rd overall in the placement tests. Gama says he never took Speed Weapon for a loudmouth, but Weapon surprisingly tells them that Rachel is his distant cousin, so being loud just runs in the family. Being distant relatives explains why Gama, who played the game, didn't know about Weapon's connection to the main antagonists. Weapon's family is a branch of the Changong clan, while Rachel is from the main family line. That's why they know each other, at least, but now isn't the time to talk about it, and Weapon just assures Gama that he's living the dream. If anything, Gama is the really impressive one, so there's no need for anyone to worry about Weapon. Weapon even says Gama is good enough to join the 7 heroes, and Chloe eagerly agrees, but Rio remains silent. Instead, she walks ahead of the group and declares that she hates the 7 heroes. The others watch her, puzzled, but they don't have time to dwell on it. For now, they just need to work together to clear the dungeon quickly and head back. They need 20 kills for it to count as a dungeon clear. As they walk, Gama notices some strange, cursed-looking claw marks on the walls. Weapon and Chloe are further ahead and call back to Gama, snapping him out of his thoughts. Meanwhile, outside, the man is still on the phone with the mysterious person on the other end. He confirms that Gama's party should have run into the enraged buffaloes by now, and that he followed all of the person's instructions perfectly. He confidently assumes that the students have already been dealt with by the enraged buffaloes. The person on the other end warns him not to get cocky and asks if he's prepared to take responsibility if the plan fails. The man can't answer, and the academy instructor on the line just tells him to call back when he has actual results. The call ends, and the man stares into the open dungeon entrance. He figures he's dead either way, so he might as well go confirm things himself. He was the one who forced the gate open after all to make sure their chances of surviving were zero. But thinking back to Gama's eyes, it felt as if the teenager could see right through his entire plan. Just to be sure things are going as planned, the man steps into the dungeon to survey the damage. Back inside, Chloe warns the group that more magical beasts are approaching from behind. Using her blessing, she can detect roughly 50 of them stampeding in their direction. A moment later, the ground begins to rumble as a massive stampede of buffaloes charges straight for them. This herd is overwhelmingly large, and it's hard to believe these are the same creatures they were fighting before. They were supposed to be harmless, but this group of buffalo is clearly being enraged by something. In that moment, Gama recalls something his mentor once told him: every blade has its purpose. You can't use a chicken knife to slaughter an ox, and sashimi knives are meant for fish. But Gama's question about beef sashimi was like asking to use a delicate sashimi knife to butcher an ox. When his mentor raises his knife, Gama flinches, thinking he's about to get hit. Instead, his mentor just smiles at the perfectly sliced fish and agrees with the sentiment. The memory makes Gama realize he's in a similar spot, about to use a fish knife to take down a herd of cattle. With no time to lose, Gama starts barking orders. He tells Chloe to distract the herd, but warns her not to charge in headfirst. Her job is to break up their formation without engaging them directly. Next, he turns to Weapon with a grin and asks if he's ready. Weapon, sensing that Gama is about to work his magic again, smiles right back. He was born ready. Meanwhile, Rio, who's still not used to Gama's insane amount of plot armor, can't figure out why they're both so calm. Gama then calls out to Rio, telling her to hold the front line and stop anything that breaks through. She nervously agrees, then turns to Weapon and asks how Gama can be so composed. Weapon just tells her not to be too shocked by what she's about to witness. After all, a herd of 50 buffaloes is still a formidable force, which is exactly why Gama came prepared with an arsenal of sashimi knives. Just then, the first of the buffaloes charges into range, and Gama unleashes his blades, handling them like expert throwing knives. In a matter of minutes, the entire herd of 50 buffaloes is reduced to piles of perfectly butchered meat at his feet. Rio is so stunned, she drops her yongang. The whole battle was over in the blink of an eye. Clue had rushed in using her feline's blessing, weaving between the raging buffaloes to strike at a few while dodging the rest, which created the perfect opening for Gama. Our MC then leaped into the fray, his throwing knives slicing through dozens of beasts until the roar of one of the last buffaloes momentarily stunned him, causing him to freeze. The remaining beasts took the opportunity to swarm him. For a moment, Rio grew worried, thinking Gama was about to be overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. But in the next instant, the pile of buffaloes swarming our MC was instantly blown apart into slices of flesh, leaving only Gama and his team standing. After that incredible display, Gama calmly sheathes his knife and starts collecting the buffalo horns as loot. Thanks to his painless blessing, now lasting for 40 seconds, taking down the herd was a piece of cake. Clue comes over to congratulate him on another job well done, but he's quick to remember he couldn't have done it without his party. While they chat, Rio just keeps staring at Gama, completely shell-shocked. Weapon tells her she shouldn't be so surprised since he did warn her about Gama's abilities, but he admits he can't blame her for being speechless. Even he can barely believe what he just saw. Watching Gama and Chloe standing over the mountain of carcasses, Weapon and Rio can't help but wonder what kind of monster their new companion truly is. The group continues their trek toward the dungeon exit. The clear condition for this floor was just 20 buffaloes, meaning Gama basically soloed the requirement twice over. Gama tries to downplay his contribution, arguing he didn't do much during the midterms. Weapon starts to bring up his fight with the mermaid, but quickly catches himself, remembering that's supposed to be a secret. Realizing Rio is there, he quickly changes the subject, and they all continue heading for the exit. As they press on, however, Clue can't help but notice that the area has become eerily quiet. They soon arrive at a strange pillar-like structure that looks suspiciously like a gate they're not meant to open. As they eye it cautiously, the gate suddenly begins to rumble open the chains, sealing it, crumbling to dust. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, The worker from earlier stares in disbelief at the mountain of buffalo carcasses littering the corridor. He can't fathom how they managed to kill so many buffaloes on their own. The only thought that cuts through his shock is his massive 20 billion won debt to Charonland. Just a few days ago, a woman claiming to be a Hokan instructor had approached him with a proposition. She offered to wipe his debt clean if he did exactly as she asked. He was to take a demon stone, use it to tame the buffaloes, and then send them into a frenzy the moment Gama's team arrived. His final task was to open the ancient stone gate in the dungeon's depths to seal their fate. He was hesitant at first, knowing she was asking him to sacrifice students, but the lure of having his massive debt erased was too strong to resist. He took the stone, practically drooling at the thought of all his problems disappearing. As the instructor left, she told him she'd be in touch, and to be sure to answer any calls from an unknown number. With the cancellation of his 20 billion won debt on the line, he couldn't care less about a few student adventurers. Now that the stone gate is open, he's certain there's no way they'll make it out alive. Gama and his team step through the stone gates, finding themselves in an unfamiliar area. Suddenly, it all starts to make sense, why the dungeon had seemed so easy up to this point. They've walked right into a trap, and it's all because Gama ignored his instincts. This gate, it turns out, only opens when the giant's demon stone is brought inside the dungeon. The stone is a mid-game quest item, and the fragments they found earlier were actually pieces of the giant's mana stone. He didn't expect the door to be left open with just those fragments, though. If this follows the game story, then the reward for clearing this place is huge, but he needs to focus on surviving first. He can see something on the second door. There's a single red line carved into the stone gate, which is supposed to be indestructible, but he's used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing when he was fighting the buffaloes. The Murasami should hold out for a little longer, and it should allow him to slash the gate and get out before it shatters. Before he can try it out, a massive presence causes the students to pause and turn around. It's a large buffalo that looks incredibly powerful. However, the reward for beating this massive buffalo is the Blessing of Transition, which is an ability that transfers and amplifies the owner's blessing to a chosen target for a single use only. The monster guarding this amazing reward is an A-grade demon called the Inatoros Minotauros, also known as the Buffalo King. The torches in the room start to light up by themselves, illuminating the Buffalo King and two other large buffaloes beside it. The left and right wing buffaloes also look way more powerful than the rest of the buffaloes they have faced before. And the demonic beast Buffalo King is also really intimidating, even if Gama slashes the gate so they can escape once the thing awakens. It will be impossible for them to escape unscathed. This isn't like the midterms, though. He knew nothing about the mermaid, but he fought minotaurs before. At full strength, Gama can take out 3 alone, but he has already used up all 40 seconds of his painless blessing. He needs to do this strategically. He asks Speed Weapon if he can cast a pain reduction buff, and he only needs it for 2 minutes. If Speed Weapon stops casting it for even a moment while Gama is fighting, then he is definitely going to get taken out. He leaves the small fries to Saki and Chloe and tells them that he will take out the big one on his own. With the plan laid out, the students get ready as the Buffalo King wakes up with a menacing roar. Gama activates the blessing of the sword god, and he's immediately overtaken by a surge of pain that makes him cough up blood. However, thanks to Speed Weapon's buff, he can at least move. The demon charges in for an attack, and Gama rushes over as well, dodging the first attack and rushing to the side before it can recover. The pain from the sword god's blessing is still strong enough that he's nearly vomiting blood, but he's strong enough at least to go up against the buffalo. Gama parries another attack and then rushes behind it to try and bring it down, but his attempt is met instead with a kick from the massive beast, sending him flying back. He catches himself before the fall and spits out some more blood from his mouth. Even the sensations that he couldn't feel before with the painless blessing are awakening. Instead, it's as if feeling the full power of the sword god's blessing. Shihen is what makes him feel free. Gama rushes in for another attack, dodging a massive swing from the Buffalo King's axe and moving at speeds that the rest of the group can barely comprehend. The two monsters continue to fight as Gama dodges all of the buffalo's attacks. In frustration, the Buffalo King raises its axe above its head and brings it down in a massive swing right over Gama's head. As the smoke clears, Gama rests peacefully on top of the Minotaur's axe, completely unscathed. Rio can barely believe that a human can even move, like that, much less fight at that speed. She can't focus on Gama's fight as she's also fighting one of the buffalo guards at the moment. She knows the basic concepts of fighting. Muscle control stance and leveraging kinetic energy are all part of a combat sense that breaks the enemy's center of gravity with minimal effort. However, knowing these things and putting them into practice are two very different things. As thoughts of Gama fill her mind, she shoots an arrow straight into the eye of the buffalo, causing it to charge at her in rage. In moments like these, even when facing death's door, Gama still has unshakable focus. His attitude reminds her of Siegfried the Sword Emperor. She pulls back her bow and aims at the charging bull, blowing its head off with a single powerful shot. She turns back to Gama and remembers a rumor floating around recently that talked about a special admission student who was strong enough to make Siegfried use his aura. Meanwhile, Gama's aura isn't too far behind, and the fear causes the Buffalo King to rage out, trying to punch Gama off its axe. Instead, though, Gama cleanly dodges the punch and easily cuts open the arm that the monster tries to use to punch him. Meanwhile, Chloe also manages to take down the buffalo she was fighting, and she wipes the blood off her face. She's still inexperienced when it comes to demonoids, but she knows that the more human-like they are, the deadlier they are. It may vary from person to person, but if a demon acts like a human to that extent, then it is definitely incredibly powerful. That can only mean the creature Gama's fighting is ridiculously strong. The monster roars, clutching its wounded arm, and grabs its axe with its good hand, preparing to cast a magic spell. But that's weird, because demonoids aren't supposed to use magic. On closer inspection, it's not actually casting a spell. Instead, it's converting its own life force into mana. The sheer amount of magical energy pouring off it makes it almost impossible to get close. Yet through it all, Speed Weapon keeps playing his flute with everything he's got. He still has faith that Gama can pull off a miracle. The monster raises its axe, which has now completely fused with its uninjured arm. Then it brings the axe crashing down on our weakened MC, who's still coughing up blood. Gama lifts the Murasami to block the blow, unleashing a massive shockwave of energy around him. He thought about slicing through the magic-infused attack, but the energy is just way too dense. Plus, he can't dodge it. His teammates are right behind him, and would take the full force of the blow. The Buffalo King relentlessly presses its attack. Slowly but surely, Gama starts to lose ground. It looks like he's about to be overwhelmed, but an arrow suddenly flies out and strikes the monster right in the eye. Gama glances back to see Saki, who's yelling at him to stop spacing out and finish the thing already. Gama closes his eyes for just a second. When he opens them again, they're shining with newfound power. Slowly, a crack appears in the axe as the Murasami begins to glow with a brilliant blue light. That blue light looks a lot like the sword aura Siegfried used when he sparred with Gama. With a final push, Gama shatters the axe and slices clean through the Buffalo King, taking it down in a single decisive strike. Even after everything they've witnessed, the team is still completely blown away by Gama's insane power. The once terrifying monster collapses in two massive pieces, and Gama stares up at the dungeon ceiling, his nerves finally settling as he realizes he actually managed to pull that off. For a moment, Rio just stares at him in utter disbelief, finally understanding why Speed Weapon puts so much faith in our MC. On top of that, his assimilation rate jumped from 9.3 to 12.7%. Speed Weapon collapses, his lips bruised and sore from playing the flute for so long. At this point, every time Speed Weapon sees Gama in action, his understanding of common sense is shattered a little more. The blue light from that sword was bright enough to light up the entire cave. To be manifesting an aura at such a young age is just unheard of. It's honestly hard to believe he's even human. Rio walks over and reminds Speed Weapon to breathe, snapping him back to reality. She tells him she finally gets what he meant about not being too shocked by Gama, and she also sees why he's so dedicated to following him. She then asks Speed Weapon if Academy rules would prevent Gama from transferring into their class. That might be true, but there's no rule stopping a student from doing things the other way around. Rio smiles, realizing she wants to tag along with them now too. Meanwhile, Gama is struggling to catch his breath as the adrenaline finally wears off. Even with Speed Weapon's blessing, the physical strain was still immense. Still managing to fight without the painless blessing is a huge step forward for him. Just then, Chloe tackles him in a hug, crying and frantically asking if he's okay. He tries to calm her down, mostly because her full body weight isn't exactly helping his serious injuries. She quickly backs off, blushing furiously, while he internally reconsiders every decision that led him to this moment. A status window pops up informing him that he's acquired a new blessing. Originally, this blessing was supposed to go to Lion. It's a spirit rank, the rarest in the world, and it only reveals its true power when combined with another. The blessing of transition allows the user to transfer one of their own blessings to another person or even an object. The only catch is that the user has to be in direct physical contact with the target. It's the key blessing needed to control the dual-natured sword Baomong, which Lion is destined to find later on. Well, since Gama has this powerful blessing now, he might as well make the most of it. Just then, he spots someone watching them from the now open stone doorway. He turns to Chloe and asks if she remembers that favor he mentioned earlier. A second later, she's on the guy before he can even think about leaving, planting a knife firmly in his thigh to immobilize him. Speed Weapon and Rio are completely lost, but Gama calmly strolls over to the pinned man, explaining that he'd asked Chloe for a little help earlier. The guy tries to play innocent, asking what he possibly could have done to deserve this. But the other two quickly put the pieces together. The rampaging buffalo horde, the open stone gate. This guy was behind all of it. It was all a bit too convenient, especially since there are no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon. Yet he just happened to show up right on cue. It's obvious he was targeting them, but the big question is, why? Rio quickly figures out that the staff member couldn't have pulled this off alone. He isn't talking, so she gets straight to the point and threatens his life to get him to cooperate. Faced with certain death, he cracks and admits that an academy instructor approached him a few days ago, offering to clear his gambling debt if he helped her get rid of the students. Speed Weapon can't believe someone would sell out a bunch of students over a gambling debt. The guy tries to defend himself, but that just makes Speed Weapon even angrier. Rio has to hold him back from attacking the injured man and asks for a description of the instructor. He tells them she was a tall woman with purple hair and eyes. Rio immediately guesses it's probably her class's assistant instructor. The woman's sharp eyes had made her stand out. Speed Weapon realizes she's probably the one behind the midterms incident too. Rio asks about it, and Gama finally tells her that they ran into a demonoid mermaid during their midterms. She puts two and two together and realizes Lion ended up in the hospital because he fought that demon. Now that the cat's out of the bag, Speed Weapon adds that Gama was the one who soloed the monster. After seeing what Gama did today, Rio doesn't doubt it for a second. While the others are talking, Gama quietly stops the recording on his phone. He's gotten all the information he needs, which means the staff member has outlived his usefulness. Chloe then rips her sword out of the man's thigh, making him scream in pain. A dungeon that was never supposed to exist just conveniently opened up, making it the perfect place to make someone disappear. As Gama turns to leave, he tells his group's assassin to take care of the trash. Clue wastes no time, her eyes switching to full-on yandere mode, and the man's cries are silenced in an instant. Walking out of the dungeon, Gama mentally challenges the elders and instructors of Hoken Academy. He dares anyone targeting him to bring it on. No matter what they throw at him, he'll make sure to erase every last one of them. Gama returns to the academy with his dungeon reward, the Cow King's Horn. It's the Horn of Minotauros, the boss of the Hidden Water Buffalo Dungeon, and it guarantees a successful weapon enhancement for anything below A rank. He takes it to the blacksmith and asks him to enhance the Murasame with it. The blacksmith is stunned that Gama managed to get his hands on an A-grade beast material. Even for a Hoken Academy student, that's completely insane. He asks Gama how he took down the boss by himself, and Gama just humbly says he couldn't have done it without his team. Then he drops the battered Murasame on the table and asks if it can be repaired. The blacksmith, Valander, goes from excited to appalled, shocked that Gama wrecked the E-rank sword he'd so painstakingly crafted. But one glare from Gama shuts him right up. With their business concluded, Gama turns and walks off, leaving the sword for Valander to fix. As our MC walks away, Valander wonders how his life came to this. For revenge, he briefly considers making the sword even shorter this time. Before leaving the shop, Gama turns and tells Valander to use the leftover materials to buy himself a drink. Valander sighs, wondering how a kid like this just waltzed into his life. Back in class, Gama takes a moment to reflect on his own growth. He's definitely gotten a lot stronger, but he figures it wouldn't hurt to ask Speed Weapon for more blessings later on. He pulls up his blessing screen, and it seems like the list gets longer every time he checks. The most noticeable change is his assimilation rate. Unlike his other stats, it jumps drastically after every major battle. He figures clearing another dungeon will probably raise it again, and maybe unlock something even more interesting. But unlike his skyrocketing stats, he's been sprouting gray hairs ever since his first spar with Chloe. Now Gama's worried he'll go bald after it all turns white. With so many enemies targeting him lately, he knows he needs to be fully prepared. He can't afford to die a meaningless death over something stupid. He also needs to figure out how to use the blessing of transition. It's a shame he had to steal it from Lion, but hey, Lion's the protagonist of the original story. He'll be drowning in buffs sooner or later anyway. There's a lot on his plate, but for now he needs to focus on recovering. He looks down at his desk and spots a gift of Yoken, a ridiculously sweet candy that's almost inedible. It's obviously from Rio. The gift makes Gama think back on how he just led his own team to clear a dungeon for the very first time. Getting targeted for assassination has pretty much become part of his daily routine now. But having people he can call friends isn't so bad. Speed Weapon and Chloe weren't major characters in the original story, and he's not even sure Chloe thinks of him as a friend. After the dungeon, Chloe ended up in the hospital with a fever, and Gama thinks about visiting her when he gets a chance. He doesn't have any more time to be lost in his thoughts as the Wolf class instructors walk in and tell everyone to settle down. His phone buzzes in his pocket. He's gotten a text from an unknown number asking what he's up to. Gama has no clue who this is and figures they probably messaged him by mistake. Then the mystery person texts him again, telling him to look up. He glances up to see Rio strolling into the classroom with a smug grin, waving her phone at him. It has the same wallpaper as the unknown contact's profile picture. The instructors announce that from this day forward, Saki Rio will be joining their class. With the announcements finished, the instructor orders them to get into their gear and report to the training grounds in 30 minutes. The rest of the class is in disbelief that Rio is in their class, especially since the instructor mentioned she requested the transfer herself. They try to strike up a conversation as she walks through the room, but she gives them all the cold shoulder. Gama watches her strut by, wondering if she's really truly in his class now. Among this year's recruits, she's considered part of the Miracle Generation, as one of the top 4 students in the entire academy. The other 3 are him, Rachel, and Abel. She also ranked first in academics, with combat skills not far behind, making her a perfect balance of brains and brawn. On top of that, she's the daughter of Kojima Saki, one of the 7 heroes also known as the Absolute Bow. Kojima Saki also holds the title of Prime Minister of Japan, which essentially makes Rio Japan's princess. And in this world, Japan is still a major superpower. So naturally, her new classmates are losing their minds like they just met a huge celebrity. Everyone is freaking out except for Gama, who's just desperately praying she doesn't come over to him. As she smiles in his direction, he continues to ignore her. Undeterred, Rio hops over, landing elegantly on his desk and showing him her phone. The screen is a clear command for him to save her number immediately. It seems Gama's bad feelings are never wrong. Meanwhile, back at the Gamdoran dungeon gates, some men are questioning witnesses about a person who went missing inside the Buffalo dungeon. The last thing the missing man said before entering was that he was worried about the cadets and needed to check on them himself. Other than looking a bit under the weather, there was nothing unusual about the guard before he went into the dungeon. The detectives dismiss the guard they're questioning so they can continue their on-site inspection. As night falls, they step outside for a smoke break, noting that it's not uncommon for people to die in dungeons. But no matter how bad the accident, a body is always left behind. This time, however, there was no human body to be found. Instead, they found nothing but a gruesome mountain of fleas and blood piled high with buffalo corpses. It's hard to believe this could have been done by a bunch of students. The cadets all returned safely, yet the staff member who went in after them vanished, without a trace, not even leaving a body. Something definitely isn't right here, but the detectives just can't put their finger on it. They briefly wonder if he could be inside the stone gate, but dismiss it as unlikely since it's never been opened before. Besides, it's not like they can just storm the academy and interrogate the cadets directly. The place is crawling with nobles, and the higher-ups would never approve a warrant. One of the detectives heads off to take a leak, while his partner leans against a cargo crate trying to sort things out. Suddenly, his partner collapses beside him as a pair of long, slender legs emerges from the shadows. The detective instantly recognizes the energy as magic. There's a demon nearby. But to his surprise, the figure that steps into the light is human. Before he can process what's happening, the woman slices his head off cleanly and his body slumps to the ground. His last thought is that this must be a human who made a pact with a demon. A demon. A half-human, half-demon hybrid. In other words, a villain. Back in the classroom, Rio is happily munching on snacks, relaxing in her new seat next to Gama. She asks him why he hasn't eaten the snack she gave him, but he ignores her, pointing out that she's sitting where his friend Chloe sometimes sits. Rio doesn't seem to care one bit, saying it doesn't matter whose seat it was. As far as she's concerned, it's first come, first served. Gama tries to ask her why she transferred to their class, but he's cut off by the teacher announcing they have 5 minutes until assembly. The other students start getting up and heading out, but Rio simply slips on an eye mask and gets ready for a nap. Gama asks if she's coming to morning training, but she just says she'd rather stay and meditate. But really, she's just planning to sleep right there in the classroom without a single care in the world. But before he leaves, she tells him to stop calling her Saki. She wants him to use her first name, Rio. She explains that in her country, close friends are on a first name basis, but Gama points out that Weapon still calls her Saki. She just waves that off and tells him to go have fun training before she snuggles in for a nap. Over in the dragon class, Rachel is taking a quick stretch, thinking about how unusually loud her class is today. She tries to start a conversation with Abel, mentioning how Rio just transferred out of their class. It's pretty strange considering she's mostly known for sleeping through class all day and not really trying. Abel seems uninterested, but Rachel keeps pushing, sensing that the topic might be getting under her skin. After all, you can't just transfer unless there's an open slot, and apparently their class was short one student this year. And it's pretty impressive that Rio figured that out, especially since she's always snoozing in the archery hall. Abel doesn't see why Rio's transfer should bother her at all, so Rachel clarifies that Rio recently teamed up with Gama to clear the Buffalo dungeon. Abel's face flushes as she starts to catch Rachel's drift, while Rachel continues to tease her about her crush on Gama. Abel tries to deny it, but Rachel points out that whenever Gama's name comes up, her whole demeanor changes. There's definitely something more to it. Abel just shakes her head, insisting that she's only spoken to Gama a couple of times, and that's it. She states there's absolutely nothing between them, and asks Rachel to stop spreading weird rumors. Rachel cheekily interprets this as, nothing is happening right now, implying that something could happen down the line. Then Rachel's entire attitude shifts, and she tells Abel she can fool everyone else, but lying to herself doesn't look good on her. This makes Abel freeze up, and Rachel simply tells her to give it some thought. This whole exchange reminds Abel of a recent chat she had with her grandfather. He told her he was going to start teaching at the school, and at first she hated the idea, assuming he was just coming to keep tabs on her. She really wouldn't like that, since she's already dealing with a lot of unwanted attention as it is. But Siegfried clarifies that he's joining the faculty to keep an eye on all the first-year students. After the midterm incident, Abel had asked him for help, which is why he decided to look after them. He reassures her that they won't be running into each other too often, but despite his calm demeanor, there's a sharp glint in his eyes he can't quite hide. The swordmaster, who always seemed so detached, is suddenly getting directly involved. The only person Abel can think of who could cause such a change in her grandfather is King Gama. He's a prodigy who ignores social status and has climbed the ranks of noble society through sheer strength alone. He also has a ridiculous amount of talent that defies all logic, and his background is as a fast-track student. When Abel first met him, he was just a scrawny kid who was always sneaking around, but now he's grown into a strong young man with sharp eyes. He's showing even more potential than Leon Reinhardt, who's supposed to be the top hero candidate. Gama is clearly walking the hero's path, and yet he never brags or shows off his accomplishments. He just quietly keeps moving forward. If Gama had even a hint of arrogance, maybe she could bring herself to dislike him. But he's just so different that she has no choice but to acknowledge him. Honestly, she's jealous that Siegfried recognizes his talent, which makes her feel even more ashamed. Rachel's mocking expression snaps her right out of her thoughts. Abel hastily tries to deny having any feelings for Gama, claiming she doesn't have the time or mental energy to even think about him. Rachel replies that it's a good thing she feels that way, because it means she can go after Gama with very little competition. All she needs to do is get past Rio, and the coast will be clear. Meanwhile, back in Gama's class, he's in a lecture where the professor is explaining blessings and their ranks. The rank of a blessing is decided by the type of spirit that resides within it. If there's a guardian spirit, it's a guardian-level blessing. But if a true spirit is inside, it's considered a spirit-level blessing. As the lecture continues, Rio suddenly jolts awake in her sleep before immediately lying back down. It seems like not even the professor's lecture can keep her awake. The class just carries on. It's been 2 days since Rio transferred, and she still hasn't explained why she joined their class, mostly because she's been sleeping the whole time, leaving no opportunity to ask. And if all she's going to do is nap, there's no real reason for her to sit in the corner right next to him. He thinks it's a good thing Chloe is still in the hospital, otherwise things could get really complicated. Still, Rio did cover for him after the dungeon incident, so everything got resolved without much trouble. She's on another level, and so much more helpful than Weapon. The teacher continues the lecture, explaining that blessings are ranked in 4 distinct categories. The weakest is a personal blessing followed by a guardian, and spirit blessing, with a heroic blessing being the strongest. Most cadets in the academy have a personal blessing, which is the weakest type. However, a personal blessing can still outperform a guardian-level blessing. Spirit-level blessings are incredibly rare, and Gama just happened to get one, the blessing of transition. Then there are heroic-level blessings, which are basically considered legendary. Since blessings first appeared, only one person has ever awakened one, the hero of Origins, Valor Hawaken. In modern times, however, it's rumored there's one other person, and Gama knows they're talking about the user with the miracle blessing. Their class ends and the teacher says they'll finish the story next time, but Gama has one last question. He asks about the phrase he always hears faintly whenever he activates the sword god blessing. That phrase is, "May the blessing of the gods be with you." This makes the teacher pause for a moment, and even Rio stirs from her nap. The teacher doesn't understand what he's talking about, but points out a major flaw in Gama's question. It's because there are no gods left in the world, which means a blessing of the gods is impossible. As the teacher walks out, Rio chuckles at Gama for his embarrassing question. He asks her if she's finally done sleeping, but she just turns over and goes right back to it. Gama can't really blame her, and decides it's probably a good time for him to take a nap too. Just as Gama's consciousness fades, a message appears before him. He jolts awake to find a large notification informing him that the GM has requested a conversation. Gama suddenly finds himself in an abstract world, filled with floating debris, with the message still hovering in front of him. The notification then changes, asking Gama whether or not he will accept the meeting with the GM. The message changes again, stating that the GM is interfering with the world line using code. World line is a term Gama has never heard before, and this whole situation isn't making any sense to him. Suddenly, everything goes quiet and a message appears stating that the dimensional gap is too large and his current level is insufficient. He also hasn't met the requirements for a mysterious new trait yet either. Now the question is whether Gama still wants to proceed despite all these warnings. He hesitates for a moment, looking around and trying to figure out what's going on. This environment definitely doesn't feel like a dream, but this might be his chance to finally find answers about his sword god blessing and why he's in this world in the first place. He accepts the meeting with the GM, and the world begins to transform as the worldwide code is edited. Suddenly, the world around him shatters, and he's plunged into the familiar space he saw when he first awakened the sword god's blessing at the academy entrance. And now he can see a light at the end of the area. Just like every other time he's seen it, he can never quite make out its form. But Gama can tell he's getting closer little by little. He just has to go a bit further and do a little more, and he should be able to reach it. Suddenly, he hears a voice calling for him to wake up. A hand bursts through the darkness and grabs his shoulder. The system detects external interference. In response, it postpones the conversation with the GM. Gama stretches out his hand as if trying to hold on to this reality, but the other hand drags him out of the space by force. Before he's fully pulled out, the GM leaves him one final message. The message simply says that Gama should cut and sever, no matter what it is. Then it ends by wishing the blessing of the gods upon him. Suddenly, Gama is pulled back to the waking world by Rio yelling for him to wake up. He's always telling her not to sleep, and here he is taking a nice nap himself. Her yapping is cut short when she notices that Gama is crying and not really paying attention to her. Later that day, Gama rests on a bench as his mind wanders back to the dream he had. Rio seemed genuinely concerned after she saw him crying, but looking back at it, he can't even remember what happened in his dream. It's also embarrassing that he was caught crying by Rio, of all people. As he's thinking to himself, his group of new unorthodox friends walks up to him. They've met up to summarize everything they have figured out so far. They know for a fact that someone inside the academy is targeting Gama, and they need to take care of the problem. Rio interrupts Weapon as he starts his summary, since she already knows this whole story and doesn't want to sit through an entire recap. Gama was the one who asked Weapon to give everyone a briefing, but now it looks like he's the one suffering. As the two of them argue, Gama notices Chloe coughing behind him. She's wearing a face mask and clearly hasn't fully recovered. He asks her if she's feeling better, and she says she is, although she's keeping her distance from everyone just in case she's still contagious. He turns back to his two bickering friends and asks Rio if she's found anything new since they last talked. Turns out she's more ticked off that he called her Saki instead of Rio, and she makes sure to correct him on the spot. Gama glances nervously at Chloe, but it seems she's either too sick or too worried about spreading her germs to give her usual fiery response. To smooth things over, Gama starts calling her Rio, like she asked, and the conversation shifts back to their problem with the Academy elders. Weapon thinks they need to get a handle on the situation and decide what to do next. Besides the fact that the Academy elders are targeting Gama, they also manage to get a description of the suspicious female instructor from a guard. But knowing all this doesn't really solve anything, and the elders' motives are still a complete mystery. The auditory family will probably handle it officially, though. Anyway, about that female instructor, Rio has a hunch she's seen her somewhere before while she was digging through the Academy's internal security system, checking out every instructor and assistant. She actually found a match for the person they're looking for. The weird part is her identity can't be confirmed. Gama is stunned that Rio could even do something like that, but to her it's just basic stuff in a world overflowing with technology. The Academy's security is world-class though, so she had to do her hacking at the crack of dawn when the system was most vulnerable. She was already sleep-deprived, but this made her even more exhausted. It totally explains why she's always dozing off in class. That probably also explains how she got his number, even though he's sure he never gave it to her. So basically, they haven't confirmed a thing, and it's not like they can just march up to the elders and start making threats. However, Weapon has a different idea. He wants the four of them to start their own club. Clubs at their academy get a lot of autonomy and even receive financial support from the school. The academy really encourages cooperation among students, and clubs get a lot of perks. For one, they're treated as official groups affiliated with the academy. Starting a club would also grant them the academy's protection, since just being students clearly isn't cutting it. A club could serve as a double layer of protection, especially since they have enemies both inside and outside the academy. Gama already knows how clubs work from his past life playing the game. The club system was a major feature, a mechanic specifically designed for the academy setting of the game, letting players decorate their own personal space with all sorts of furniture. Players could also invite characters to boost their affection levels, but let's be real. It was mostly a cash grab to empty the wallets of hardcore fans. This feature became known as the housing system, and Gama was never into it simply because he didn't have the time. Who would have thought it would actually end up being useful like this in real life? There are a few special requirements for creating a club, though. They need at least 5 members and have to submit a club proposal form to the administrative office. That means they need one more member, since all of Gama's friends are more than happy to join a club for his sake. You know, as you get older, relationships tend to become more calculated. And yet here are these people fully trusting and supporting him even though they barely know each other. He can't help but feel grateful to have them by his side. Now the first order of business is picking a name for their club. Chloe suggests they call it the Memories of Assassination, but that's a little too edgy for the rest of the group. Rio suggests just picking something random, arguing that nobody will care what name they choose anyway. But Weapon immediately shoots down her lazy idea. After a moment of silent thought, Gama suggests they create a travel club. That way they can clear dungeons and travel a bit outside the academy without raising too much suspicion. The group seems receptive to the idea, and just like that, the travel club is born. Next up, they need to find a club advisor ASAP. They have to get everything sorted out before exams start next week. They can't officially form the club without an advisor, and that's the tricky part, since advisors have to be at least at the professor level. Chloe suggests asking the professor from their blessing studies class, since he's really popular and seems like a nice guy. The guy's always swamped though, so it's pretty unlikely he'd agree. It's a shame because he would have been perfect. The academy has over 500 staff members, but only about 30 are actual professors. If they narrow it down to those who teach first years, that leaves only about 10 they can even consider. The school encourages clubs, but the rules are full of contradictions. The group turns to Gama asking if he has anyone in mind, and as it turns out, he does. Thinking about the professor level or higher requirement gives him the perfect idea of who to ask. After all, there is one person at the academy who outranks even the professors. After all, when he reveals his choice to the group, they can hardly believe he's serious. To make the club official, the president has to apply in person. Gama, being the club president, is the one who has to submit the application at the administrative building. The woman at the counter immediately seems skeptical that someone like Gama could possibly lead a club. It's hard to believe this woman is actually an employee at the academy. She's blatantly looking down on our MC simply because he's a special admission student. Gama tries to ignore her condescending attitude and just asks her to process the application if it meets the requirements. In response, the woman stands up, completely towering over him. She tells our MC that to start a club, they need to have a faculty advisor. But as far as she can see, Gama doesn't have a professor willing to advise their club. Gama asks her to clarify, but it's pretty obvious what she's implying. She assumes that because Gama is a special admission student, no professor at the academy would ever agree to advise a club founded by him. With his background, the woman thinks Gama wanting to start a club is a complete lost cause. Frankly, her attitude isn't all that surprising. Gama had a little goodwill left for this academy, but it's quickly vanishing. Having worked nearly 20 years in the service industry, he's dealt with his fair share of nasty people, and he knows keeping quiet is usually the best way to handle these situations. However, that doesn't stop him from wanting to land a solid punch on this woman. Instead, Gama just pulls out his phone and calls someone who can sort this whole mess out for him. He tells the person on the other end that he's at the admin office trying to register his club, and the woman immediately starts yelling at him for having the audacity to take a call right in front of her. The person on the line says they're nearby and will be right over, so Gama ends the call. With the phone down, the woman takes this as her cue to lay into Gama for having the nerve to disrespect her in her own office. Gama calmly advises the woman to just stick to the procedure, since the person he called is already on their way. In the middle of her tirade, the woman completely fails to notice her coworkers suddenly bowing their heads and avoiding eye contact. She continues her rant, boasting that she's the cousin of the headmaster's close friend and can get a special admission student like Gama expelled at the drop of a hat. Gama can't help but snicker at that. He then leans in and tells her to quiet down as her voice is getting a little too loud. That's the last straw for her. Her expression turns completely unhinged, revealing what Gama considers her true face. The door suddenly bursts open and everyone jumps in surprise. Through the now busted doorframe, a very angry headmistress storms into the office, and Gama coolly tells the woman to pay her respects to his club advisor. The headmistress, however, smiles warmly at Gama, happy to see him in person again. Gama tries to apologize for the trouble, but Medadea insists she'd come running anytime he called. Hearing Gama's name, the woman finally realizes she's been harassing this year's top freshman student the entire time. Medadea cheerfully tells her student to just leave the paperwork with her and go study for his written exams. Now that she's here, she'll make sure to take care of everything for him. With Gama gone, Medadea's tone changes completely as another staff member scurries to bring her a chair. The terrified clerk tries to explain that it's all a misunderstanding. But the headmistress doesn't need to use a blessing to know exactly what was going on. The woman was mocking Gama's background. And of all the people she could choose to mock, she chose the one student personally selected by the headmistress herself and the swordmaster. Without another word, Medadea uses her blessing to materialize a resignation letter on the desk and tells the woman she has 5 minutes to start writing. With everything taken care of, Medadea informs Gama that the club application went through smoothly. Now they just need to find one more member. The woman is definitely getting fired, but Gama feels absolutely no sympathy for her. Medadea then tells him to stop by her office after class. Gama returns to the man who's become his frenemy, the blacksmith Volander. He's here to pick up his gear, and Volander tells him to wait a moment. Volander finally looks like a real blacksmith now, but Gama has no idea what the man actually thinks of him. As a former player of the game, Gama has mixed feelings about Volander, but after everything that's happened, the negative feelings are starting to win out. And yet Gama can't help feeling a little bad for him. The blacksmith Volander was one of the main NPCs in charge of nearly all equipment upgrades, due to the nature of most games like this one. He was designed to be a character that players either loved or loathed, and he was notorious for draining their wallets. Gama was a light spender in his past life, so he couldn't fully relate to the high roller frustrations. But heavy spenders regularly held rituals begging God for luck and desperately praying that Volander would bless them just this once. In reality, though, most players just insulted the blacksmith because of how luck-dependent his enhancements were. And even Gama cursed him when he downgraded his Murasame from a B grade to an E grade. Volander breaks him out of his thoughts and asks Gama what he's thinking about. Then he presents the newly upgraded sword proudly, saying that his work this time is absolutely flawless. On top of that, special options have been added to the sword, much to Gama's delight. The Scattered Rain. Murasame's sword is now shiny and brand new, and Gama can't help calling the blacksmith a god for this incredible stroke of luck. Thanks to this newly enhanced weapon, his painless blessing has been upgraded, now reaching up to 50 seconds of activation time. When Gama thought about clearing dungeons in the future, he felt like 40 seconds definitely wasn't enough, but an extra 10 seconds will certainly make a difference. Considering that he will be using this blessing with the blessing of transition, it means that when the level of his armament is raised in the future, he will get even more benefits. This whole thing is definitely great news for him. Even though he complained a lot in the past, the painless blessing is surprisingly versatile for a spirit level blessing. Volander also told him to check something else with his new sword. The sword has now been upgraded to a D grade. After all that effort, the upgrade isn't as great as he'd hoped. Since he used materials from an A-grade monster like the Buffalo King, he expected it to reach at least a C grade. Still, considering that he will be channeling aura through the Murasame, frequently having its hardness increased by 2 grades is definitely encouraging. At least it won't shatter in the middle of combat anymore. There's also a flashing button in his status screen that's just begging to be pressed, but Gama has a bad feeling about it. He presses it, and the screen shows some new information. Due to a successful reinforcement and the weapon's high growth potential, up to 3 special abilities can now be added to the sword. The special abilities require magic stones, which will activate at random. Magic stones aren't something that can be acquired easily, and Gama can barely hold back his shock that his sword requires them to become stronger. Meanwhile, the elder who works with the demon commander throws a drinking cup against a mirror. Then he continues to drink directly from the bottle before throwing that away too. He stares up at a picture on the ceiling that shows his father, Raymond von Bimhark, one of the 7-star heroes known as the Mad Tiger. However, he fell in battle 40 years ago during the campaign against the 6th Legion commander Vasman. Society praised him as a noble hero, but immediately afterward, countless attempts were made on his life by family members who were hungry to seize control of the Bimhark family. To survive, he had to harden his heart and poison it. But those relatives who plotted assassinations against him were instead manipulated into destroying each other. Ultimately, he restored his family's shaken foundations in his father's absence. At the age of 30, he became an elder of Hawakan Academy, and his mission became to guide a foolish humanity and uphold an absolute ruling class. Fortunately for him, the existence of demons provided humanity with the perfect enemy, lending legitimacy to their authority. But there were always unexpected variables that messed things up. Leon von Reinhardt, the one hero born with the ability to defeat the Demon King, became a candidate chosen by fate. Of course, given the overwhelming gap in power between humans and demons, the likelihood of Leon truly defeating the Demon King is near zero. The First Legion, Commander Lycan, who was sealed by their ancestor, the legendary hero, Baylor Huaken, has set a precedent for all the legends that have come after. Then one day, someone approached him with the offer of personally dealing with the so-called hero candidate. She looked like an instructor, and at first he wondered how someone so far below him in the hierarchy would dare speak to him so casually. But the moment their eyes met, it became clear who stood above and below in their respective positions. She is a human who willingly abandoned humanity to have a direct contract with a Legion commander, a half-human, half-demon, otherwise known as a villain. Things were complicated enough with Leon alone, but now a low-born special admission student is making things much worse for him. Even the auditor seems hesitant to act, claiming that they have insufficient justification to proceed. The elder Clay von Bimhark tells the man to summon the undertakers. Gama scribbles his thoughts into a notebook during class the next day. He's mainly thinking about the fact that the Murasami now needs magic stones to become stronger. The difference between weapons with and without magic Sihat stones is pretty significant. Having a weapon with 3 slots for special abilities is a total jackpot. Magic stones drop from specific dungeon bosses and A-rank or higher demonic beasts, which are pretty much demonoids and everything but name. It looks like Gama is cursed to fight demonoids for the rest of his adventure, just to get stronger. Maybe it's because he keeps running into things with demon in the name. He glances over at Ryo, who's sleeping soundly in her weird sleeping mask, and wonders if she pulled another all-nighter. It's already been a week since they cleared the Buffalo Dungeon with his new club members. The key to opening the Stone Gate in the Buffalo King's territory is also a magic stone, and specifically one that drops from a colossal beast called a gigant. But for some reason, it seems like someone already slayed the gigant and took its stone. Even back in the game, gigants were so powerful that a single step from one could shake the earth. And a gigant is nothing compared to the monsters added in later game updates. Those things were basically walking natural disasters. Gama has to stop and wonder if it's really worth risking his life just to slot some special abilities into his weapon. Hunting demonic beasts for magic stones should have been Lion's job anyway. As he's lost in his thoughts, Chloe comes into the classroom and greets him. She's taken aback by Ryo sleeping soundly where she'd have preferred to sit, but she doesn't comment on it. Gama asks her if she's fully recovered, and she confirms that she's feeling a lot better. Although Gama was the one who really suffered after unleashing that blue light from his weapon, before she can say more, he cuts her off, telling her they shouldn't talk about it. That blue light she mentioned is aura, an ability only the truly powerful can use. On second thought, maybe farming for magic stones is worth the risk after all. Despite how he initially felt, he now finds himself craving strength, and he has even completely given up on the idea of a peaceful, safe life. However, his core goal remains the same: just survive. There have been too many unexpected variables, and new threats that never existed in the game are relentlessly targeting him. The plot he knew is going completely off the rails, and it feels like the world itself refuses to leave him alone. Somehow it's already been a month since he enrolled at the academy. And the truth about the Second World War, which is set to happen in 3 years, will be revealed soon. For Gama, getting stronger and enhancing his weapon isn't just an option, it's a necessity. At this rate, he can't guarantee the war's outcome because he has zero faith in Lion as the hero candidate. Even if that mermaid was a demonoid, for the supposed hero to get taken out by a one-shot attract spell is just pathetic. The whole situation is way too exhausting for him to put into words. He's so lost in thought that he doesn't even realize Weapon has arrived until Rio punches him square in the face. Weapon came to ask how the club registration is going, and Gama confirms the headmaster approved it. They just need to find one more member to become official. Weapon also drops some news Lion has been on a rampage lately. Apparently he's been clearing high-ranked dungeons nonstop. It seems Lion is finally acting like a proper protagonist, and Gama considers taking back what he said about the blonde earlier. Rumor has it Lion even cleared an A-rank dungeon yesterday with a small party while they barely scraped by in a C-rank dungeon. Weapon points out that Rio is oddly well-informed about the blonde protagonist, adding that it's pretty obvious she's into him. She doesn't answer right away, instead turning to stare at Gama for a moment before looking away and declaring she's not interested in him anymore. Lion has definitely been getting stronger. At this rate, he'll obtain Beilong during the upcoming Survival Island training. In fact, thinking about it more logically, the fact that Gama has survived this long with just a sashimi knife is a miracle. Hypothetically, his very existence might be acting as a shield, diverting all the threats and attention originally meant for Lion. But even if that's true, Gama isn't just going to roll over and take it. If it's a matter of survival, he'll swing his blade without a second thought. He has no reason to play the part of a flawless hero. After all, he's not the protagonist of this world. He mutters under his breath that he will cut down anything that stands in his way. Rio overhears him and asks if he's a huge anime fan, since that line sounds like it was ripped straight out of a show or a video game. Elsewhere, a group of dangerous-looking people follow a maid through the academy halls. One of them wonders how a group like theirs is getting calls from the Hawakan Academy elders. He jokes that since they're getting so famous, they might as well become a legitimate assassination group. The boss, a woman with short silver hair, tells him to shut up unless he wants his teeth pulled out. Another one of the thugs tells the guy who spoke up that since he's new, he doesn't know that their boss hates the elites, but the payout from this job was just way too good to refuse. As they continue to talk, the boss repeats herself and tells her subordinates to shut up. They reach the office of the elder that summoned them, and the maid calls out to him through the door. The man calls for them to step in, and the first to walk in are Jiang Taipung, the deputy leader of their group, Perry, a simple grunt worker, and the boss herself, Rei Shen. These three are members of the Undertaker Syndicate, which is a mercenary villain alliance. The elder thanks them for coming such a long way, and then he gets straight to the point, ordering his maid to give them a package. The package contains information on Kangama, and one of the men wonders why they are being given details on some kid. The elder doesn't respond and tells them that Gama is to be dealt with during the next week's Survival Island training, and if they succeed, they will get 100 million upfront, as they originally discussed, and then a bonus will be paid separately upon full completion of the task. Rai asks what the disposal method should be, and the elder simply says to dump him in the ocean that surrounds the island and let the fish and sharks take care of the rest. The day of the written exam comes, and Gama munches on a sandwich as he reads through the material for the exam. He already aced the midterm, so he doesn't need to try too hard, but they post the rankings of the exams publicly, so he definitely shouldn't half-ass this exam. The two members of his club happen to also be top and second place in the written test, so he can't be caught lagging behind. As he's studying, he gets a text from Rio reminding him to get breakfast as he prepares for the written exam. She simply tells her that he ate a sandwich, and then she goes off on a rant about the importance of sugar in his diet. It looks like Rio has a penchant for spouting nonsense first thing in the morning, and it's almost a mystery how she became the top scorer. Gama tells her that his country also has traditional exam sweets too, and she gets more interested at the mention of sweets. But then Gama ends the discussion by telling her to eat. She continues to spam his phone with texts asking what he means by that. But Gama has already dropped his phone and put it on silent, not willing to put up with her nonsense any longer. He has to focus on acing the exam and not letting the Yang Gang maniac beat him. That's easier said than done though, because it turns out that Giamma is an idiot. As Rio and Weapon argue about the answers to the questions, Chloe asks him how he did. He tells her that he guessed all the questions, but in reality he scraped by using his game lore knowledge. However, he must have at least done better than Chloe, right? He asks her if she has heard anything from Nox and if there have been any updates. She tells him that her brother called the previous day, but she was asleep. So she missed it. He called at 7 o'clock in the evening, and she had been pulling an all-nighter studying, so she didn't see it. Gama knows that Chloe is a night owl, so it's more likely that she ignored it on purpose. Adiator member's contact info is classified, so unless Nox seeks him out directly, Chloe's intel is his only source. She has her reasons for ignoring him, but they still seem awkward around each other. Gama personally thinks that siblings should get along better. Weapon loudly complains that he studied for days without sleep, and yet it looks like Rio passed him once again in their exam scores from the discussion they had. As Weapon has a panic attack, Rio gets up and comes to sit closer to Gama. Curious about what he and Chloe are talking about, she asks them if they are dating. And although Chloe starts to fantasize in the background, Gama quickly denies it and tells them that it's not what they think. Then she leans in closer and asks Gama why he's always ignoring her texts if he doesn't have a girlfriend to worry about. He tells her that it was just one time and it's not like he always ghosts her or something. Their conversation is cut short by Chloe, who is pissed to hear that he and Rio have been texting. He turns around as she hauntingly calls his name, only to see Chloe in full yandere mode. She stares down at the two of them and calmly asks him about the fact that the two of them text. Chloe's sudden outburst is a shock to Gama. The redhead didn't say anything when the two of them were sitting next to each other, but now she's freaking out because of some text. Even Weapon can't understand her sudden change in attitude, but Rio finds the whole thing amusing. She jokingly asks Gama why Chloe is acting like that, but Gama tells her to back off before she makes things worse for them. She doesn't listen to him and keeps pestering him about why Chloe is suddenly acting like that, clearly knowing exactly why Chloe is freaking out. It's clear that she knows exactly what's going on with Chloe, but she's just having fun messing with them, not understanding how dangerous the incoming yandere nuke is. Chloe is done watching them flirt in front of her, and she gets straight to the point. Gama never even gave her his number, and yet here he is chatting away with Rio like they're old friends. Gama tries to explain that his number is confidential, but she's not listening. She's more focused on the fact that Gama promised he would be her one and only prince. Rio clings to Gama, dying to know what all the fuss is about, and Gama struggles to explain through the waves of killing intent coming from his so-called friend. He tells Rio that Chloe is a yandere, but she pretends not to know what that means. Weapon, who clearly gets the picture, prees her off of Gama by her face. Clue whips out the trademark yandere box cutter, looking ready to slice and dice everything in her path. This is way more intense than the last time she went into yandere mode, and Gama is at a complete loss. He's been slacking on his yandere research on Neotube, so now he has no idea how to handle her. Clue takes a few steps toward him, vowing that from now on she'll make sure he only has eyes for her. Without giving him a second to react, she lunges at him with the box cutter. That's when even Rio realizes things have gotten seriously out of hand. She keeps lashing out at him with the box cutter, ranting that Gama is always making her miserable by hanging around and flirting with other girls instead of her. This time her swing misses Gama completely and heads straight for a totally unsuspecting Rio. Gama moves like lightning, deflecting her hand just before the blade can connect with the girl behind him. He then pins her against a table, holding her down to stop her from thrashing around. Weapon and Rio just stare in surprise as Gama tries to talk her down, though the archer looks particularly annoyed by the whole scene. While she's held down, he desperately tries to get her to talk to him. She still tries to shove him off, but her strength is already fading with his weight on top of her. She refuses to listen, though. After all this time of him not even bothering to keep in touch, he suddenly wants to talk now. Gama leans in close and tells her he wanted to talk in person, not through a cold piece of metal like a phone. His words seem to get through to her, and she starts to shiver as Gama leans in even closer, determined to settle things right here and now. He softly thanks her for always thinking about him, and that's enough to send Chloe into complete yandere overload. Gama's riz is so powerful that even Weapon starts blushing. Then he gets back up, now that Chloe has been completely paralyzed by his sheer charisma, and reminds her of their time in the Buffalo dungeon when he relied on her help, and they worked together. They have been through a lot together, so there is no need for her to get so upset so easily. With Chloe calmed down, Gama takes the opportunity to escape, happy that he somehow managed to defuse the situation. Weapon asks him if he is alright, but Rio remains silent, looking completely disappointed. Their conversation moves on, and Gama tells them they should clean up and head out while Rio slips out of the room. Later, Rio and Weapon walk back to their dorms together, both with Gama on their minds. They could already tell from previous encounters that whenever Gama was mentioned, Chloe would always give off a murderous aura. It does not take a genius to guess that Chloe has very strong feelings for our MC. However, those feelings are a twisted kind of love. What was even more shocking, though, was seeing Gama holding his sashimi knife behind his gentle words and actions. He hopes to persuade his way out of dangerous situations, but it is clear that Gama was ready to switch from persuasion to violence if it came to that. He knows how to use the threat of violence if needed. At a glance, that might make him seem like a villain, but in reality, those are the qualities of a ruler. Weapon was already convinced before, but now he knows for sure that Gama is destined for greatness. As these thoughts go through his head, he notices Rio furiously tapping on her phone. She has been making grumpy faces for a while now, and it is clear that something is bothering her. She does not want to tell him what her problem is, so he instead asks her why she is fiddling with her phone so much. She is deleting a video from her Neo channel called The Perfect Way to Deal with a Yandere, the same video series Gama was using to deal with Chloe. Not that Weapon knows that, of course. Anyway, the video is clearly doing well with over 200,000 views, but she is still intent on deleting it, claiming that she does not need it anymore. Weapon changes the topic, and the two continue to chat as they make their way through the campus. Elsewhere at the Academy Library, Gama looks through a series of books alongside his fellow cadets. Starting next Wednesday, there is a scheduled deserted island survival training on Avalon Island that will last for 3 days and 2 nights. Going by the name, it sounds like a serious survival camp, but cadets can only make teams of 1 to 4 people. The Academy even sent out an official announcement with all the details to every cadet. The whole thing is more like a school event, kind of like camping or a school field trip. Gama is in the library, grabbing various survival guidebooks to get a better handle on how to survive the training trip. Since it's a survival trip, the Academy will evaluate each cadet's self-sufficiency, but the end result won't affect their grades. Now that he thinks about it, even for Gama, who played the original game, this training event left a lasting impression on him. It's a key part of the main storyline where the main character acquires the hilt of Beilong the protagonist's primary weapon. During the island training, an incident is also supposed to happen that sparks the romance between Abel and Lion. He was really into that part of the story back then, but now he's not feeling that jealous anymore. Since entering the Academy and enduring the endless peril, he has become cynical about love. With the Academy elders after him, and the mysterious instructor lurking around, he's got way too much on his plate to even think about sparking a romance. No matter how pretty she is, this just isn't the situation to be catching feelings. Love can wait for his next life. In his current life as a swordsman, what he's more interested in is the holy demon sword Beilong. Maybe it's the swordsman in him, but he honestly can't help but want it. As a former player, he already knows exactly where Beilong is and what it can do. But finding the scattered pieces of Belong is also a crucial part of the story's narrative. And even though he knows where all the pieces are, he still can't actually get them. The condition to obtain Belong, which chooses its own master, is to manifest the Blessing of Miracle. That means the weapon is literally designed exclusively for the protagonist. Compared to Gama, who's working with a sashimi knife, the difference in their worthiness is just astronomical. Instead of pining for the impossible, it's better to focus on learning what he'll actually need to know for the 3 days on the island, because of everything that went down on Scopuli Island. The director made a special request for the Sword Emperor to join as a guest instructor, leading the Wolf class. The world's strongest hero is chaperoning a group of first-year students on a camping trip. The main story has definitely gone off script, but at least he can now achieve his goals safely because of it. Gama heads over to another shelf to find a book with the information he needs. He didn't come to the library just for basic survival info he could have looked up online. He's looking for something specific about Avalon Island. He opens a book on the island's history and starts reading. Avalon Island is located in the far western sea. It's a mystical place where the terrain constantly shifts. Right in the very center of the island, there's an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake. And among certain tribes, it's called the Land of Beginnings. Currently, the island is uninhabited. All of this is old news to Gama. It looks like he'll have to scour the entire library to find exactly what he's looking for. As he's combing through the books, a voice calls out to him, and a firm but gentle hand rests on his shoulder. It's Lion. The blonde-haired protagonist greets Gama with a small smile, and a few girls nearby squeal with joy at the mere sight of him. Gama, however, is more focused on the book the protagonist has in his hands. It's a book on the introduction to magic, and it seems like Lion is trying to learn from what happened during the midterms. But even so, the protagonist shouldn't be in the library studying magic right now. Gama finds himself distrusting this whole setup. Lion takes a seat across from our MC and asks what kind of books Gama is reading. Gama explains that he's just trying to learn more about Avalon for their upcoming trip. Lion remarks that he finds Gama surprisingly diligent, and our MC can't exactly deny it. Between exercise, dungeon exploration, and studying magical beasts, his life is super busy. Since he knows what's coming in 3 years, Gama has been doing his absolute best to prepare ahead of time for his own sake. At the end of the day, he's just looking out for number one. Lion thinks about that for a moment, then tells Gama that the two of them are different. This reminds our MC of the incident where Lion asked him where he came from. The blonde isn't acting that different from how he was in the game, but there's something that feels off about him compared to the Lion that Gama knows. There's a hint of sadness on his face, and there's also something about his troubled attitude. Before Gama gets a chance to figure out what's going on, Lion gets up and wishes Gama a safe trip. There's definitely something up with the protagonist. Maybe it's the weight of being a hero destined to carry humanity's fate. But whatever it is, it's definitely a heavy burden on his shoulders. With Lion gone, Gama turns back to finding what he needs before the library closes. The day of the survival training finally arrives, and the students gather on the training grounds for an orientation. Abel and Rachel meet up with Rio and Chloe, and Gama's 4 wives have a brief stare down. Some small talk is exchanged between Abel and Rio before Rachel jumps in to break the tension. She brings up how Rio snuck into Gama's class and is now trying to steal him from right under their noses, but Abel cuts her off before she can go too far with her accusations. Rachel doesn't back down though and just gets louder, pointing out that Rio not only went to a dungeon with Gama but also started a whole club with him, and now she could potentially be spending 2 whole nights and 3 days on a survival training island with him too. Rio interrupts, telling them that Gama said he wants to do the training by himself. His excuse is that there were a few things he wanted to try out on his own, so he's planning to take on the entire island solo. This gets Rachel all excited since it means Gama will be completely alone for the entire 3 days. Rachel proposes a little game for the 4 of them to play while they scout the island. Gama only said he wanted to go alone. There was never a rule saying he couldn't be followed. So Rachel comes up with the Rachel game, which will give one lucky lady some quality alone time with Gama. Avalon Island's terrain is constantly changing, you see. And even though they're using a spatial gate to get to the island, they'll all be dropped in random locations. It'll be tough just to find each other, let alone form teams. So the Rachel game has just one simple rule. Whoever finds Gama first wins, and the other 3 have to back off. The winner gets to have Gama all to herself. If they run into each other, they can choose to team up or go their separate ways. The only condition is that they must never get in each other's way. All the girls agree, but Abel turns beet red at the mere thought of monopolizing Gama. She refuses to play the game, but that just works out better for the others since it means less competition. Meanwhile, Gama, the man on every lady's mind, is struggling to stay awake after spending so long in the library yesterday. He jotted down everything he needed to know on his phone and came prepared with 24 sashimi knives and a secret weapon tucked away. Media kept messaging him like a worried mom, making sure he was prepared for the island and even reminding him to pack underwear. She's practically his school grandma at this point. Before leaving, though, Gama takes a moment to scan the school grounds and the teachers present. He's on the lookout for a tall female instructor with purple hair and purple eyes. He doesn't know her motives, but if she's after him, this deserted island survival training is the perfect opportunity for her to get rid of him. The island's mysterious, constantly changing terrain also makes it easy to clean up any evidence. Of course, the same applies to Gama, but he isn't exactly comfortable with the idea of using a knife on a person. That doesn't mean he's just going to sit back and let himself be killed either. The biggest problem, however, is actually finding the teacher who fits the description. But it seems like everyone in this world was dipped in food coloring at birth because a surprising number of women have purple hair and eyes. His thoughts are cut short by Siegfried and Abel, who are passing by on the training grounds. The Sword Emperor reminds Gama to keep working hard and get good results, but also to remember to get plenty of rest and enjoy the training. After a little more small talk, the 2 walk away. But Abel gives Gama a long, hard stare before leaving with a huff. Gama doesn't think much of it and just laughs, remembering from the game's story that she gets a boyfriend soon anyway. As he's watching her go, he doesn't notice Rio sneaking up on him with a mischievous look in her eyes. At least that's what she thinks is happening until Gama spins around and lands a sharp flick right on her forehead. She yelps and jumps back, completely caught off guard by such a strong, sudden attack. She was just coming over to wish him luck with the training, but now she's too ticked off to even look at him. Gama really doesn't get Rio. He's been losing sleep lately because she's always hovering around him. And if he ignores her, she just gets more antsy and starts pacing around like a maniac. He has no clue what about him caught her attention so fiercely, but Rio is still technically a heroine. He doesn't want to get any closer to her than he absolutely has to. The spatial gate to Avalon Island opens up, and the students are told to proceed through carefully for their test. Gama steps up to the gate, determined that this time he'll find what he's looking for, and he's going to get through this event quietly without any trouble. The gate whisks him away, and he arrives in the sacred land of Avalon. Specifically, he lands right in front of the Tree of Beginnings Yggdrasil. This is no time for sightseeing, though. A survival test is underway, and with everyone giving it their all, there's no room for slacking. Luckily for him, he had the foresight to snap a picture of the island's map back at the library. He then marked the location where he could get the blessing of regeneration, comparing it with his memories from when he played the game. The map looks familiar enough, and Gama assumes the blessing's location is near the lake at the island's center. This means he needs to get as close to the World Tree's lakeside as possible. From there, he can cross both the rocky area and the forest. With 3 days left of the island training, the Academy clearly didn't send them here just to mess around. They gave the cadets a mission to find orbs hidden throughout the island. It's basically a treasure hunt like the ones normal schools have on field trips, and the more orbs a student finds, the better their grade will be at the end of the test. Apparently, the orbs can also be used as enhancement materials, which only makes Gama more interested in grabbing some for himself. Following the advice from a survival book he read, he pulls out the secret weapon he brought specifically for this test. It's a medium-sized machete he found in the hiking section of a supermarket. It's normally used for clearing weeds and chopping wood, but most importantly, it's long enough that he won't trigger the blessing of the sword god. He bought this machete just for the training, hoping to save the 50 seconds from the blessing of painlessness for something really big. As he's testing out the machete, a small rabbit peeks its head out of a bush and stares at him curiously. Gama initially thinks this is the perfect chance for him to gather some food. But that thought is shattered when the rabbit emerges from the bush, revealing itself to be a creature much larger than Gama. It's a menacing creature to be sure, but Gama has already taken down a cow king, so a little rabbit should be a piece of cake. He won't even need to activate the blessing of the sword god to take this monster out. Elsewhere, Abel also encounters a rabbit that is thankfully normal-sized and a lot cuter than the monster Gama came across. Abel originally considers helping it find safety, but the rabbit chomps down on her hand before running off. Abel gives chase and draws her sword. She's now determined to turn the cute rabbit into an ingredient for her dinner. This is also a perfect chance for her to test the results of her special training. The rabbit runs faster and even turns to smirk at her as if it's looking down on her. It reminds her of Gama, who also regularly conceals his true abilities. She speeds up to catch it, but the terrain suddenly changes, causing her to lose her balance and fall into a lake. The rabbit watches her from the water's edge with a look of disappointment, and once again she's reminded of Kangama. The very boy on her mind is also having his own struggles with a monster-sized rabbit. He worked out so much to keep his body in shape, but even now, without the sword god's blessing, he can barely keep up with a simple rabbit. Gama drops to his knees and accepts defeat. It's better to starve than to waste more energy for no reason. He gives the rabbit an opportunity to leave, but before it goes, it gives Gama a mocking smile. That's all it takes for Gama to instantly change his mind, activate his blessing, and take the rabbit down immediately. In another part of the forest, Rachel rushes through the trees eager to find Gama before anyone else. She has been going in circles, but she can't get discouraged yet. After all, she was the one who started this game and talked such a big game about it. She turns and runs in a different direction, hoping to waste less time by simply moving without thinking. Her voice is so loud that Rio, in some other part of the island, can hear her as she runs through the forest. She is also eagerly looking for Gama, determined not to be the loser if she's going to play this game with everyone else. She landed on a beach on Avalon Island and immediately started adjusting her goals for this special environment. The only place on the island that never changes is the World Tree. Knowing Gama's personality and the fact that he wanted to go solo, she figures he's most likely heading to the center of the island. It's going to be a pain to search for him, but she doesn't want anyone else to get to him first. Chloe is also having a great time desperately searching for Gama. She's barely even paying attention to the monsters and animals trying to attack her as she dashes through the forest looking for him. She's one of the best scouts among the first years, and on this island, she's confident she'll find him first, and then he'll only have eyes for her. She notices someone in the distance and runs even faster, hoping that it's her Gama. Meanwhile, Gama rests beside a campfire, roasting the very rabbit that gave him so much trouble earlier. He spent the entire day skinning the monster, so now he doesn't have to worry about food anymore. He hears something running through the forest, and his attention immediately snaps to it. It doesn't sound like a wild animal, and Gama wonders if it could be someone targeting him. Right now, he can't afford to let his guard down, especially since he knows there are people at the academy who want him dead. Thankfully, he has saved his blessing for a moment like this and readies himself for a fight as the person gets closer. Clue rushes through the trees towards her target, but it turns out to be Rachel instead of Gama. The two of them immediately start arguing, angry that they seem to keep running into each other. Meanwhile, Gama barely stops himself from cutting Abel in half as she trips and falls right in front of him. The two of them freeze and stare at each other, and the silence is only broken when Abel's stomach growls. Even though she didn't want to participate in the game, somehow Abel accidentally found Gama first. She takes a long look around his makeshift campsite, and it looks like Gama is thriving. He has a warm-looking fur coat and plenty of jerky to make sure he won't go hungry. Even in this survival test, Abel continues to lose to him no matter what she does. It's embarrassing to think about, and because of her dive into the lake earlier, she's also extremely cold. Gama comes up behind her and drapes the fur coat over her shoulders. The whole reason she found him was because she couldn't resist the smell of the food he was cooking, but the coat he gave her is at least warm enough to calm her down. She also has a twisted ankle from when she was chasing a rabbit earlier. Gama doesn't waste any time as soon as he notices it and immediately bandages her ankle to take care of the injury before it gets infected. Once her wound is patched up, he asks her why she's wandering around alone. The game immediately comes to her mind, but she obviously can't tell him that. Instead, she tells him that she's more comfortable alone, which makes her similar to Gama in a way. She remembers how she'd boldly told the girls that she wouldn't be joining in on their game. But now that she's here with him, she can't resist the urge to win. She picks up her phone and snaps a quick picture showing that she found Gama first. She immediately sends it to their group chat, declaring her victory and telling the others that Gama is now off limits. Rio and Rachel throw a fit as soon as they see the picture, but the deed is done. Abel stares blankly at her phone as Gama hands her a piece of jerky. It's awkward between the two of them for a while before Abel breaks the silence. She asks him how he became so strong, but Gama doesn't have an immediate answer. Although most of his fights barely last for a minute, he still shows an incredible amount of strength that must have caused a stir since he arrived at the academy. He tells her that it's probably because of his teacher. Abel can relate since she spent 17 years of her life learning the sword from her grandfather. She was confident that she knew more about swords than anyone, but meeting Gama makes her realize that there's still a lot she needs to learn. She asks him the name of the family that he learned his swordsmanship from, but he doesn't answer her question. Instead, he tells her that he realized long ago that being strong doesn't always mean you'll win. In the end, it's always the ones that never give up that win. Those who manage to endure will persevere and survive. And those are the people that Gama considers to be truly strong. Abel stares at him for a bit, but can't hold back her laughter. To her, Gama's cliché line makes him sound like an old man, and it reminds her of her grandfather. This also reminds her of the first time they talked on the bench. This is their first real conversation since then. He hands her another piece of jerky, and Abel thanks him as she takes it. She gets so comfortable that she doesn't even realize when she falls asleep, only waking up the next morning. By then, Gama was already gone, leaving all his food and supplies behind without a word. Her ankle has also completely healed, all thanks to his help the previous night. Abel can't help but cry as she realizes that this is the first time she has ever felt truly cared for by someone else. No matter what happened in her life, she always had to face it alone. Even when she encountered huge obstacles, she managed to overcome them eventually, but it was always on her own. That was the duty of someone who carries the family name of Nibelung. But now, Kang Jayama has done all of this for her, while seemingly expecting nothing in return. All this time, she has envied people who could offer kindness without wanting anything back. And now, he has done this for her. With newfound energy, she picks up her sword and prepares to set off. Nothing will change if she just sits here and cries. She has to get moving. She proudly wears the coat that Gama gave her and sets off to continue her survival training. Meanwhile, as Gama makes his way through the forest, his thoughts drift to Abel. He has to admit she's gorgeous, but he gets the distinct feeling she's not his biggest fan. He isn't too bothered by it, though. He knows that's just her personality. She's always been the proud, standoffish type. He only helped her because they happened to cross paths, not because he was crushing on her or anything. She just looked so helpless that he couldn't bring himself to give her the cold shoulder. The main storyline might shift a bit now that he's interacted with her, but he figures everything should still turn out mostly fine. Plus, today's the day Abel and Lion are supposed to start falling for each other. He just really hopes she doesn't give that fur blanket to Lion. Anyway, after a few hours of trekking, he finally makes it out of the forest. Now his one and only goal is to find that blessing before the sun goes down. The prize he's after is the Blessing of Regeneration, a Guardian-class blessing just one tier below his own Blessing of Transference. It's supposed to supercharge the body's natural healing, but here's the catch, it only works on the user. Basically, it's just a fancy form of magical doping. However, since he has the Blessing of Transference, that little restriction is a non-issue for him. He should even be able to use it to patch up his sashimi knives. At first glance, the blessing sounds totally broken, but it's not powerful enough to, say, regrow a lost limb. It's more of a rapid wound healing accelerator. In the game, this blessing was treated like a hidden bonus, so it doesn't really impact Lion's growth trajectory. But since Lion will eventually get way stronger and collect a ton of buffs, Gama has to snag this blessing for himself no matter what. After walking just a little further, Gama finally spots his prize, the Blessing of Regeneration. And what do you know, it's right next to one of those giant orbs from the test. And sitting out in the open like that, it's practically a freebie. He came for the blessing, but gets a bonus orb talk about a lucky break. He moves to grab it, but someone suddenly steps in his way. It's Lion, and he's got a look that says he knows Gama isn't just here to admire the scenery. Lion glares at Gama, clearly aware that our boy is here for more than just a casual stroll. Gama plays it cool, lying that he just spotted the orb from afar and came over to check it out. Not buying it. Lion draws his sword and challenges Gama to take it if he can win a fight. You know the type. From the day I was born, half the world smiled with me. At least, that's the kind of stuff he's been told his whole life. He's found something that he believes is proof of his destiny as a hero. The sword in Lion's hand gleams as he stares down Gama. But wait, this isn't right. Lion is supposed to be with Abel right now. Today was meant to be a major turning point in the original story. It seems Gama accidentally crashed their big romantic event, and now nothing happened between them all night. But even if Gama knew that fighting over it seems pointless, Lion demonstrates his seriousness by slashing the wall behind him, which crumbles instantly. He is dead serious about this fight, and it's clear nothing is going to change his mind. Gama gets a good look at Lion's sword and recognizes it as Balmung, the hero sword Lion was supposed to find, but something about its condition seems off. Balmung is the world's most sinister demon sword, and the blue gem embedded in its hilt acts as a catalyst. The gem infuses the so-called holy demon sword with sacred power, which is what neutralizes its demonic magic. But since Balmung's very essence is magical power, even with the ether gem's neutralizing effect, the sword is still heavily influenced by its wielder's character. That's why, in the game, Balmung could become either a demon sword or a holy sword, all depending on the player's choices. Lion tells Gama to relax, suggesting they just treat this as a friendly sparring match. Gama thinks Lion must be crazy since he can't even use the mental realm yet. There's absolutely no way he can defeat Gama as they are now. Lion takes a step forward, and it clicks for Gama. He's trying to use this fight as a stepping stone to get stronger now that he has Balmung. Our MC can kind of see Lion's logic, but it's just a hunch. The one thing he's certain of is that this fight isn't really about the orb. Done talking, Lion lunges at Gama, kicking off the fight. Elsewhere, an exhausted Rio is trudging through the forest. At some point, she bumped into Weapon, and now the two are traveling together as she searches for Gama. It wasn't exactly a welcome encounter for Weapon, but the two of them are now reluctantly trekking along together. He hazards a guess that she's looking for Gama, and her silence is all the confirmation he needs. It's painfully obvious to Weapon that Rio has a thing for Gama. Just 1 month ago, all Rio ever did was nap at the archery range. But now the moment Gama's name comes up, she completely changes, becoming way more active. He's also noticed she started taking on extra tasks without being asked, even though she's famous for hating anything complicated or tedious. Rio suddenly stops and turns to Weapon, her face bright red, asking if her feelings for Gama are that obvious. As they're talking, a loud noise erupts in the distance, startling birds from the trees. It feels like an earthquake, but Rio knows this commotion is Gama's doing. Meanwhile, Gama is in a tight spot. Lion is far more powerful than he anticipated, and the machete he was saving as a secret weapon has already snapped in half. Lion misinterprets this hesitation as a lack of effort, thinking our MC isn't taking him seriously at all. In reality, Gama was simply too stunned to react. He was caught off guard when Lion actually swung his sword bomb, and he's reluctant to get into a fight without knowing what it's about. He held back because using his blessing might have meant accidentally killing Lion. On the other hand, if he doesn't fight back, Lion could very well take his head off. Lion is the protagonist of Blessing of Miracle M, after all, so he can't be underestimated. As the blonde hero advances, our MC is forced to draw his sashimi knife. He's about to face a monster. Fighting without his blessing would be utterly foolish. He needs to ditch the naive idea that he can get through this without using his blessing. He activates the blessing of the sword god just as Lion charges at him, again their blades clashing. They clash, but in an instant, Lion effortlessly slices the first sashimi knife in half. Gama quickly pulls another knife from his bag of spares and hurls it at Lion. The blonde hero easily deflects the knives mid-air and rushes Gama again, slicing through several pillars in his path. Gama manages to dodge the attack and quickly retreats to create some distance. Lion is on a completely different level now, but even a protagonist's power-up has its limits. Another massive slash from Balm sends chunks of the landscape flying. Lion has used nearly all of his energy in this fight. But emerging from the dust and rubble, Gama appears completely unscathed. He asks Lion why he's taking things this far, causing the hero to pause and reflect. He's always been told that he's the one destined to bring happiness to the world. But ever since Gama appeared, everything Lion has worked for feels meaningless. In his mind, this fight is meant to establish who the true hero is between them. Lion activates his sword once more, charging up an even more devastating strike and bringing it down on Gama. Our MC charges to meet the massive strike head-on, and their weapons clash. When the energy dissipates, a small piece of Balm has chipped off. Lion freezes, staring in disbelief at his damaged sword. It feels as if the destiny he was promised is now slipping away. From his perspective, Gama seems like the one who was truly chosen. Gama sheathes his knife as the wind swirls. When the dust finally settles, Lion has vanished. The duel was unexpected for Gama, but it seems Lion intended it as a way to test his own limits and grow stronger. Regardless of his opponent's motivations, Gama has no intention of losing to anyone. Lion came at him full force with no openings, and Gama lost several sashimi knives in the process. If Gama had held back or made even one wrong move, he would be dead right now. He did his best to avoid seriously injuring Lion, which meant he spent most of the fight just dodging instead of truly fighting back. Still, Lion's growth rate is exactly what you'd expect from a protagonist. That said, Gama did manage to chip Balm. As long as Lion gets it repaired and collects the necessary parts, upgrading it to its final form should still be possible. At least he didn't end up killing Lion. That would have created a whole new set of problems. With no more surprise attacks in sight, Gama goes to collect the survival training orb and his new blessing. He picks up the blessing, and a system message confirms that he's acquired a new ability. It's a passive ability, and to test it out, Gama deliberately cuts his own skin with a sharp stone. The wound vanishes instantly without leaving a scar, exactly the power Gama was hoping for. Still, it was a tough fight to earn it. He heads back into the forest and settles down by a campfire to collect his thoughts. He still can't wrap his head around the sudden unprovoked duel with Lion. The only reason he can think of is that he accidentally interrupted Lion's special moment with Abel. Then again, Lion himself said their battle was inevitable. It was too tense at the time for Gama to ask, but now he's dying to know what the blonde protagonist meant by that. After all, he knows Lion truly belongs to this world. But that still doesn't explain what he actually is. And on top of that, the mystery of who brought Gama into this world in the first place is another puzzle entirely. There's nothing he can do to figure it out, so for now, all he can do is what feels right. Even back in his past life, he had a pretty fiery personality. He's been holding it in a lot lately, but he could never turn a blind eye to injustice. He used to get into tons of fights with rude customers, but he never backed down no matter how tough they were. Maybe this is just Gama's own unique sense of justice. At first, he tried not to interfere with the main storyline, but before he knew it, self-preservation had become his top priority. Even though his actions were just to get a blessing that shouldn't have changed the main plot, and yet today, he ended up fighting Lion. And now he's also under the threat of assassination. His life is seriously on the line. If he continues down this path, he might end up cutting down a real person instead of a monster. That's a line he still doesn't want to cross, and the thought weighs heavily on him as he realizes it might come to that. While he's lost in thought, Rio appears behind him and mockingly tells him to stop talking to himself and just act natural instead of overthinking everything. He whips around to face her, but by the time he looks, she's gone. It seems it was just a hallucination, but he knows that if Rio were really here, that's exactly what she would have said. He takes a moment to wonder what the others are doing, and in that brief instant, he realizes he's thinking about his friends. The word sounds so cheesy, but right now it brings him comfort. As the night wears on, Gama eventually drifts off to sleep. Suddenly, the leaves in the nearby bushes rustle as a group of dangerous-looking people stealthily approach him, weapons in hand. Their leader, Rei Shen, gives a nod to signal the attack, and two of the grunts hurl their shuriken toward Gama. He jolts awake and instinctively dodges the attacks, receiving only minor cuts on his arms. Gama turns toward the Undertaker Syndicate and immediately recognizes their leader, Rei Shen. In the original story, she eventually becomes the first half-demon that Lion ever faces. She was originally the daughter of a nobleman, but after her family betrayed and disowned her, she became a contract killer. Her hatred festered over time, and she eventually became a villain destined to be defeated by Lion. In other words, she's a character doomed to a tragic fate. As sad as her story is, Gama can't find any sympathy for a killer who gave up her humanity. The group of assassins closes in on him as Gama cautiously keeps his distance. The men can immediately tell that Gama isn't normal. Even in a situation like this, surrounded by strong fighters, Gama has a look on his face like he wants to cut them all down. Rei Shen is the first to speak, asking him which organization he belongs to. Gama doesn't answer, mainly because he has no idea what to say to that. Why would a hitman be asking him a question like that? Maybe they don't think he's a cadet because he seems so skilled. From what the other men are muttering, it seems this is the first time Rei Shen has shown any interest in a target they're about to kill. They know he's the top freshman, but they clearly didn't expect him to put up any kind of a fight. Gama still doesn't respond to their provocations. Instead, he simply watches them. He then deduces that since these people have come for him, whoever sent them must be at least an elder in the academy. This shocks all of them. They didn't expect Gama to have been investigating them. He knows the Undertaker Syndicate are just butchers who kill for money, and the more he talks about them, the angrier they get. Gama walks right up to Rei, getting in her face and looking down at her mockingly. One of the grunts finally has enough of the disrespect and lunges at Gama. But in a split second, our MC activates the blessing of the sword god and makes short work of the side character. The man scoffs at Gama for just dodging right as his own head slides cleanly off his neck, which has been expertly cut by Gama. Just like that, he dies before he even realizes he's been attacked. With this, Gama has finally killed a person in a place that isn't the Academy's subspace. As the group panics and tries to figure out what to do, Gama's assimilation rate starts to skyrocket, jumping from 12 to 88%. In another reality, Chef Kim checks his phone and sees that it's already past midnight. He decides it's time to find what he's looking for quickly and call it a night. He's looking for his humanity, but he can't seem to find it anywhere. As he rummages through the fridge, he sees some juice boxes that spell out the words, "Blessing of the Sword God." As he stares at the weirdly organized boxes, he changes back into Kang Jama, but he still can't find what he's looking for. He then sees more juice boxes, and they seem to be spelling out a message for him. The message tells him to cut it all down no matter what it is. And as soon as he reads it, a bright red light comes flooding from the fridge, engulfing him and snapping him back to reality. His left eye starts to darken as a manic glare comes over his face. And it's clear that Gama is ready to take out anything and everyone in his way. The other goons don't get the hint that they are already dead, and they rush towards him trying to bring him down. But Gama doesn't waste a second as he meets them halfway and cuts 3 of them down with one clean strike. Another pair of assassins comes at him with their swords drawn, and our MC easily jumps over their attacks, twisting in midair before slicing them in the back, killing them easily. The men try to encourage each other not to get taken down by one brat and rush to attack him all at once. Meanwhile, Rei Shen, their leader, watches from behind as blood, guts, and body parts go flying in all directions. As she watches her men get mercilessly cut down, she starts to question if the person they are up against is really a cadet. He's clearly in an entirely different league than all of them combined, and at this rate, they are all going to be wiped out. The goon closest to her yells out in fear, calling for his captain to tell him what to do. But before Rei can even process what he's saying, Gama swiftly appears beside him and ends his life in one swift motion. The kid was supposed to be an easy target for them, just a quick kill that they would forget about by the end of the week. But now all her men are dead, and she's most likely going to be next. Now she understands why the old man was promising such an absurd amount of money for someone who was supposed to be a quick and easy kill. That crazy old man set them up against someone who is clearly no longer human. He has to be a half-human, half-demon that's disguised as a cadet. Gama's attention turns to her, and before Rei Shen can back away, he's already on top of her, pinning her completely with a knife pressed against her throat. Gama managed to finish this whole thing quickly with a whole 9 seconds left on his blessing of painlessness. All his time for the day was used up because of Lion and this Undertaker group. It was for self-defense, but Gama still wishes that he won't need to use it again. Fighting humans is a completely different feeling compared to fighting demonoids. Even though he's not a fan of what he just did, his opponents were human butchers who were coming for his life. There was no reason to show mercy, and he doesn't have any regrets. Now, the only person left to take care of is Rei Shen, and she has clearly lost all will to fight. He ties her hands to a tree, keeping her immobilized. Then he starts his interrogation by asking her who sent her. However, even in this situation, Rei is a professional, and she's not about to let Gama's intimidation work on her. But Gama isn't going to give up so easily either. This is finally his chance to figure out who has been after his life. All he has to do is figure out how he's going to get the information out of her. Gama bends down to her and asks her if she's stupid. After all her subordinates have been turned into fertilizer for the forest, and there's a good chance that she will be next if she decides to continue crossing Gama. Rei can't take it anymore and grits her teeth in anger. She's convinced that Gama is a demon, but now even she can see why the Elder put a hit on him. She tried to look into Gama before the mission, but all of his personal records were erased, including even his relatives and his parents. That causes Gama to pause in confusion, and the rest of Rei's ranting falls on deaf ears. He has no idea what she means by his family records being erased. He tries to remember his relatives and his parents, but suddenly realizes that he can't even remember what his family looks like. He desperately asks her to explain herself while pulling out his sashimi knife from its sheath. He was originally planning to find out the name of the person that hired the mercenary group. Then he would have let her go peacefully. But now that she has revealed something so distressing, it looks like he has no choice but to take this more seriously. He tells her plainly that if she doesn't cooperate with him, then she will end up losing an arm and a leg and any other limb Gama wishes. As long as she can still talk by the end of it, he doesn't care how mangled she ends up being. Suddenly, the area fills with immense magical pressure, pushing both Gama and Rei down. Gama turns around and sees that the blood of the corpses seems to be rising into the air and heading towards Rei. Suddenly, the stoic look on Rei's face changes to raw terror as she sees the blood gathering around her body. Elsewhere, Siegfried takes the break as an opportunity to go fishing with his brand new fishing rod. He hasn't gotten a single bite since he started, but it's still nice to enjoy the rare peace and quiet. A disturbance in the water makes him momentarily think that he's about to get a catch, but instead fish are thrown into the air as if something terrible were shaking the island itself. He immediately knows something is off. The sheer amount of magical energy in the air is terrifying, on par with a demon commander. As the blood completely envelops Rei, she starts groaning in agony, begging Gama for help. Her skin begins to turn purple and her eyes look shattered as she pleads with Gama not to let her die. Then suddenly, a massive blast obliterates the spot where Rei was just lying. The explosion is so bright and loud it illuminates the entire island. When the smoke from the explosion clears, Rei is standing in the wreckage. Except this clearly isn't Rei. Whoever this new person is, patches of her skin are burning all the way up her body. And the very first thing she does is stretch and comment that she hasn't been in the human world for 700 years. This level of magical power makes the mermaid that nearly killed Gama look like a goldfish in comparison. That, combined with the unholy flames wreathing her body, makes Gama certain of who he's looking at. This person is the Demon King's army's 5th Legion commander, the succubus demon, the bewitching flame Igor. It looks like just after slowly turning into a demon himself, Gama is about to face off against a demon commander. The succubus laughs with glee as even the birds in the sky fall to the ground from the immense heat her appearance caused. She asks Gama if this isn't how humans greet each other. After all, it's been 700 years since she last stepped out of the demon realm, so she's not really up on human customs anymore. Regardless of whether she's right or wrong about her introduction, she gives it another shot, even saying that it's nice to meet him before asking for his name. Gama is still stunned into silence as she continues to ask him questions that he can barely even process anymore. Right now, he's frantically digging through his memories, hoping that even the smallest, most useless fragment can serve as a window into the future. Gama's biggest advantage right now, the thing that has allowed him to survive in this world for so long, is his memories from playing Blessing of Miracles M in his past life. From what he remembers, the succubus Igor is a fire-type demon and one of the Legion commanders. Although her physical strength is pretty average compared to the other commanders, she excels at mental magic. Those are the basic details he can remember from Igor's page on the game's wiki, back when he quit playing. But he has no idea why Igor would descend to the human world after 700 years. What's more, she used possession to descend through Lean as her host. He doesn't have any more time to think about it. As Igor speaks to him again, she asks if he's the one who killed all the mercenaries littered across the floor. From the moment she descended, she realized that Gama is no ordinary human. The fact that he's still standing with a sane mind after seeing her is proof that he has outstanding capabilities. However, even with that, just from his physical appearance, she can tell he's just a whelp, but he'll most likely grow up to be something special. If that's the case, he comes to him with a proposal, make a contract with her. As she says this, she activates her mind control powers, completely bewitching Gama as he looks at her. He tries to ask her what she's doing to him, but she cuts him off before he can say a word. Gama should be honored, after all, that a Legion commander would give him this special chance to become her slave. In the end, she knows that even though humans may act noble, they just end up judging each other and creating their own little pecking orders. They chase after their own interests and kill others just to cause pain. Instead of allowing him to live in a world like that, Igor is giving Gama a chance to dream a dream of glory with her. The mind control starts to take effect as her words sink into his mind. The more he thinks about it, the more he can't help but agree with her. After all, humans only judge others and get in their own way. If he wants to survive, then accepting Igor's offer would be the smart thing to do. On top of that, his ultimate goal of survival will be much easier if he sides with the Demon King's army. But his opponent is a demon, and not just any demon, but the succubus queen Igor. That's why he has to fight her influence and make his own decision. As his mind just barely manages to cut through her powers, Igor notices that he has undone her powerful magic. She starts to wonder if he broke free only because she is currently inhabiting such a pathetic vessel. She only made that contract with Lean because of all her whining, but now she's starting to regret her decision. As she continues to complain about her host, Gama starts to laugh. He finds her nonsensical ranting so funny he can't hold back his amusement. There's a brief silence as Igor struggles to comprehend what Gama just said, and then he pulls out his sashimi knife to answer her question about becoming a slave. With one swift swipe of his blade through the empty air, he tells her to get lost. Igor smirks at his lack of manners as flames start to gather around them. Gama slices through the flames she effortlessly lobs his way, but she just yawns as he scrambles to dodge her attacks. Our MC, however, hasn't even begun to fight at his full potential. He moves fast enough to land a clean strike, forcing her to dodge and leap away with a hearty laugh. The longer they fight, the more she finds herself wanting him, realizing her offer to make him her slave wasn't entirely a joke. Deciding to test the true extent of his abilities, she unleashes even more of her power at once, sending a barrage of fireballs at him. Gama carves through them all with ease, pushing through the wall of flames to close the distance with Igor. His increasingly brilliant skills only serve to deepen her admiration for him. As he bears down on her, she's forced to turn and flee with him in relentless pursuit. Gama has clearly surpassed human limits, while she, on the other hand, is adapting far too slowly, even though it's been several minutes since her descent. Our MC manages to close the gap, whirling around to plunge his knife into her back. This time, Igor is genuinely shocked by his speed. Startled by how quickly he caught up to her, the two of them collide, unleashing a massive explosion that tears up the ground around them. As the smoke clears, Igor is standing over Gama, effortlessly catching his knife just before it could strike her. She remarks on his impatient nature and asks if he's in some kind of hurry. After all, he doesn't need to go anywhere. Igor has all the time in the world for him. Gama is in a hurry, though, and he knows there isn't a moment to lose. With all his might, he shatters her grip, freeing his hand and lunging in for another attack. His body begins to glow with his aura as he pushes himself even harder to end this fight. There's no time to waste. The clock is ticking down until his blessing of painlessness wears off, which will leave him completely defenseless. Igor notices that he's somehow getting even faster, despite already moving beyond what should be humanly possible. The two of them continue their high-speed clash, sending a shower of fiery sparks across the battlefield as the seconds tick by. Their battle glows brighter and brighter until finally his blessing of painlessness expires. Gama is left completely exhausted, panting heavily. He can barely remain on his feet as she towers over him. Igor, meanwhile, is practically unscathed from the brutal fight, aside from a severely cut-up hand wreathed in flames. If it weren't for the pact that the humans and demons signed 700 years ago, this battle would have ended very differently. Staring at her hand, she still can't get used to the sight of her own red blood pouring from her wounds. It almost feels as if she's become human herself. And just like that, she uses her flames to completely heal her hand, leaving it as good as new. She approaches Gama, who can barely stand, and tells him it would be a shame to let him remain a mere human. He possesses a burning determination that consumes his very being, and she finds it captivating. He may lack manners, but Igor is drawn to his fiery passion, and at his age, he might just have more potential than the youth who was prophesied to be the vessel of the hero of old. Igor laughs, as Gama continues to glare at her defiantly, even as she finally grows accustomed to her new body. She begins to see Gama in a new light, wondering if he could be the one to fulfill the demon's desires. To find out for sure, Igor decides to give him one final test, to see if he's truly the one she's been searching for. She gathers an immense amount of fire, rising into the air and telling our MC that if he can survive this next attack, he passes. The flames coalesce into a ball in the Legion commander's hand, burning brighter and hotter than anything she's used so far. Gama's eyes begin to glaze over as she charges the attack. It's clear he has no energy left. Igor tells him he has to endure at least this much as she hurls the miniature sun toward him. At that exact moment, someone else rushes in from the side, leaping into the air and positioning themselves in front of the blast to shield Gama. It's Siegfried, arriving in the nick of time to save his young student from certain death. As he uses all his strength to block the inferno, heading for Gama, he yells at our MC to pull himself together and snap out of his daze. Igor is mildly annoyed by the old man's sudden interference in their fight, and she tells Siegfried not to butt in. However, the old man absolutely refuses to let Gama fall here, not after witnessing so much potential. Since the Swordmaster has chosen to put his life on the line for Gama, Igor is more than happy to include him in the challenge and see if he can truly protect the boy. Meanwhile, Gama's consciousness is adrift in a void as he struggles to find his bearings. Am I dead? Wahed is his first thought, his train of thought broken by a cough somewhere in front of him. He barely manages to focus his senses and sees a figure standing before him. The first thing he notices is a flaming stump where an arm should be. And as his vision clears, he sees the Sword Emperor standing before him missing an arm. Despite the missing limb, the Sword Emperor is determined to ensure a peerless talent like Gama isn't lost in a pointless battle like this. With all his might, he used his sword in his bare hand to completely block an attack from a Legion commander. And even after losing his entire arm, he still stands before his student like a protective shield. He does all this because he knows the boy he's sacrificing his life for will surely become the bridge between humans and demons, growing into the hope that will break their chains of fate. He notices our MC seems to have regained his senses and tells him to rest for a bit until his body recovers. From what Siegfried can tell, the situation is critical and he needs to hold the line while his student rests. Gama points out that Siegfried has lost an arm, but the old man tells him not to worry about it. You don't need two hands to grip a sword anyway. For now, Gama just needs to focus on pulling himself together. Igor is done letting them have their little heart-to-heart and calls out to Siegfried. She can't understand how someone so far past their prime is taking her magic head-on. After all, he's just a mere human and should barely be able to think straight around her, let alone hold his ground like this. Siegfried doesn't respond and instead tries to assess the situation he's just jumped into. Right now, he's facing off against Igor, one of the Legion commanders. And for someone of such a high rank to appear, they must use flesh as an offering to loosen the barrier between the demon realm and the human world. From there, they can possess a human body which serves as a catalyst. Due to the backlash from this entire process, demons can't use their full strength while possessing someone. But that doesn't change the fact that they are unstoppable forces of nature whenever they appear. Fortunately for them, it seems Igor and her current host body aren't a very good match. It's understandable that she struggled against Gama, considering how overpowered he is. But now she's even being pushed back by a dying old man. She has no idea what trick Siegfried pulled to hold out against her for so long, but she'll make sure her next attack costs him more than just an arm. With that, she charges toward him again, and Siegfried meets her head-on, rushing forward with his sword held in his one good arm. The two cross paths, and our grandpa manages to slice off her arm as payback. Igor screams in pain and fury as her flaming arm falls lifelessly to the ground. She stares at it in shock as Siegfried asks if she's scared yet. After all things are now fair between them, this enrages Igor even more, and she lunges for another attack, conjuring massive flames that engulf the entire area. Siegfried calmly holds his sword as it crackles with aura, preparing a counterattack. He doesn't know exactly why she crossed over from the demon realm, but he can clearly see the fear in her eyes, as the flames lash toward him like a molten whip. The old man easily cuts them away and dodges the attack. He then leaps from his spot, moving faster than Igor's eyes can track. The succubus still doesn't believe Siegfried is much of a threat, and she's so busy mocking him that she almost gets her head taken off by his sword. In an instant, Siegfried is beside her, swiping his sword at her neck, which she just barely manages to dodge. Siegfried has such a dense aura that she can't even sense his movements. That's when she takes a moment to look at his face seriously and realizes that Siegfried is a descendant of On, one of the ancient heroes. That might be so. but Agor tries to calm herself before panic can set in. After all, Siegfried is still just a human in a body far past its prime. There's no reason for her to get so worked up over someone like him. She flies up into the sky to create some distance between them, then summons a volley of flaming spears above her head. Descendant of Eren, or not, there's no way a body as fragile as Siegfried's can dodge this next attack. The spears fill the sky, and the heat is so intense that even the clouds begin to part. She laughs maniacally as both Gama and Siegfried realize this next one is going to be difficult to evade, without giving them more than a second to think. She unleashes the fiery rain upon the ground. Siegfried may be old, but he's still got some moves moving fast enough to dodge the downpour of fire. Gama can only watch helplessly and call out for his teacher. He'd like to help, but right now it's taking every last bit of his strength just to stay conscious. If he lets go of his sashimi knife, he might never be able to grasp it again. Giving up his blessing in this situation would be suicide. Siegfried continues to leap and weave, avoiding the molten spears as they tear apart the ground all around him. With his one good arm, he expertly slashes his sword at any attacks that get too close, slicing the fire spears clean in half. Even Agor has to give him props for his impressive display, especially for an old-timer. In her eyes, he gets an upgrade from a meddling bug to a scurrying rat, but the attacks are still raining down with no end in sight. But Siegfried hasn't just been blindly dodging this whole time. He's been getting closer to her with each step, and now he's within jumping distance. As he closes the distance, he agrees with her that demons are ridiculously stronger than humans. In fact, back in his youth, he resented the world after realizing that his effort alone would never be enough to overcome that gap. But now in his old age, he's come to realize something important. Agor scoffs as he talks, but despite her dismissive words, she can't ignore the raw skill that proves just how experienced the old man is with a sword. Siegfried is almost within striking distance, and she still hasn't found a weakness to exploit. Then just as he gets closer, she spots it. His left side, where his arm is missing, is wide open, a total sitting duck. She smirks as an idea pops into her head and tells Siegfried to keep on babbling. The old man leaps into the air, closing the distance, and with his sword primed for the final slash, he shouts out to Agor. He tells her that humans can develop and evolve even in the most hopeless situations. And that's what demons fear the most. That's why they are constantly trying to invade the human world. With that, Siegfried finally gets into striking distance and raises his sword high for the final blow. Just as he's close enough, Agor starts to laugh. With a flick of her wrist, a spear of fire shoots up from the ground, stabbing him right in the foot. And just like that, Siegfried's heroic leap is cut short, leaving him wide open for a finishing blow. Agor doesn't waste a second, instantly closing the gap and placing her hand on his chest. She's tired of his monologue, and there's only one way to shut him up. With that, she blasts a burst of fire from her palm, tearing straight through the Sword Emperor's stomach. The beam then explodes, completely engulfing the old man in bright flames as Agor walks away, once again looking bored with the whole fight. Siegfried spits out a mouthful of blood and collapses to his knees, coughing in agony. His body is on fire, his arm is missing, and there's a bowling ball-sized hole in his stomach. Honestly, the old man has definitely had better days. Now that he's well and truly defeated, Agor looms over him and places a flaming foot on his head, pinning him to the ground. Left with no strength in his body, it seems Siegfried has no words left. Agor knows humans well. Whether it was 700 years ago or today, the heroic types are always so cliché. The mighty Sword Emperor can't even open his mouth to argue as she tears him down with her words. Gama calls out for his teacher, again still barely able to move or do anything to save him. Agor had almost forgotten about the kid, but her attention snaps back to him after his cry, for the first time since they met. She calls him by his name and approaches him to continue their conversation from before Siegfried arrived. Now that the interruption has been dealt with, it's time for her to give him the results of her little test. The Sword Emperor tries in vain to yell for his student to run, but it's already too late. Gama passed her test, and as a reward, he gets another taste of mind control. His already weakened mind can barely resist as the Legion commander places her flaming hands on his body. In her eyes, Gama will serve as the perfect host for the future of demonkind. She lovingly tells him that they will see each other in hell. While Siegfried yells at her not to turn her back on an enemy to go after a young cadet, Agore just laughs at his attempt to save our MC while she prepares a seal on her tongue. She has no interest in hanging out with an old man like Siegfried, and her attention is fully on Gama. She leans in and places her tongue on his forehead, giving him a devil mark as a seal of approval for passing her test. With that, Gama falls to the ground, seemingly completely taken over by the demon woman's magic. The demon mark seems to take root in his head and spreads all over his body, completely covering him with her power. The system immediately detects the unauthorized external intrusion and starts to freak out. It automatically activates its self-defense program. But just like with the Sword God's blessing, the program can't execute because the user's level and the world line are too low. So instead, the system uses Yggdrasil as a catalyst to temporarily boost Gama's level. Then it uses its restraints to readjust and synchronize the world line. If you have no idea what this means, dear user, it means that our OPMC is about to get absolutely busted and Agor is cooked. Gama's synchronization level skyrockets from 12.7% all the way to 99% and then finally hits 100%. With that, the conditions to unlock his mysterious power have been met and Gama is about to awaken. Meanwhile, Siegfried is still trying to fight the overconfident demon, but in his weakened and battered state, he's barely a threat. He's much slower now, but even Agore can't help but be impressed that he's still moving despite his injuries. It makes sense to her, though, since even bugs keep twitching after their heads are cut off. Siegfried still struggles to fight back, as Agore playfully dodges his attacks. Even if it costs him his life, he's determined to take both of Agore's legs down with him. His blade glows with his aura, and Agore takes note of its color. It's just like 700 years ago during the war, when the Sword Saint used their aura as well. He evolved his aura right up to his dying breath to fight her. It looks like she has no choice but to finish the old man off before he becomes a real problem. She rushes at him for one final clash, and Siegfried prepares to meet her head-on. But they're both interrupted when a blast of magic descends from the sky, striking Agore to her core. She whirls around in a rage to find the source of the magic, her eyes widening in shock. At first, she thinks she's looking at Gama, but this definitely isn't the boy she knows. A strange feeling runs through her as she sees the glowing figure approaching them. She hasn't felt this uneasy in 700 years. The system has forcibly raised and manifested the level of all of Gama's blessings, including the blessing of painlessness and the blessing of regeneration. It then used the blessing of transference to absorb the world's pain and damage, countering it with the other two blessings. Agora grits her teeth in anger, staring at the person who dares to interfere with her plans. She glares at the figure in the air above them. As Gama descends, the system announces that the blessing of the Sword God has been temporarily disabled in his new form. Instead, it announces that the Sword God should bear witness as Gama now wields the blessing of pseudo-invocation. Elsewhere on the island, Abel sheathes her sword as she walks through the dense forest. Today is the last day of the training exercise, but something is clearly wrong. It's almost 7 o'clock in the morning, and Ryoho checks her phone just to make sure she isn't going insane. Wilpon wakes up behind her asking what she's doing walking around when it's not even dawn. But she tells him that dawn has already passed. The sun should have risen a long time ago, yet the sky is pitch black as if it were still the middle of the night. Regardless of what's happening, it's time for the cadets to head back to the academy where they're all supposed to meet up, even Chloe and Rachel, who are fast asleep and dreaming of Kangjama. The other cadets are also waking up and realizing it's time to reunite at the return point. Rio is sure many of them probably gathered there yesterday. Whatever is going on, Rio knows this can't be a good sign. Back at the battlefield, the smoke still hangs thick in the air as Gama calmly floats down toward the demon and the old swordsmen who were just about to kill each other moments ago. Agor still can't believe that Joaquin of all people would suddenly appear out of nowhere. And for the first time in this entire battle, the fear Siegfried had only glimpsed in her eyes is now plastered all over her face. But as our MC's feet touch the ground, crackling with electricity, Agor gets her first good look at the person who has appeared before them. It's not Joaquin, the man she's feared for 700 years, but Gama, the boy she was toying with just 5 minutes ago. Now that she gets a clear look at him, she realizes how careless it was to think he could be Joaquin. No matter how strong Joaquin was 700 years ago, he was still human. There's no way he'd still be alive. But that doesn't lessen the immense dread washing over her as Gama approaches. As a result, even her judgment is starting to slip. And where is Siegfried? During all this chaos, he's basking in the light of a new god. As soon as Gama gets close, Siegfried's knees buckle, and he sinks to the ground in reverence. Gama looks at him for a moment before raising a hand, and Siegfried's wounds immediately begin to heal and close. Once Siegfried is healed, Gama closes his eyes to concentrate. He then opens them, unleashing a burst of power as the electricity coursing through him erupts, engulfing the entire area. In a flash, he disappears. Before Agore can even blink, he reappears right behind her and slowly walks toward her. Meanwhile, the Legion commander is petrified, her brain struggling to process what in the world is going on. She can't seem to get a clear read on his form at all. It's as if his new powers are simply beyond her comprehension. She starts to wonder if it's because of the weak host body she's inhabiting, but she knows it's definitely more than that. This whole situation is unbelievable, but one thing she's absolutely sure of is that this guy's definitely not human. If that's the case, she's going to have to eat her words. She sarcastically apologizes to Gama for taking back her statement as she draws magma from the earth for a massive attack. It's a shame she has to use her full strength to eliminate him now. His body would have made an excellent vessel. But if she doesn't take him down right here, he will undoubtedly become a major obstacle for the rest of demonkind. Gama stares calmly as she charges a powerful attack, watching as magma breaks through the ground and takes shape before her. She then combines it all, forming a colossal fireball that she holds above her head. Siegfried grits his teeth, stunned by the sheer display of raw power. But Gama seems completely unfazed. She launches the massive fireball toward him, wishing him a final goodbye with a promise to meet again in hell. The enormous ball of fire rockets toward Gama and Siegfried, its immense size tearing up the earth as it travels. Siegfried can hardly believe his eyes at the scale of the attack. There's nothing he can do to stop it from obliterating them. Gama walks forward as the flames roar toward them, and for the first time since arriving with his newfound power, a voice speaks from within him. The system runs through countless calculations to keep his new form active and maintain all his blessings at once. Considering the world line values were tampered with, the manifestation time is limited to 60 seconds. This means Gama doesn't have much time to finish this fight, but given this new form, it's not like he needs it anyway. The world itself seems to freeze in place as Gama approaches the fireball with a single intention to cut it as perfectly as possible. Several potential cutting lines appear on the massive blazing sphere, but only one looks viable. He focuses on it and activates one of his new powers called Thousand Sword. The attack slices through the fireball and continues beyond it, even cutting down Agor, whose hand is still outstretched. The ball of fire erupts in a burst of energy, filling the area with a blinding light that overwhelms everything. Once the light fades, Agor's body falls to the ground, split perfectly in half by Gama's power. She collapses completely out of energy. Her eyes drift toward the sky as it begins to brighten over the island. The other students also point at the sky in shock, barely believing what they're seeing. The sky, which was dark just moments ago, has been split open by a perfect cut. The other students, of course, have no idea what's actually going on. They all just assume that the sunrise on this island is just particularly strange. Back with Agor, she struggles to breathe as her blood, which looks like molten magma, pools around her. She can't regenerate, and it feels like the very source of her mana has been severed. At this rate, she's going to die soon, and there's no way to save herself. Beside her, Gama's transformation gives out, and he barely stays on his feet before collapsing to the ground. It seems the transformation drained every last ounce of his power, leaving him unconscious right in front of Agor. The Legion commander sees her opening and starts crawling toward the unconscious boy. She can't accept dying so pathetically. More importantly, from what she's seen, King Gama will become a calamity for the demon race. She uses the last of her energy to activate one final powerful spell called Flamma and aims it at Gama. Even if she dies, this is her only chance to save her people before they're wiped out. But her spell is cut short as a sword pierces straight through the back of her head and out of her mouth. She just barely manages to turn and see Siegfried driving his burning sword deeper into her neck. He did warn her not to turn her back on an enemy after all. Her carelessness is just like that of the 6th Lady Commander Basman. Still, he thinks she's tougher than Basman, but this is where her story ends. She gets out one last curse before he channels his aura into the sword, blasting his energy into her and killing her from the inside out. Her screams eventually fade into pained, muffled cries until her body slowly decays and disintegrates into nothing. As she vanishes, Siegfried finally announces that his name is not Aaron's descendant, it's Siegfried Fibelong. The Sword Emperor then turns his attention to the unconscious Gama, still lying defenseless on the ground. He goes to turn the boy over and check on his condition. His breathing is steady, and although some blood vessels are blocked, he has no fatal wounds and just seems to be asleep. Thankfully, his life is not in any immediate danger. Now that he's confirmed Gama is safe, Siegfried can only wonder just what in the world King Gama really is. Earlier, after Gama manifested his new form, Siegfried couldn't help but drop to one knee out of respect. It wasn't a conscious decision, just a swordsman's gut reaction. You see, since ancient times, people have believed that a powerful unseen will exists in all of creation. Things like violent storms and floods, or lightning striking from a clear blue sky, or even comets streaking across the night sky. These supernatural forces have always been a source of awe and fear for humanity. But ironically, people also worshipped these incredible powers, hoping to gain their blessings and protection. Over time, these forces came to be known as either calamities or gods. As the students crowded around the exit gate, those closest to our MC pushed their way to the front. Ryoho arrived just in time to see the peak of the chaos as Gama was carried out on a stretcher. To her left, she saw Chloe desperately trying to claw her way to Gama's side, while Rachel held her back. And to her right, Abel collapsed to her knees when she saw that her grandfather was missing an arm. Clearly, something had gone terribly, terribly wrong. By the next day, the news and the internet were buzzing with speculation about what on earth happened at Avalon to leave a student at death's door and the Sword Emperor without an arm. With such a significant loss of power from his injury, the whole world couldn't help but wonder if someone new would rise among the 7-star heroes. As Ryoho scrolled through the news, she unsurprisingly found zero mention of Gama. Even the other students were whispering among themselves, wondering where the special new student was and what happened to him back on Avalon. Their gossip got a little too grim for Ryoho's taste, so she calmly told them to knock it off and take their doom and gloom session somewhere else. Even though they were speculating that Gama might die, Ryoho knew a guy like him wouldn't go down that easily. Chloe, on the other hand, hadn't stopped crying since the last time they saw Gama. At this point, it had been over a week since any of them had seen him. So naturally, the worry was starting to set in. When they tried to visit him in the medical bay, they were turned away even though they were cadets, just like him. It was apparently a direct order from the director, which meant the situation had to be connected to the Sword Emperor. After they finished their special exam, Avalon Island had transformed into a boiling sea of lava with a blanket of eerie mana covering the entire area. Add that to the fact that humanity's strongest hero lost his left arm, and the only logical conclusion was that a demon or demonoid had invaded the island. Ryoho reached that conclusion pretty quickly and immediately started digging for more information. But there was nothing. To make matters worse, Director Medadia cut off all outside contact, claiming she would handle everything personally, which meant not even the press could get a scrap of new info. This meant there was nothing she could do to help Gama, and the helplessness was incredibly frustrating. On top of all that, the last time she saw him, he flicked her on the forehead. Now she was worried sick about him, but she also really wanted to get some payback. Meanwhile, in another class, Rachel and Abel were having their own conversation about the situation. Abel in particular was lost in thought about what had happened to the Sword Emperor. Thankfully, he was doing all right and was even set to make a full recovery minus the arm, of course. But that wasn't what was really on her mind. When she visited him in the infirmary, she learned he was personally taking care of Gama for reasons he refused to share. Every time she heard Gama's name, there was always some mystery surrounding him, and now it looked like he got hurt while protecting her grandfather. Elsewhere, a frustrated Clay von Beimhark downed an entire bottle of whiskey. Things were just getting more and more complicated, and none of his schemes were panning out. Now, to top it all off, even the undertakers he hired had vanished without a trace. Director Medadia, on the other hand, was just as frustrated, though for completely different reasons. In her office, she and the Sword Emperor discussed Gama's condition. It wasn't that long ago that Gama was critically injured, but now he was suddenly healthier than he'd been even before the incident. While his rapid healing could be chalked up to Medadia sending in her top medical team, Siegfried was another matter entirely. He had lost an arm after all, yet somehow he was perfectly fine. Even his own doctor couldn't explain how Siegfried had recovered from everything, including chronic illnesses he had before even setting foot on Avalon. All of these bizarre happenings were giving Medadia a massive headache, as she couldn't make sense of any of it. Siegfried had also been acting strangely, refusing to leave Gama's side throughout his entire recovery. Now that Gama was awake, she hoped Siegfried would finally spill the beans on what actually happened. Siegfried, meanwhile, was also trying to sort through his thoughts because a whole lot had gone down on Avalon Island. Now that things were settling back to some semblance of normal, he could finally tell her what happened. He explains that Igor appeared on the island and just as quickly that she was eliminated. This makes no sense to Medadia. There's no way Siegfried could take down Igor alone, which leaves only one conclusion. The one who defeated Igor must have been Gama. Siegfried promised to explain everything once they were all together, but for now they deserved a little rest. Meanwhile, out in the school courtyard, Speedweapon is trying to cheer up his club friends by designing new recruitment posters. They had always relied on Gama to run the club, but with him gone, it's time for them to step up. The poster is absolutely hideous, though, and Chloe wastes no time ripping it in half. As Chloe and Speedweapon bicker, Ryoho touches the empty spot beside her missing Gama. Even the sweets she normally loves don't taste as good as she remembers. While she's sulking, the sounds around her suddenly change as Chloe and Speedweapon excitedly run towards someone who just arrived. She turns to see Gama standing there with them and immediately rushes over, flicking him on the forehead the moment she's close enough. Then, with a smile, she welcomes Gama back. In another time, Gama stands before the school surveying the entire courtyard. The ground around him rumbles, and powerful winds threaten to push him back. Moments later, several knives similar to his own fly out from the school, launching straight at him. Gama reacts and instantly parrying and blocking every knife that comes his way. By the time he fends off, the barrage space itself has torn apart. Above him, a giant knife slices through the sky, plummeting straight toward him. Gama raises his own knife, meeting the massive blade as a voice in his head urges him to take something and pick it up. What it is, he has no idea. In fact, Gama has no clue what's happening at all. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He wakes up in his room confused as the sun shines on his face. It's not the first time he's had that dream, and he can never figure out what it means. His phone buzzes beside him. It's a message from Speed Weapon showing off his god-awful poster design that Chloe unfortunately failed to destroy. Aside from the fact that his club is now doomed to never get a new member again, his body's feeling better than ever since his recovery. He's been resting in a VIP treatment room since his fight with Aegor, all funded by the Sword Emperor himself. As he gets dressed to return to school for the first time in a while, his mind wanders back to the events on the island, and he can only imagine how things will go from here. Ryoho told him to do whatever he wants, but so far nothing has been that simple. When he gets to school, the first person to greet him is Ryo, holding a candy bar with a smug look on her face. They walk to class together. She wastes no time getting straight to the point, asking him what in the world happened in Avalon and why he was hospitalized for so long. It's not an easy topic, and no matter how much she pesters him, it's not something he can just reveal. Gama ignores her pestering and distracts her by sending a picture of the posters Speed Weapon put up. That diverts her attention, and he sends her off to deal with the mess. Elsewhere, Medadia and Siegfried meet in her office once again. This time, Gama politely enters to join them, arriving just in time to start the discussion. Medadia looks at him with worried eyes and gets straight to the point how he managed to take down the 5th, General Aegor. Although it undeniably happened, Gama remembers the whole thing like some kind of weird dream. Medadia notices his tension and tries to change the topic, but Siegfried brings it back, confirming once again that Gama really was the one who defeated the demon general. After all, he was there to witness it, and the world's strongest warrior has no reason to lie. Besides that, the demons must have sensed the disturbance by now. Before this, no human could stand against a demon general. How Aegor made it to the human realm in the first place is a mystery, but her motives are pretty clear. She must have come to try and prevent something, and if she came, then things were only bound to get worse if they did nothing. By Siegfried's prediction, they will likely be at war again within a few years, and this war would be on a scale incomparable to the one they faced 50 years ago. In fact, the only reason the demons haven't used a general's death as a pretext to attack is because Siegfried hasn't announced it yet. There's no time to waste. The reason Siegfried called this meeting is because he clearly can no longer fight on the front lines in his current condition. With that established, he tells them he plans to step down from the 7 stars soon. Even the usually calm Gama stands up in shock at the announcement, but Siegfried quickly calms him down, reassuring him that this wasn't some rash decision. He had mulled it over several times while in the hospital. But even if he's thought this through, the public and the press won't be nearly as patient with his announcement. They'll need to hold a press conference in a few days to announce it to everyone and handle the fallout all at once. Although media has been calm so far, hearing him talk so calmly is the last straw, and she snaps, grabbing the cuff of his shirt and shaking him violently. Gama just watches the interaction with a wobbly smile on his face. He had worked so hard this entire time to keep the story from deviating from the original plot. In fact, he used to freak out whenever characters acted differently from the game. But now things had taken such a drastic twist, and quite frankly, he realized trying so hard to stop it was rather selfish. These people weren't just characters in a video game anymore. They were real people with their own thoughts and free will, and he had to accept whatever happens from here on out. However, what comes next is something that Gama will definitely struggle to accept. Siegfried clears his throat again and speaks to Gama directly. The Sword Emperor wants to transfer his 7-star seat to Gama. Later, with the chaos of the conversation, over media curses at her old friend under her breath. Of course, Gama taking over the 7-star seat won't be immediate, since the kid should still be allowed to enjoy his school life at the academy. But that didn't change the fact that this was a major announcement. Media was worried that this would be a burden too large for a 17-year-old boy. However, even with that fear, she couldn't deny that no one was better suited for the 7 stars than Gama. They haven't publicly announced his feats, but if word were to get out about just half of the things Gama has accomplished, the world would be in an uproar. As she thought of him, Media couldn't stop herself from also thinking about Baylor Wen. She caught her tongue before she could fully utter the name, but the thought remained. It's not like she didn't understand his decision. After all, the absence of a 7-star hero could cause a major commotion in both the human and demon realms. That didn't change the fact that they still needed the agreement of the association and the other 7-star heroes. This whole thing was just going to be one giant hassle. Meanwhile, out in the hall, Gama and Siegfried made their way out of the administration office. There was no better moment for Gama to ask about the decision to give him a 7-star hero seat than now, and the Sword Emperor knew it. The older man apologized for how sudden everything seemed, and prefaced the topic by asking if Gama knew why there were only 4 seats filled in the 7-star heroes. The obvious answer would be out of respect for their fallen allies, but that wasn't the entire truth. The real reason the seats were empty was because there had never been anyone worthy of taking one up. The demons are just that much stronger than humans. Even in the original game, Blessing of Miracle Demons had insane stats that made fighting them an incredibly difficult task. So it made sense for the heroes to only accept people who possessed sufficient strength. If a 7-star hero were to fall to a demon, then humanity would be doomed. These days, however, the title of hero has lost its power. Now greedy people use the name of the 7 stars as a form of political leverage. One of the names that immediately comes to Gama's mind is the Prime Minister of Japan, the absolute boss, Saki Kojima. In the game, he never made a personal appearance and was only ever mentioned by name. And Rio has never talked about her family directly apart from once saying that she hates the 7-star heroes. Everything Siegfried said made sense, but none of it answered why he chose Gama to take up the next seat. The reason is simple. Gama is stronger than Siegfried by a huge margin. On that note, Siegfried has some questions of his own that need to be answered immediately. One of them was asking Gama if his power had some kind of time limit. That statement caused our MC to freeze as he wondered how the Sword Emperor could have possibly figured out his secret. Siegfried rushed to calm the student down, assuring him that it was only a hunch. He figured it out after seeing Gama collapse after about 1 minute during both the test and at Avalon Island. Since the older man had figured out the gist of it, Gama decides to reveal the rest himself. He tells Siegfried about the immense pain he feels when he uses his sword god blessing and how he nullifies it with his painless blessing. Of course, for his own safety. He didn't go into too much detail. He trusts the Sword Emperor, but there was no reason to recklessly reveal his weaknesses. This was just a hopeful attempt at getting some insight from a seasoned veteran. Thankfully for him, though, Siegfried promised not to tell anyone, calling his idea of using 2 blessings to complement each other fascinating. Gama's talent was undeniable, but it wouldn't do him any good to fight on a timer forever. It's crucial for him to use his power correctly, and to master it, he'll need an experienced teacher. As luck would have it, Siegfried is seeking a talented disciple. Siegfried makes another monumental decision. He wants Gama to become his disciple after he retires. Before he finally leaves, he hands Gama a tie that Abel asked him to deliver. With that, he heads off wishing Gama a peaceful academic life. Our MC, on the other hand, is totally bewildered by all the sudden lore dumps, and decides he'll find a way to talk Siegfried out of this whole thing later. He heads back to his dorm for the night, and as he drifts off to sleep, he's pulled into another dream. Just like every other time, he's fighting off barrages of knives while the world collapses around him. And just like the last time, the dream reaches a climax as a giant knife materializes in the sky. This time, though, instead of rejecting it by trying to cut the knife, he takes Siegfried's advice to make the power his own and drops his knife, deciding to accept the power falling towards him. The knife strikes him square in the chest, and he doubles over in pain as a strange power floods his body. The power courses through his body for a moment before exiting and forming into a figure directly behind him. Then a voice greets him. Gama turns around to see a strange energy-based entity. At first he thinks it might be the GM. The entity waves its hand, recreating Gama's old kitchen from his past life, a place that should have felt familiar. He then reveals that he isn't actually the GM. He doesn't say what he is, only vaguely stating that he's something not too different from the GM. Cryptic nonsense. Aside, the being tells Gama it would take too long to explain who he is, so he'll just offer a simple explanation. He says he's known by many names, from a calamity to nature itself, but he's more commonly known as the Sword God. There's not much time to explain any further, but the reason he can appear now is because his restraints were recently released. It happened during the island test, when Gama reached what seemed to be a new, higher form. He wasn't fully released, though, so what stands before Gama is just an incomplete form. It's a miracle they can even speak to one another, but their time eventually runs out and the space around them begins to shatter. As Gama falls, the sword god turns and wishes him luck, telling him not to mess things up this time around. With that, Gama snaps awake in his bedroom, his hand still stretched toward the sky. His status screen pops up beside him, showing that his synchronization rate has gone up. He immediately gets up, grabbing a pen and a notepad to jot down everything he can remember. After waking up so suddenly, his memories of the dream have already started to fade. What's most important right now is that he keeps gathering clues. His only worry at the moment is that his synchronization rate has shot up. As he's trying to piece his thoughts together, his phone rings on his bed. As soon as he answers the call, his eardrums are bombarded by a loud yell from the other line. It looks like Speed Weapon's poster actually worked after all. Gama heads over to the cafe where his club members usually meet to wait for the new applicant. Chloe sulks annoyed that she couldn't get rid of all the posters in time. Meanwhile, Gama wonders what kind of weirdo would even want to join a club with a poster like that. Anyway, even Speed Weapon seems shocked that his poster somehow worked. Ryoho, on the other hand, is incredibly suspicious of this person's intentions and vows to interrogate them thoroughly. There's nothing wrong with being wary, especially since they still don't have any information on what the female instructor behind the dungeon break is plotting. For all Gama knows, the new member could be a spy sent to kill him. In other club news, since they have a new member, the club will soon be officially established. They also want to celebrate Gama's recovery, so they plan to head over to a sushi restaurant. Gama isn't particularly excited to go, but the others are interested, since it's one of the most famous places at the academy. Even getting a reservation is tough, since the Japanese students really seem to enjoy it. As they discuss their plans, a new person walks into the room asking if this is the travel club. Speed Weapon enthusiastically tells her to have a seat while the others prepare to talk to her. She's more normal than Ryoho was expecting. Considering she joined because of that poster, it's a low bar, but compared to the rest of the weirdos in their group, anyone would seem normal. Speed Weapon tries to start a conversation, but Ryoho cuts the small talk short, going straight into interrogation mode and asking her to start with a brief introduction. The girl introduces herself as Sanhena, a second-year student in the ordinary class from Bususan. The name is Korean, and Gama perks up after hearing that someone else is from his homeland. The name is rather strange, though, since he had never heard of the San family name before now. However, the name Kang of the Seori region isn't a real family lineage either. Regardless, he starts making small talk with her, chatting about different foods and spices that are common in Korea. Hana eagerly joins in on the conversation. But they're interrupted when Ryo angrily jabs an elbow into his side. The blue-haired archer gets the conversation back on track by asking Hana about her reasons for applying to the traveling club. As it turns out, her reason is rather simple. She saw the poster, and it said the club's primary activities seemed to be traveling and clearing dungeons. Her grades have been a bit low this year, so she wants to clear a few dungeons to help boost her scores. Ryoho corrects her, explaining that the club's main focus is actually on traveling. And clearing dungeons is just an added bonus. On top of that, there are plenty of other clubs that focus more on clearing dungeons. That may be true, but for a second-year student in the ordinary class, it's hard to find any club that would let her join in the first place. Ryoho, along with the rest of the group, is caught off guard by her surprisingly honest answer, so she changes the topic by asking what weapon Hana prefers to use. She doesn't really have a specialized weapon, and prefers to use her fists instead. Once again, Saki is taken aback by her answer. It's rare to see her be at a loss for words so often. The two girls have a quick staring contest before Saki finally relents. Gama also observes her as the conversation goes on. After dealing with so many customers in his previous job, he's developed a knack for sizing people up based on their little habits. Based on his intuition and some subtle signals from Ryoho, he welcomes Hana into the travel club. Since she's officially in Gama, tells her to speak casually, and she wastes no time dropping her polite tone for a more relaxed one. Hana also tells them not to treat her like a senior citizen just because she's a year older, so they can all speak casually with each other. Speed Weapon hands her a form to fill out to make her an official member of the club. And on the form, she notices that the club's advisor is the school's director. This makes Hana smile cryptically, as she says that she's definitely going to have fun in this club. With that, she leaves the cafe, and Gama mentions that she reminds him of someone, but he can't quite put his finger on who it is. As they chat, Gama's phone pings with a message from media. He opens it, and his eyes widen when he sees its information about his student records. After seeing the message, Gama leaves the meeting early. The information reveals that everything in his student records, from his relationship with his parents to his entire background, has been expunged. This means his parents' current status is unknown. On top of that, all of his records have been completely wiped clean. It wasn't just parental information, but all family relations in general. The only information left is from after he entered the academy. Even trying to search his own memory is pointless because it feels like his entire life before joining the academy has been erased. His only hope now is to try and call his parents directly. He hasn't talked to them since before his midterms because he didn't want to worry them. But right now it was the only thing he could do. He pulls his phone out of his pocket and dials the familiar number, but the line immediately clicks and an automated voice informs him that the number doesn't exist. Gama's fears are confirmed. He makes his way to a nearby bench just as rain begins to pour around him and takes a look at the photos of his family. Even those have started to slowly fade away, leaving him with absolutely no evidence of his life before he joined the academy. It seems his parents were merely constructs created to help him adapt to this new world. Someone set up this entire chessboard for him to play on. Maybe it was the GM, the sword god, or perhaps both of them. He was sure that someday he would find out the truth behind all of this. Elsewhere, as the sky darkened around the school, Rachel walks through the halls with her usual army of admirers trailing behind her. Before entering her classroom, she turns and calmly rejects all of them before heading inside. As the guys argue amongst themselves outside the classroom, Rachel sighs in annoyance as she sits down beside Abel. The blue-haired girl immediately notices that her seatmate seems off today. But Rachel breaks the silence first, asking Abel for some advice. Despite her confidence in her looks and strength, she's been feeling her self-confidence plummet recently. All of this is because of Kangama. Abel shivers at the very mention of our MC's name, and Rachel is quick to notice. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that something must have happened between them on Avalon Island. Abel nervously and unconvincingly tries to play it off as nothing, telling her seatmate about the day she was injured and how Gama nursed her back to health until the crack of dawn. Despite the obvious blush giving away her crush, Rachel decides to switch gears to a more interesting topic. She reminds Abel how she once claimed she had zero interest in Gama, which, of course, is no longer true. The second Rachel notices this, she immediately gets all up in Abel's business. Feelings can change on a dime just like any other emotion. It's only natural for things to end up this way. Anyway, back to the main point. Rachel explains that Gama started a club, but it's super exclusive. So much so that when she tried to join, she was flat out rejected. Apparently, Gama made it a rule not to accept anyone from the Saint class, saying it would be a hassle. And yet, just yesterday, while on her way to grab a drink at her favorite cafe, she saw Gama happily chatting with what looked like a new club member. She'd never seen him look so happy before. It looked like they were holding interviews, but being rejected while Gama looked so cheerful, talking to another girl made her feel insecure. Surprisingly, though, Abel seems way more worked up about it than Rachel is. The following day, Gama heads to the spot where he planned to meet his friends for a celebration. It's a Korean sushi restaurant, and his friends are already inside waiting for him. Hana couldn't make it, though. She said she's not a fan of raw fish and decided to sit this one out. That's a bit odd, though, especially since she's from Bususan. Regardless, they carry on with their plans without her. They walk into the restaurant and ask for a table for 4. And the person who greets them at the door is an unexpectedly familiar face. Chloe freezes on the spot, bumping right into Gama's chest as her eyes lock with her brother's. Gama's expression turns serious as he asks Knox what he's doing there, but it seems like Knox is genuinely just working a part-time job. Gama momentarily forgets why he's there. The Auditory family is a wealthy, world-renowned clan. There's absolutely no reason for him to be working a part-time job, especially since he had to hide his identity to get hired. The only explanation Gama can come up with is that Knox must be on an assassination mission in the area. Their intense stare-down is interrupted by the restaurant's manager, who comes out yelling at Knox for slacking off. The other 4 decide to head inside and not bother the redhead while he's working. They sit down and look over the menu to decide what to order. Meanwhile, Chloe is still on edge about her brother suddenly showing up. Her relationship with her family is still really strained, which is a huge bummer, since Chloe was looking forward to this get-together more than anyone. Ryoho snaps them out of their funk by nudging Gama's shoulder to get his attention. She asks him what he wants to order, and as she's talking, Gama can't help but notice the clear class difference between them. Their order arrives, and while everyone else is impressed and immediately digs in, Gama hesitates, carefully inspecting the food. As he mutters about the chef's sloppy knife work, a gruff voice calls out in broken Korean, demanding to know what Gama just said. Gama, who's no stranger to sudden confrontations, calmly repeats his critique of the chef's skills, which only infuriates the man further. He demands that Gama come into the kitchen and show him what real knife skills look like. Gama stays cool, wondering how the guy managed to have such sharp hearing. In any case, he's not the type to back down from a food-related challenge. He gets up ready to take the man on. The chef scoffs at Gama's confidence and sweetens the deal, saying that if Gama can make a better dish, the meal's on the house. The blonde chef is confident that Gama is in way over his head. But our MC raises the stakes, asking to handle the red snapper, easily one of the priciest fish on the menu. The chef tries to object, but Nox holds him back. If there's anyone you can trust with a blade, it's definitely Gama. Our MC steps into the kitchen, looking as comfortable as if he owned the place, and takes off his jacket. He then picks up a knife and gets to work whipping up a perfectly cut row of sushi that leaves the chef sitting on the floor in total defeat. He has to admit, in his 12 years of wielding a blade, he's never seen sushi prepared so perfectly. He's so stunned that he actually asks Gama to take him on as an apprentice. Gama quickly tells the man to get up, even as the chef insists on calling the 17-year-old high schooler his master from now on. Gama isn't looking for an apprentice, but he can at least offer some pointers. After the man finally gets to his feet, Gama gives him a few tips on his knife handling and suggests he get more practice before tackling fish again. Even from just this small bit of advice, the sushi chef can tell that Gama is a true master of the blade. A deal's a deal, and Gama even threw in some free advice. Now it's the chef's turn to uphold his end of the bargain and give Gama and his friends their meal for free. The guy is totally fine with it, and even tells all the customers in the restaurant that their food is on the house. Gama works up a storm in the kitchen, expertly slicing fish with a huge smile on his face. His friends watch from their table, wondering if they've ever seen him with that kind of expression before. Seeing how hard he's working, Speed Weapon suggests they should go and help him out. Ryoho jumps in too, calling for Chloe to come along. Before the redhead can even get up to join them, her brother suddenly appears and offers to teach her the ropes in the kitchen. By the end of the day, Gama is standing outside as the party starts to wind down. It was supposed to be a club celebration, but he got a little carried away and couldn't help showing off. Regardless, 50 seconds was just enough time to prepare 3 fish. And after spending so much time slicing up demonic beasts, getting back to cutting fish like he used to feels pretty refreshing. Nox comes out of the restaurant, saying Chloe told him to go talk to our MC. As it turns out, Nox is working a part-time job because the last time they met, Gama told him he needed to get a real job to learn about life. Looks like he took that advice way more seriously than Gama expected. Nox won't admit he's just following Gama's advice, but he can't deny he's learned a little something from the experience. The two chat about the restaurant biz, and Gama shares some advice on how to handle things. The more they talk, the more Nox starts to doubt they're actually the same age. Now that the small talk is over, it's time for Nox to bring up more serious matters. He informs Gama that the auditors have finished their background check and couldn't find anything suspicious. So, they have instead shifted their focus to the Council of Elders for making such a strange request. To that end, they want to form a special investigation squad to get to the bottom of things at school, and Nox will be participating. The auditors shifting their attention to the Council of Elders will definitely cause a stir, but that's none of Gama's business. Still, he thanks Nox for the heads up and for looking out for him. The two shake hands, and as Nox prepares to leave, Gama stops him for a moment. He asks the assassin if he knows anything about Hannah the second year, who just joined their club. Nox knows of her, but only as the girl who's always sitting alone and reading. The only thing off about her is the fact that she's always in the very middle of the class, whether it be in theory or in real combat. Her performance is always perfectly average, and that's the kind of thing that's hard to do even on purpose. Gama mulls over the information for a bit, but their conversation is cut short when the sushi chef comes barging out of the restaurant looking for Nox. His tone immediately softens when he sees Nox is with Gama, and the chef rushes over to give Gama a gift. It's his personal sushi knife, one he's used for a long time. At first, Gama doesn't want to accept it, but the sushi chef insists that after witnessing a true master at work, there's no need for him to be so attached to his tools when he hasn't even mastered his own skills yet. Gama reluctantly accepts the knife and takes a closer look. It looks crazy expensive at a glance, and seems to be crafted more like a weapon than a simple cooking knife. He stares at it for a long moment, wondering what he should name the blade. Then a memory of his family from his past life pops into his head, and he decides to name the blade Everost to honor his past. Elsewhere on the school grounds, a group of suspicious-looking people make their way into a dark alleyway where a masked man is waiting for them. The man greets them and thanks them for showing up. He then reveals himself to be the professor. One of the people in the crowd isn't impressed by the professor's ominous entrance. He impatiently tells the masked man to get to the point, saying they're all very busy. The prof simply responds with a laugh, which makes the man even angrier, demanding to know what's so funny. To the professor, this guy is just someone drunk on newfound power, and that condescending attitude makes the man snap and charge up his ability, transforming into a massive beast and rushing toward the masked man ready to kill him and anyone else who gets in his way. However, he severely underestimated the mysterious newcomer's power. With a simple wave of his hand, the professor reduces the raging beast to nothing but a few floating limbs in less than a second. Everyone who witnesses this display is stunned, and the professor tells them that was just an introduction. With that out of the way, he suggests they move on to more pressing matters. Instructor Kim, who is in the crowd, recognizes the man as the second General Q. And as if on cue, the moment she thinks of his name, the masked man calls her out to explain the details of the situation. Instructor Kim, one of Igor's students, reveals that her master wasn't killed by the sword master, but instead died at the hands of a single student named Leon van Reinhardt, the future hero. The next morning, Gama pores over the information he has gathered. Since the Council of Elders made the dire mistake of trying to use the auditory as their hunting dogs, Gama has now gained the assassin clan as allies. This aligns with the original game's plot, where factions that tried to weaken Lion would eventually disappear. This means our MC is now in a similar position, gaining powerful allies who will likely fight for him in the future. Thanks to the auditory, he should soon be able to uncover the truth behind everything that's happening. The only loose end is the mysterious female instructor, though he did learn a little more about her from Igor. Apparently, she's a two-faced individual who secured her contract through persistent whining. Villains can easily alter their appearance, so taking her words at face value could be a mistake. However, a villain can't change their eye color or their gender. Still, purple hair and eyes are quite common in this world, and there are limits to what he can perceive with the sword god's blessing. What's more, our MC also lacks knowledge about magic, which makes it even harder for him to figure things out. This isn't the time for subtlety. He needs to be direct and bold, and to do that, he has to start learning new things. Perhaps it's time to pay Professor Damien a visit. While he's weighing his options, his fellow club members burst into the cafe with Ryoho and Speed Weapon already in the middle of an argument. The source of their argument this time is the upcoming anniversary of the day Baylor Haken sealed Lycan. This day is particularly special because several important people are scheduled to be at the school for the event. One of the strongest assassins known as the Old Man of the Mountain, as well as the next master of the Iron King family, Mon. And finally, the Pride of America, and someone slated to become one of the 7-star heroes, all mute. Speed Weapon suggests they should do some work to stay on the principal's good side. But Ryoho knows he's just looking for an excuse to enjoy the festival. As Ryoho and Speed Weapon continue their argument, Chloe turns and shyly tries to ask Gama if he has any plans for that day. Before she can finish, Speed Weapon loudly shouts that they should set up a tasting booth. Chloe, not appreciating the interruption, gets to her feet, ready to cut Speed Weapon down for what must be the 5th time this week. Gama tries to save Speed Weapon's life by agreeing to the tasting booth idea, shocking everyone else in the group. Ryoho gets right in his face, demanding to know why he would agree, and accusing him of just wanting to show off for the higher-ups. Our MC, on the other hand, just wants to use this as an opportunity to have some fun since they might not have time to enjoy festivals later on. That comment tips Ryoho off that Gama might know something about the future that the rest of them don't. He had unconsciously thought about what would happen in 3 years with the second Human-Demon War. Now, Ryoho has picked up on the fact that he definitely knows more than he's letting on. Suddenly, Gama's act of goodwill has made him the target of Chloe's bloodlust and Ryoho's suspicion, and he desperately turns to Speed Weapon for help. The orange-haired boy comes to the rescue, suggesting he'll make the poster, and successfully drawing the two girls' attention back to himself. The archer, finally frustrated with Speed Weapon's impulsiveness, gets up and declares it's time to decide who's really second in command of the club. She demands a duel to set the club's hierarchy straight and get him to stop saying stupid things. Speed Weapon agrees, and the two of them head back to Ryoho's dojo for a battle. The two stare each other down as Speed Weapon tries to figure out his advantages in this situation. Ryoho's main weapon is a longbow, and since they aren't in a subspace, she can't fire it. So all he has to do is maintain his distance and stack debuffs on her until she's weak enough for him to attack. Hana acts as the referee and signals for the fight to begin. Ryoho immediately starts by drawing her bow. Speed Weapon is thrown off by this, but his plan doesn't change. All he needs to do is make sure he stacks the debuffs on her properly, and everything should go smoothly. Except in an instant, Ryoho is right on top of him before he can even react. As he tries to speak, she slams her bow into his back, sending him flying through the dojo wall. The others stand there in shock as Ryoho cutely asks Gama what he thought of the fight. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon lies outside in pain, hurriedly applying healing buffs to himself. The next day, with only 4 days left until the festival, everyone is busy with work, as they prepare their booth. Chloe is the kitchen assistant, and her job is to help Gama prepare the food. Hana will be in charge of buying ingredients and general management, while Speed Weapon will handle general operations and order all the necessary supplies for setup. Finally, Ryoho will manage PR administrative duties and designing their promotional materials. In no time at all, they had formed a small team to run the stall, and everything was progressing smoothly. In his past life, Gama never got the chance to truly enjoy a festival. He had been working since he was 17, which left him no time at all for leisure. Maybe that's why he was so drawn to the miracle game Blessing. Deep down, he had secretly hoped for a normal, boring life. Of course, those plans were completely dashed the moment Lion was discovered by demons during their second year. This also means it will be the last festival he ever attends at the academy. His somber thoughts must have been written all over his face, because Hana soon wanders over and asks why he looks so sad. He wonders if she's a mind reader, but decides to keep it to himself. Instead, he tells Ryo that he's stepping out for a bit to handle some things. He heads over to Professor Damien's office and finds the man brewing some Russian black tea. Gama declines the offer for a cup and gets straight to the point, asking about the quote he always sees whenever he draws his weapon. May the blessing of God be with you. It's a fascinating topic that bothered the professor so much he had to travel abroad to do his own research. His travels took him all the way to Russia, where he found a book with details on the quote. The book explains that there are 4 tiers of blessings, which are the arch spirits, guardian spirits, elemental spirits, and soul spirits. Each classification is based on the type of spirit granting the blessing. As for gods, it was already established in class that none remain in the world. However, this is only true in the current era. Back in the mythic age and ancient time of unknown origin, there were countless gods. The gods weren't spirits like the entities they know today who grant blessings. Instead, they were beings closer to pure concepts free from mortal limitations. However, even these powerful beings could not escape death. And among them, only one god was able to bring that entire age to an end, the god of the sword. The phrase, "May the blessing of God be with you," was a prayer used by humans of that age to ask the sword god for power. Gama leaves Professor Damien's office with just as many new questions as he has answers. Still, he's thankful the professor went to so much effort to find him what he was looking for. One thing he notices, though, is that he's been feeling suffocated since earlier. The reason is that he didn't bring his sashimi knife, which serves as his ultimate high-tech sensor. He's grown so attached to the blade that he has started feeling cut off without it. The days leading up to the festival fly by, and the group continues to prepare their kimchi stall. They spend their time practicing their cooking, setting up the booth, and picking out different outfits for the festival. With all their preparations, the stall is more than ready to open by the time the festival arrives. In the roughly 20 years that Gama had lived with a knife in his hand, he had revived countless restaurants. Every single time he did it without accepting any payment, simply seeking out shops that were on the verge of collapse. All of it was simply for his own satisfaction. In a way, this is his own kind of romance. And maybe his sudden desire to be part of a festival is just his edgy middle school phase hitting a little late in life. Still, as the clock ticks down with only 10 minutes left until they open, his club members arrive to start their shift for the day. Since this might be their last festival together, Gama resolves to enjoy it as much as he possibly can. Elsewhere, Rachel and Abel walk through the festival in disguises, taking pictures. The atmosphere is surprisingly festive, most likely because of all the important people who showed up. Abel's grandfather should have been one of them, but he's retired and dislikes these kinds of events anyway, so he isn't planning on coming. As they walk through the fair, Rachel notices a flyer on the ground advertising a kimchi hot pot. Meanwhile, the heroes appear on stage one by one, much to the roaring excitement of the students and crowd. Eventually, All Mute makes her way through the audience, and everyone goes wild at the mere sight of her. And of course, one of these people is Speed Weapon, who screams in excitement the moment he sees his hero take the stage. In his excitement, he crumples the flyers Ryoho told him to hang up, and she's quick to find him and tell him off as soon as she notices. She starts to drag him back to their booth by his ear, but he ends up tripping over someone's boot. They both look up to see Abel and Rachel staring back at them. Meanwhile, at the travel club's booth, customers are slowly trickling in, but business is a bit slow. In the kitchen, Chloe expertly handles cutting vegetables while Gama focuses on cooking. He only showed her a little bit of his technique, but she's already great with a knife. As the work starts to pile up, he wonders where Rio and Weapon are, and not long after, the blue-haired archer comes back, dragging her subordinate behind her. Not far behind, Rachel rushes into the booth, running straight towards Gama for a hug. She's blocked immediately by Chloe, who's prepared to stop them with a kitchen knife, if she has to. Hiding behind Rachel is Abel, who nervously greets Gama through a blushing red face. The two new customers sit down and get ready to be served. As Gama works to make their food, he wonders why they came here in the first place. He promoted the place himself, but he didn't think they would actually show up. He doesn't want trouble, so the best bet would be to send them off before more customers show up. Meanwhile, Rachel points over at Hana as the new girl that Gama was smiling at earlier. This time, though, instead of burning with rage like last time, Abel has a more laid-back reaction, obviously pretending not to care. The two girls didn't do anything for the festival, and Abel tries to justify it, saying that it's because the exams are coming soon and they need to prepare instead of doing things like this. Speed Weapon at the other end of the booth is in terrible shape after getting dragged back by Rio. It's clear she gave him a good beating before they returned, and the bruise is obvious on his face. Even with that, he's not shy about defending his fangirling of All Mute and why he went to see her. Gama points him to an ice cooler and tells him to use the ice to treat his wounds. As he heads off, his mind wanders to All Mute. Her real name is Con Elizabeth, and she's an American hero that's been mentioned as the next 7-star candidate. In this world, the US stands as a top-ranked superpower alongside Korea. With that influence, they have built an independent system in the hero world where heroes are pretty much celebrities and the whole thing is treated like a business. True heroes make their name in death, while the celebrity heroes just live off their brands. It's all about their names, which leaves a strange middle ground where heroes have become nothing more than cheap publicity drones. At least that's how Gama sees it. For him, neither the real heroes nor the celebrity heroes are close to his ideals. He's just glad that he didn't reincarnate as an American, because he'd probably have a stupid name like Sashimi Man and have to dress in spandex with tights. Meanwhile, he and Khan have never officially crossed paths since the Sword Emperor nominated him an offer he plans to refuse. But in the meantime, he would be better off avoiding All Mute entirely. The best way to do that is to peacefully stay in his booth making kimchi stew for the next 3 days. Someone with her level of fame wouldn't come to his booth to eat stew anyway. Meanwhile, Rio confronts Abel for her comments about working in the booth during the festival. She doesn't like how loose and biased Abel is with her words. However, Abel defends herself, saying that it's not about the activity, but instead she's embarrassed because of the maid outfits. As the argument escalates, an unexpected visitor comes walking into the booth. Everyone's heads turn to the purple-haired woman as she makes her way straight to the kitchen area, not even bothering to go and sit elsewhere. She walks straight up to Gama and takes in his appearance, noting him as the one who messed up her brothers. Our MC recognizes her as the sister of the notorious Mao twins that he fought during his admission exam. She's known as the iron-legged Mao Rang. With a snap of her fingers, she calls for one of her followers to bring a chair and a footstool for her to rest on. On her feet, Gama notices the S-rank weapon, Storm Kick. The fact that she came to see him wearing battle gear shows that she's there for revenge. Chloe comes over to defend Gama, but our MC puts his hand up, stopping her, then sends a signal to Rio and Hana telling them not to get involved. Surprisingly, Mao Rang isn't here to dig up memories from the past. She instead came to see just what kind of person Kang Gama really is. After all, her brothers may have trash personalities, but they are still rather skilled. However, now they have seizures every time Gama's name is even mentioned. She's not actually here for revenge. In her eyes, Gama did her a huge favor. Her brothers were rash and reckless, and they were dragging the Mao family's reputation through the mud. But now that Gama has dealt with them, her troublesome cousins are no longer an issue, which in turn cleared the remaining obstacles on her path. She's clearly aiming for a 7-star position, and her influence and popularity rival even the renowned Elizabeth's. However, because she lacks any mute skill and has to carry the stigma of being the twin sister, it makes her chances of getting the position highly unlikely. If this was all she had to say, then Gama saw no reason to waste any more time on her. He turns to get back to work, but before Mao Rang leaves, she makes a quick jab at Gama's cooking, clearly trying to get under his skin. Gama storms after her, all thoughts of keeping a low profile forgotten. He had planned to let her comments slide, but insulting his cooking is a line he simply can't let her cross. Word spreads like wildfire around the festival that Mao Rang has been challenged to a subspace duel by some unknown cadet. As Lion walks through the festival grounds, he overhears people talking about the incident and quickly figures out that the unknown cadet is none other than Gama. His hands tremble as he recalls the name, but he decides against watching the match and continues on his way. In the stadium, the seats are completely packed with familiar faces like Abel and Rachel, as well as the renowned All-Mute herself. Meanwhile, Mao Rang still looks confident in her victory as she sizes up Gama. After all, fighting someone as well-known and powerful as her could leave him in the same sorry state as her brothers. He ignores her taunting and cuts right to the chase. She provoked him into this whole affair, hoping to fight him and gain some justification for her brother's defeat. Mao Rang doesn't deny it, and as the subspace deploys, Gama tells her flat out that she will never become a 7-star hero. The two clash in an explosion of smoke, and after it all clears, Mao Rang's body is left searching the smoke for Gama, while her head is already flying through the air before she even realizes it. Meanwhile, back at the booth, Hana seems to be the only person actually worried about Gama, but Speed Weapon is more concerned with the line of customers piling up. Hana just smiles at their obvious confidence in him and doesn't say anything more. Back at the stadium, the audience only noticed Mao Rang stagger, even though neither of the two had moved an inch. However, those in the audience who could sense power beyond the norm knew immediately what had happened. Gama had used the realm of the mind against his opponent. That is a skill that only 7-star level fighters can control freely, and yet this kid seems to have a natural talent for it. Mao Rang is immediately reminded of her old friend All-Mute, and the insurmountable wall of talent she faced during their academy days. Gama must have used the realm to show her exactly what would happen if they truly crossed swords, by showing her the sheer difference in their talent without physically fighting her. He spares her dignity while also avoiding any international incidents. This Kangama is no ordinary academy student. There were occasional rumors from the higher-ups, but this confirmed it. Our MC really is the successor chosen by the Sword Emperor. Familiar emotions of envy, jealousy, fear, and awe flood her mind as she recalls memories from her school days. But that doesn't mean she plans on accepting defeat so easily. Snapping back to her senses, she rushes at him, delivering a wide, sweeping kick toward his face. Our MC is able to step back and still duck underneath a follow-up kick with impressive speed. The shockwave from the kick is strong enough to affect people even outside of the subspace, and Gama is left momentarily looking back at the damage. That's just enough time for Mao Rang to appear above him, her leg raised high to deliver a finishing blow. Gama is still able to dodge the attack, as several chunks of rock go flying into the air from the sheer force of her blow. Before he can recover, though, she sends those same falling rocks flying toward him with a series of well-timed kicks. Gama easily cuts through all of them with his knife filling the air with dust and debris, but a single red thread slices through the dust aimed directly at his chest. He raises his knife just in the nick of time to block the attack, but it leaves the blade nearly destroyed. However, he's able to easily repair it before going on the offensive, reaching speeds that she can no longer track. In an instant, even as she tries to predict his movements, Gama slices off her arm with little effort, leaving her utterly confused as to what in the world just happened. She screams in pain as she turns to look at Gama and sees the phantoms of warriors of similar strength standing alongside him. Gama takes up a fighting stance and faces Mao Rang as she prepares for one last fight. But before she can even move an inch, Gama rushes past her and her head goes flying. The entire stadium is left watching in awe as the winner of the subspace duel is announced to be Kang Gama. Back at the booth, the cheers from the stadium are loud enough for even Ryoho to hear. She doesn't need to be there to know what happened. And she claps her hands to get everyone's attention, announcing that Gama will be back soon. Abel and Rachel leave the training hall looking far less surprised than everyone else by Gama's victory. In the end, they didn't even get to taste Gama's stew, but Abel claims she's already full anyway. What more could she possibly need after watching a match like that? Meanwhile, Mao Rang staggers her way out of the arena. Physically, she's fine, but this is going to be a massive blow to her reputation worldwide. She publicly lost to a 17-year-old. However, she's not the type to be crushed by a single loss. Kangama has insane potential, and he's only going to get stronger from here on out. When that happens, she'll get major props for having fought him before he hit his prime. With Gama's strength, it's only a matter of time before even All-Mute is forced to kneel. Maoang has seen many geniuses in her life, like Elizabeth during her trainee days, and even the 7-star heroes once she graduated. But Gama is on a path that no amount of effort can ever lead to. She can only call him a monster. News travels ridiculously fast. Online. Everyone hears about the monster newbie who toppled the star of the mainland. No matter how many times people rewatch the clip, they just can't get over how incredible it is. Not long after, the video has already racked up over 20 million views, and a crowd is forming outside Gama's booth. Things get so hectic that the travel club has to start handing out numbers to make sure everyone is served fairly. Meanwhile, Ryoho is doing her best to hold back the nosy journalists who are trying to force their way in for an interview with Gama. Behind him, people are taking pictures and posting them online with the hashtag Sashimi Sword Saint. At this point, tons of articles and videos about his battle have already flooded the internet. He expected this much, but what he didn't see coming was the new title. The Sword Saint is a title players can't normally get in Blessing of Miracle. Only the Sword Emperor eventually earns it, but since he retired, the title should have vanished. And yet here it is, tacked onto his name with the word sashimi. Ryoho hasn't stopped teasing him mercilessly since it happened. It almost feels like a joke, but the effects are very, very real. Over 1,000 people were already waiting outside their food stall, and the situation was getting way out of hand. On top of that, Chloe was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. Things were getting so bad that Gama was considering using a sword. Then suddenly the sushi chef he met earlier shows up at their shop with Nox. Gama tries to explain that it's not a great time to chat, but the sushi chef isn't there as a customer. Instead, they came to help after seeing how much attention the stall was getting on the news. With the extra help, things start running a lot more smoothly, and the workload finally begins to lighten up. By evening, the crowd had dispersed, and things had completely calmed down. Gama heads to a quiet area to take a break and enjoy a snack. It's not something he'd ever want to do again, but the whole thing was definitely fun. Not long after he starts to relax, Nox walks up, and Gama thanks him for helping out. With the air now quiet around them, Nox takes the opportunity to ask Gama if he's free tomorrow. Apparently, the master of the 8-8er family wants to meet with him. The head of the assassin family, also known as the greatest assassin of all time, is a man who maintains order in the shadows. His name is Alter Editor, the Old Man of the Mountain. For him to want a meeting, Gama can only assume that the old man wants to talk about the elders who tried to have him assassinated. There's no way Alter missed his battle against Mao Rang, so he must have also seen Gama use the realm of the mind. According to Nox, this is also the first time the old man has ever shown interest in an outsider. Even a 7-star hero isn't considered worthy enough for him to grant an audience. Nox knows Gama wants to meet him too, and that he must have a lot of questions. And he's not wrong about that either. After all, he owes the sushi chef and Nox for today's help, so this could be a way to repay them. But after mulling it over in silence, Gama decides he's not going to go. He's just too lazy and tired to be bothered with something like this. As he leaves, he thanks Nox again for helping with the booth. Elsewhere in Medadia's office, there's a knock at the door and she welcomes the person inside. It's an old student Media hasn't seen in a while, all mute. Meanwhile, long before the festival even started, when they were still deciding on a theme for the restaurant, Speed Weapon was the one who managed to secure 3 maid outfits. Chloe seems excited to wear them, but Rio immediately puts up a fight, not wanting to wear anything too strange. Since that was the case, Speed Weapon had a backup plan, another set of outfits that he managed to get 5 of. They were Christmas-themed outfits that would look perfect on the girls they both know. Before he can even finish bringing up the idea, though, Speed Weapon is knocked to the ground by an angry Rio, who desperately agrees to wear the maid outfit instead. Back in the present, Medadia leaves her desk to personally welcome Elizabeth to her office. It had been 5 years since her graduation, and this was their first meeting since. However, there was no need for pleasantries, as Medadia knew Elizabeth was only there because she was curious about Gama. The American hero cuts straight to the point, demanding to know more about Gama and how he was able to use the realm of the mind in their battle. Medadia playfully diverts the topic, which angers All Mute, causing her to slam her fist into the wall in anger. The chairman, however, isn't about to let such disrespect slide and unleashes her aura, immediately putting All Mute in her place with its overwhelming pressure. All Mute freezes for a second as she takes in the power of the headmistress, a power that even the elders can't oppose. She's heard the rumors in the hero world about a title she held before being known as the Grand Sage. She used to be called the Tyrant Medadia. With All Mute put in her place, Medadia tells her to sit down so they can have a proper conversation. The headmistress has no idea what rumors about Gama have been floating around to pique Elizabeth's curiosity. But as a headmistress who cares about her students, she has a duty to treat everyone equally. On top of that, Medadia has told Elizabeth several times that if she's curious about something, she should find out for herself. With the conversation more or less over as soon as it had started, Elizabeth stands up to leave, and Medadia asks her how long she'll be staying at the academy. She was originally planning to leave the next day at noon, but Medadia tries to convince her not to rush off, suggesting she stay and enjoy the festival. Before All Mute leaves, she asks the headmistress if her words about treating everyone equally also apply to Gama. Before Medadia can give the obvious answer, Elizabeth leaves and slams the door behind her. all the while wondering who in the world Gama really is. By the last day of the festival, things had calmed down to a more manageable pace. Gama suggested they only work in the morning and take the rest of the afternoon off. Now that things were less busy, Chloe takes the opportunity to ask Gama to spend some time together again. She handled most of the kitchen work during the festival, and it was pretty clear she worked the hardest out of all of them. It's pretty clear that she wants a reward for all the effort she put in. Since there was nothing stopping him, he decides to ask Chloe if she'd like to hang out after they close up shop for the day. As Chloe excitedly agrees, he turns to see Rio glaring at him. Gama wonders what's up with her, but figures it might have something to do with Speed Weapon. Regardless, the day ends without anything else of note happening, and everyone scatters excitedly to relax for the rest of the evening. The only one who looked upset was Rio, and Gama had a pretty good idea why. Gama heads to the school courtyard to wait for Chloe and enjoy the quiet atmosphere. But as usual, his attempt to rest doesn't really work out. The tapping of a cane beside him pulls him out of his thoughts as an old man asks if he can sit beside him. As soon as the man gets comfortable, Gama directly asks him to state his business. He immediately realizes this old man is the head of the Editor House, Lord Alter. The man smiles, complimenting Gama on his sharp instincts. In reality, though, Gama simply recognized the cane as the S-rank cane sword syndicate from the game, which was an item popularized as a fitting weapon for the head of the assassin family. Since his cover's blown, Lord Alter gets straight to the point, assuming Gama already knows why he's here. Our MC assumes it's because of the assassination request made against him by the elders, but Lord Alter has no interest in digging up old family drama. He came to find out about something more important. Before Gama can even wonder what could be more important than that, the old man taps his cane on the ground, activating a domain around them. Our MC reacts instantly, preparing to pull Murasame from his pocket. But suddenly the domain vanishes, and the old man asks what kind of relationship Gama has with Chloe. The sudden drop in tension is a shock to Gama, but regardless, he answers the question stating that they are just friends and nothing more. In the game, the man was nothing more than a mysterious entity. So it's a bit disappointing to learn that the head of an assassin family is just another nosy old man. That said, he's definitely no ordinary person. With his questions answered, the old man gets up to leave, but not before warning Gama to take good care of his friend Chloe. Before heading out, Gama asks the man if Chloe really has to become an assassin. Despite how cute she usually is, Chloe's true nature is feral like a wild animal. It's hard to let someone like that walk around freely. Gama always thought that side of her was due to the Editor family's style of training. But in truth, Chloe has always been like that. And the family even tried to hide her true nature. The girl is inherently feral, and when her true self surfaces, she can hurt anyone. Gama can't agree with those claims and tells the old man to drop the act. Then he pulls Murasame from his pocket, causing everyone who had been standing around peacefully to reveal themselves as assassins aiming right for him. Despite the overwhelming number of them, Gama doesn't back down and prepares to take them all on right before Lord Alter orders everyone to stand down. Gama has clearly surpassed the old man's expectations. However, Lord Alter was below Gama's expectations. The old man leaves, and Gama wonders why he acted so disgustingly right at the end of their conversation. His thoughts are interrupted as Chloe comes running up to him for their date. He smiles at her and decides then and there that no matter what anyone says, he will never lose faith in Chloe. Meanwhile, Lord Alter cackles as he makes his way across the academy grounds. His mind is buzzing with thoughts of Gama's skill and potential. The kid is more than just interesting. He's downright intimidating even for a seasoned assassin. He arrives in an alleyway to meet up with Nox. There he reveals that meeting Gama was worth the trip, and he's satisfied with how their interaction went. This is also the first time he's ever felt true fear towards someone. Nox is shaken by the revelation that a man like Alter can actually feel fear. Regardless, he'd like to see Gama again sometime. Meanwhile, our MC gets back to his date with Chloe. He tries his best not to mention the meeting with the Editor Patriarch, so they can focus on just spending time together. According to the festival schedule, there's a parade planned for the evening. Afterwards, there will be fireworks once the sun sets. So until then, they can take a walk and look around. The two of them spend the day enjoying the sights around the academy. By the time evening rolls around, Gama is exhausted and Chloe notices. She asks if she's the one who wore him out. She has been self-conscious because she thought she didn't help out enough during the whole thing, but the truth is that without Chloe, the cooking booth probably wouldn't have run at all. He pats her on the head, affectionately, assuring her that she really did her best and helped him a lot during the whole thing. As the two of them sit and enjoy each other's company, Chloe works up the courage to ask Gama something, but they are interrupted by Speed Weapon calling out to them. Gama is confused to see them since they were supposed to spend time separately, but Speed Weapon shows Gama his phone, which has a text supposedly from him saying they should all meet up by 5. Gama knows he definitely didn't send that text, and the only possible culprit shoots him a smug look the moment he glances her way. That evening, the festival parade starts and Chloe pulls Gama over to watch. The whole group excitedly tries to drag Gama into the crowd, but he resists and tells them to go on without him. With all of them finally gone, Gama takes a seat on a nearby bench. Crowds have never been his thing, so he had planned on just getting through the festival quietly. He glances over at his friends with Chloe right in the middle of them. Even though he's sitting apart from them, he's glad she at least looks happy, but he can't help remembering it seemed like she wanted to say something earlier. He looks up and notices several couples in front of him laughing and having a good time together. It looks like he picked the wrong spot. Unfortunately, after spending so much time battling demons and fighting for his life, it was hard to remember that the original game always had a focus on romance. In his previous life, he never had any time to even think about romance. He just liked the characters in the game, and although he was nervous around them at first, he's not really sure what to feel at the moment. It's been 3 months since he entered the academy, and he's already been in way too many life or death situations. There's been absolutely no time for him to process his own feelings. Especially these past few days, he feels like he's been constantly on edge, with no time to truly relax. His train of thought is interrupted by a familiar voice. Ryoho walks up and casually plops down on the bench beside him. Gama takes a moment to really look at her as she sits beside him. She's one of the main heroines in the original game, and while he played as her, he's never been able to get a read on her. Despite that, he completely trusts her skills and intelligence. Ryoho blushes as he continues to stare at her and calls him clueless for not noticing her advances. Gama takes this a little too seriously and grabs her shoulders, thinking she's warning him about some impending danger. However, having him so close makes her flustered and she shoves him away, claiming that he's hurting her. An awkward silence falls between them before Ryo asks if he's mad at her for pushing him away. He isn't mad. Instead, he has a question of his own for her. She blushes furiously as her mind races, wondering what on earth he wants to know. As she stammers, trying to anticipate his question, he just comes out and asks if she has someone she likes. Ryo blushes deeply at the question, and he immediately follows up by asking if she likes Lion, which instantly drains all the color from her face. She crosses her arms, muttering that she should have known better than to get her hopes up. Gama is confused, though, since in the game, he clearly remembered Ryo being interested in Lion by the time the final exams rolled around. He tried his luck again, asking if it was a weapon she liked, which earned him a swift slap across the face. He leaves her alone to go nurse his stinging cheek, wondering how an archer can pack such a punch. In the meantime, he takes the opportunity to check his status window. His armament grade has increased to 6, probably, thanks to the Everfrost blade he received recently. But on top of that, his synchronization rate had also increased, most likely from his battle with Mao Reng. He isn't sure if this synchronization is a good or a bad thing, but he's certain it's connected to the sword god's blessing he possesses. The festival slowly comes to an end. Even with a world full of monsters and magic, moments like these don't feel too different from Earth, and he doesn't miss his past life anyway, since his only real friend was his master. Even though he was abandoned, he did learn how to handle a knife. Back then, he didn't understand why he was being taught such things. But learning new skills gives you the ability to adapt to unexpected situations. So he gets it now, more or less. As he reminisces, he suddenly senses someone behind him. He can't detect any mana from them, which immediately puts him on high alert. This person must be some kind of assassin. He draws his sword and activates the sword god's blessing. Then, using the floor as a medium, he scans the area for intruders and instantly finds them. Before they can escape, Gama makes his move, rushing toward them. The creep yelps in surprise as Gama closes the distance in a flash and stabs them straight through the chest. The woman collapses to the ground, screaming in pain. She turns in fear, pleading with Gama that she just wanted to talk, and for him not to do anything crazy. Gama can tell from her appearance that this is the villain who's been after him ever since the Water Buffalo dungeon. He makes her kneel before him so he can ask some questions, and she reveals her real name is Cho Seol. So that's why she was going by Instructor Kim. It was to easily infiltrate the academy. There are others like her in the academy following different demon generals, but they change their appearances constantly, so she doesn't know the exact number either. She's essentially spilling everything she knows without him even having to push her. She also mentions that some villains know he killed Aegor since word has already gotten out. So then why did she frame Lion for Aegor's death? She claims she doesn't know. Gama intimidates her by pulling out his knife, and she starts banging her head on the ground to show she's really not lying. Apparently, there's a professor among them who makes the plans, so a low-ranking grunt like her would never know the full scope of their operations. In her head, Choseol deeply regrets her decision to come and negotiate with Gama. But at this point, if she goes back to the other villains, her death is guaranteed. Gama can tell she isn't lying, but that doesn't mean he's letting her off the hook. He asks her if she wants to live, and of course she pleads for her life. He tells her she must do two things if she wants to avoid being cut down. First, he wants her to tell him everything she knows about this professor. She reveals that he's General Korn's subordinate, but that's all she knows. That's not a name he expected to hear, but it makes sense that with Lycan sealed away, Korn would be in charge. That also means this professor is most likely somewhere inside the academy. However, the other villains don't know about the professor, which is why he has such a low-key reputation among them, while he pretends to be a simple academic. The instructor seems useful, but it looks like she lost her standing after Agor's death. He can sense that she only has a tiny bit of mana left, which means she's no threat to him at all. She really did just come to negotiate with him. The second thing he needs from her is the gem that allowed her to receive mana from Igor when he was still alive. Before the instructor can even think of lying about it, Gama carves it out of her himself. The pair of stones he just acquired are for forming a contract with the Demon General. The General holds the stone that gives mana, while the villain gets the one that receives it. The seal also contains the villain's life force, so whoever holds it essentially has her on a leash. Now that he has what he came for, he leaves her be, planning to work her like a dog later on. As he heads back to the academy grounds, Ryoho texts asking where he is. After a bit of back and forth, Ryo hesitates before sending her last message. But before she can hit send, a massive firework explodes, illuminating the entire sky. She deletes her message and instead asks if he saw the huge firework, telling him to hurry back to her. Gama cracks a final smile before heading back to Ryoho, ready to enjoy the final moments of his last ever school festival. The next day, the festival's over and it's back to exam time. The traveling club gathers to plan for the next few days, but it quickly devolves into speed weapon, and Chloe arguing, which, as usual, ends with Chloe beating the stuffing out of him. Seems like weapon is becoming everyone's favorite punching bag these days. Just then, everyone's phone buzzes with a notification: the terms for the final exams have been changed. It's a little strange to change the exams just 3 days before they're scheduled, but there must be a reason. Originally, the test was supposed to be clearing the Goblin Dungeon in Gapyeong. Gama was actually looking forward to it for the materials he could farm, but it seems the plot is really starting to deviate. Considering everything that's happened so far, a change like this was bound to happen. However, this also means Gama has lost his greatest advantage, knowing the future. If that's the case, he'll need to be much more cautious from now on. Ryoho picks up on his worried expression and immediately gets in his face to see what's wrong. He quickly brushes it off and steers the conversation back to the exam changes. She speculates the sudden change is because a demonoid appeared during their last off-campus exam, which resulted in the Sword Emperor getting injured in Avalon. Too many incidents have happened whenever students have gone off campus for tests, so holding the exam within the academy grounds would be much safer. Her logical explanation helps Gama calm down and think more clearly. With that settled, he asks Ryo for a favor concerning the faculty list she hacked recently. She deleted the digital files to cover her tracks, but she was smart enough to print a hard copy first. Gama asks her to hack the academy network one more time, then fills the group in on the tip he received about villains infiltrating the school. He needs her to hack it again because villains are notorious for using disguises. So if they can get a new list, they can compare it with the old one side by side. That way, they can identify any potential threats, which is sure to come in handy. Thankfully, his club members agree without a second thought, so he doesn't have to explain where he got his info just yet. The faculty data gets updated automatically each month, and for some reason, a large amount of data is removed as a native of this world. Ryoho wouldn't get it, but the real reason is that the original game performed optimization updates to reduce its file size. Thanks to that little quirk, though, it'll be much easier to sniff out the culprits. A lot of things have changed, but his knowledge as a player is still an invaluable asset. Now they just have to wait for Ryo to get the info. Gama realizes, though, that he's been relying on her for a lot lately. She's doing so much for him, but he has nothing to offer her in return. What could he even offer, the daughter of the permanent Prime Minister of Japan? He decides to ask if there's anything she wants, but she coyly refuses to tell him what kind of favor she'll ask for. The next day, Ryoho shows up with a massive stack of files for them to go through. She printed out all the faculty details, including any recent suspicious movements, but admits she hasn't had a chance to look through them yet. The list is so detailed, it even includes how many times each faculty member went to the bathroom. It's a total invasion of privacy, but if they want to find the culprits, they have to dig deep. Besides, they'll destroy all the data when they're done, so it can't be traced back to them. Luckily for the mission, Chloe is an assassin, and Ryoho will do whatever it takes to get what she wants, so neither of them has very firm moral boundaries. Weapons presence usually helps keep them from going too far, though. The only person Gama isn't sure about is the newest member, Hana. And speaking of Hana, right after the group finishes their little pep talk, she raises her hand to ask where exactly Gama got all this information from. He's been dodging this question for a while since he can't reveal that he knows Choyola or that the villains are targeting Lion. Revealing all that would just cause more confusion and it would take way too long to explain. On top of that, Chloe will definitely kill the instructor the next time they cross paths. He tells them that he can't say anything right now, but they should at least trust that his info is solid. When the time comes, he'll let them know everything they need to know. Despite his flimsy answer, Hana takes a moment to smile at him before they continue their work. Once again, she reminds him of someone, but he can't quite put his finger on it. After a while of digging, Gama takes a moment to rest as Chloe brings him some water. He tells her not to worry too much, assuring her that she's already doing a lot and helping in ways the others can't. It's clear that she was starting to get a bit self-conscious, so his words help pull her out of her slump. Not too long after, Gama receives a notification informing him that he'll be in a group with Hana, with Rachel acting as the leader. Our MC lets out a heavy sigh thinking about how exhausting this will be for him, but figures it should be fine since he'll be with Hana. Ironically enough, Ryo reveals that she's in a group with Lion as the leader, which makes Gama chuckle in amusement. Later that day after the group meeting wraps up, everyone heads out, leaving only Hana and Ryo in the meeting room. Hana prepares to leave, but Ryo stops her and drops a file on the table for her to see. Right there, at the top of the list, Hana is listed as a member of the faculty. With that damning information in front of her, Ryo demands to know who Hana really is. Ryo pointed out her perfectly well-rounded personality and how she never said too much or expressed her own opinions. All of these things were just too suspicious to let slide. Despite her confidence in her accusation, though, Hana just ends up laughing, which shocks Ryo. Then she points to the paper showing that the person Ryo is accusing her of being just so happens to share her name. Not only that, but that person is also on a work trip to America at the moment, so they aren't even at the school. Ryo toys with the idea that the data could have been edited, but that's impossible since it's automatically updated by the subspace system. It's nearly impossible for anyone other than the principal to adjust the data in any way. As her mind began to race with thoughts that even the principal could be involved, Hana cut through the silence to calm her down. In Korea, it's apparently quite common for people to share the same name, so it's understandable that Ryo would make that kind of mistake. Since things have been cleared up, Hana gets up to leave, but not before leaving her clubmate with some advice. If she wants to win over someone as dense as Gama, she's going to have to be more direct. The random bit of advice leaves Ryo blushing furiously. Meanwhile, back with the star of the show himself, we fast forward to the early hours of the morning, and we find Gama lying in bed wondering about the sudden change in the exam. He's fine with all that. But why of all people did the leader of his group have to be Rachel? He's got no problem with her other than the fact that she makes him really uncomfortable. That's because as a player, he knows the reason Rachel's making moves on him isn't for any sort of love or romance, but because she's looking to get a strong seed for her bloodline. Ironically, though, she's also never had a boyfriend, which adds a bit of gapmo to her personality. Because of that, she's the last heroine in the game that the player can achieve true love with. As he mulled over his thoughts, his phone vibrated with a call from Ryo. He answers, wondering if there's some kind of emergency. Ryo sounds a bit sad, as she asks if he really thinks she'd only call him for a reason like that. Gama might be as dense as a sack of bricks. But it is pretty strange for her to be calling at 5 a.m., so he assumes it must be for an important discussion. Ryo hesitated for a bit, before wishing Gama luck on the exams, and he wished her luck too. Then after another strange pause, Ryo thanked him and ended the call. The whole thing leaves Gama completely baffled, but there's no time to dwell on it. The sun had begun to rise, so he had to start getting ready for school. The exam is held in what looks like just another school building on the surface, but anyone familiar with the place knows the atmosphere there is completely different. The building is the Walk-In Academy Special Hall. which is a space that replicates the experience of Baylor walk-in during his 20 years spent in Gehenna. It's a perfect miniature replica, just without any of the monsters. And since the Academy loves giving students field experience, it's no surprise that their exam is being held in a place like that. As he wandered through the halls, someone rushed up behind him and he turned just in time to see Rachel crash into him with a bear hug. Instinctively, Gama reached for his knife, and Rachel immediately backed off, noticing that he's even more dangerous now than she remembered. Hana arrived as well once their commotion died down, holding the B-rank armament crowbar. Rachel turned to scold Hana for being late, but it looked like the glasses-wearing girl knew how to handle the blonde with ease. Their conversation is cut short as the instructors arrive at the staircase at the end of the hall. They call for everyone's attention so they can announce the details of the special exam. It's a team versus team event that simply has each team going through the hall's gate to reach a certain checkpoint within an hour. That basically sounded like a simple race, which isn't what they'd expect from a final exam. The environment they'd find through the gates is a replication of the demonic realm that Baylor Whalen experienced. And in this replica, they would not have any subspace protection. Because of that, the use of weapons during the exam will be banned to avoid casualties. An instructor will also be assigned to each team, and they will be there to assess them and also prevent any possible casualties. The instructors spread out to each team, and surprisingly assigned to Gama's team is none other than Instructor Kim. She staggers in surprise, but quickly covers up her shock by stating that she only knows him because of his impressive subspace duel. Meanwhile, internally, she's screaming in fear at being paired up with this crazy guy. Despite her somewhat shaky introduction, Rachel takes an immediate dislike to her, and the two of them start arguing right up until it's time to enter the gate. On the other side of the gate, Rachel staggers along shakily as the environment affects her directly. Instructor Kim doesn't even try to hide how satisfied she is by Rachel's discomfort. Even Gama can't help but feel a slight tingle from being in that place. Rachel, on the other hand, would definitely be exhausted due to her sensitivity to mana. At the rate they are going, they won't be strong enough to take on the next trial. On the other hand, Chosayola has a high mana affinity, which means that she's quite comfortable where they are. He had his doubts that she could be plotting something, but there's not much she can do as long as he has her seal of subordination. Behind him, Hana also trudges along weakly, probably since she doesn't have good mana affinity either. It's only been 25 minutes since they entered the area, and they had another 35 to go. At the rate they were struggling, it's likely that they would fail. If he had his knife, he would at least be able to sense mana around him. But now he had to find another way to do that. That's when his focus shifted to Chosayola, who would be the perfect mana-sniffing dog. After sending her on the scent, she immediately goes about sniffing for mana like an actual dog. He wasn't even serious when he described her that way, but it's hard not to see her as a mana detection dog. Meanwhile, Rachel seemed to have gotten a grip on the situation and marched off toward their goal like a soldier on a mission. It looks like they are all managing to adapt in their own ways. Hana also looks like she's recovered a bit as well. As the other two walk off, Chosayola leans in close to Gama and tells him that she can sense dense mana to the northwest, so they will reach the first checkpoint in about 10 minutes. He commends her for her work, and she giggles before giving him a curt salute. Even her reactions are similar to a pet dog, but it's thanks to her that they seem to be making good progress. As they pick up the pace toward their goal, Gama idly wonders how the rest of his friends are doing. Over with Rio's team led by Leon, they had been walking for 32 minutes and they were currently in the lead. Leon could tell that they were almost at the first checkpoint, but one of his team members starts to stagger and asks him for a quick rest. Ryoho initially tries to motivate her to push forward for just a little bit longer, but it's clear the strange mana has gotten to her and she starts to cough wildly. Seeing this, the blue-haired archer tries to get Leon to stop for a bit, since their senior is struggling, but Leon has no intention of stopping. As the leader of the group, he has a goal to complete and responsibilities to uphold. Ryoho continues to argue with him, calling him out for pressing on while their senior is suffering. But Leon halts and turns to address her directly. He has no intention of dragging along teammates who won't trust or follow him, and he tells her directly that she shouldn't expect him to act like Gama. That ticks Ryoho off even more, and she demands to know why he's even bringing Gama's name up. But their senior steps in and promises that she will try harder. Their instructor chimes in as well, telling her and the others to just hang in there a little longer. Ryoho has no choice but to go along with it, but not without sparing another thought for Gama. Speaking of Gama, his team had been trekking for nearly an hour without spotting a single other cadet. It turns out this was the same kind of setup as the deserted island survival training. Each team spawned in at a different point after following the subspace warp, but they were all heading to the same checkpoint. This meant that most teams were approaching the goal from different directions. Still not seeing a single other person also suggested that most of the other teams might have already thrown in the towel. Gama couldn't blame them. After all, if it weren't for Choi Sayola, his own team probably would have had to drop out too. He calls out asking the instructor how they're supposed to get back if they give up. The instructor pulls a strange button-equipped device from her jacket, calling it a mana caller. Pressing the button sends the holder's location straight to the administration screen. Apparently, it's an educational device created by the Hero Association's lab fashioned from a degraded artifact. Artifacts are relics from the mythical age containing priceless power. With fewer than 10 known to exist in the world, the Hero Association manages them to maintain the balance of power between nations. And yet here they are handing out degraded versions to various organizations. That doesn't sound good at all. But before they can dwell on it, their conversation is cut short when Rachel shouts that she's found the checkpoint. Choi Sayola shoots Gama, a smug smile before heading over to congratulate Rachel. With the checkpoint found, they had officially cleared the first stage. Now all that was left was to open an ominous-looking door to proceed to the second. Even Choi Sayola has no clue what's behind the door, but judging by the looks of it, it's something incredible. She can tell the mana radiating from it is so powerful, it's actually warping the space around it. Ominous as it looked, the next stage wouldn't start until they went through that door. Hearing that, Rachel excitedly bursts through the door, ready for the next challenge. But instead of a room, she steps right out into thin air over a massive cliff. Hana just barely manages to yank her back by the collar, saving her from a deadly fall. And Rachel immediately spins around to give their instructor a piece of her mind for not warning them. Meanwhile, already deep into the second stage, Lion's group was making their way through a murky artificial sea filled with filthy water. His teammates wonder if his fearlessness stems from having faced something like this before. The instructor, however, can tell that Lion possesses the ability to sense mana. Meanwhile, back in the first stage, a couple of students are on the verge of collapsing as they finally reach the checkpoint. They hastily apologize to their leader, Abel. She glances at the door ahead, contemplating her next move, but clenches her fist, realizing it would be foolish to push her teammates any further. She then asks the instructor to officially document their forfeit. Outside back in the hall, Speed Weapon leans against a wall as he tries to keep himself from falling over. The exam was absolute hell, and he ended up losing the pizza he had for breakfast. Chloe, who also failed the exam, rushes up to him. Apparently, her team simply ran out of time, unlike Speed Weapons, which just wandered in circles until they were eliminated. Gama and Rio were still in the exam. And while there was no need to worry about Gama, the person they were truly concerned about was Rio. Speed Weapon in particular was worried about how she would interact with Lion. He quickly changes the subject, inviting Chloe to go villain hunting with him. It's a shame they were eliminated so early, but at least this way they can still be of some use to Gama. Meanwhile, back in the second stage of the exam, Gama carefully led his team through the steep and rocky terrain. Rachel seizes the opportunity to make a less than graceful landing on Gama's back, but she immediately backs off when she feels his hostile aura flare up again. Looks like she's finally learned her lesson. Across a large ravine, the team spots what is unmistakably the next checkpoint. Such an obvious goal should have made things easy, but they couldn't just charge ahead recklessly. This time they didn't have a subspace to protect them. Gama's attention once again turned to his personal mana-sniffing dog. He'd already used her once, so what was the harm in doing it again? Our protagonist walks right up to her and orders her to cross the bridge first. Technically, this was cheating, but since nobody was monitoring them, it didn't really matter. She tries to plead with them, arguing that she can't interfere because it's an exam, but the others sided with Gama, agreeing she should go first. Choi Sayola continued to protest, so Gama took a threatening step toward her as she lay on the ground. Then in his firmest voice, he once again ordered her to cross the bridge. He then promised that if she pulled it off, he would grant her one wish, with the only exception being her seal of subordination. That seemed to be all the motivation she needed as she squared her shoulders and stepped up to cross the bridge first. After she made it a good way across the bridge, Choyola suddenly collapsed in fear, crying that she couldn't go any further. In moments like these, she acted less like an instructor and more like a frightened child. However, thanks to her courage, the rest of them made it across safely. Gama walked over and praised her, saying she did a fantastic job. His words had a much deeper impact on her than he realized. She nearly burst into tears before steeling herself and getting back up to finish crossing. Rachel laughed at her sudden burst of determination and followed right behind her while Hana and Gama watched them go. The two of them had surprisingly good chemistry. But Hana just knew it was because Gama was a sinful man, though Gama himself had no clue what she meant by that. Elsewhere inside the third gate, known as the Tower of Ordeal, Lion's group was nearing the top. Even Ryoho was starting to feel the strain, and she wondered what was pushing Lion to go so hard. After all, they hadn't seen a single other student since they started their climb. So first place was basically in the bag. Behind her, their upperclassmen had finally run out of steam completely. She couldn't take another step, and once again Ryoho tried to reason with Lion to slow down just a little. This time, however, his reply was chillingly cold, as he blamed her for not being able to keep up. Everyone, including the instructor, was stunned by his harsh tone. That seemed to snap Lion out of it, and he quickly apologized to Ryoho, suggesting they all rest on the 5th floor of the tower. He decided to go on ahead to check out the 5th floor while the others took a break and made their way up more slowly. In the meantime, their senior finally collapsed from exhaustion, sobbing that she really couldn't go on no matter how hard she tried. As their instructor tried to encourage her, Ryoho knelt down and offered the senior a piggyback ride. Since she still had some energy left, she figured this would give the upperclassmen a chance to rest. In all honesty, Ryoho wasn't in the best shape either, and she'd never pictured herself as the type of person to step up for someone else. But as the senior climbed onto her back, and she struggled under the added weight, she started to think that maybe she had changed more than she'd realized. Then in an instant, both girls' eyes snapped forward as they noticed something ahead of them. At that very moment, Gama sensed something was wrong and looked up toward the tower they were about to enter. Rachel lightly teased him for being scared, and he played it off with a laugh. But our protagonist had a gut feeling that something bad had just happened. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, the 2 girls from Lion's group fell to the ground as a figure stood over them wielding a blood-soaked sword. Ryoho curled up in pain as her consciousness started to fade, her blood pooling on the floor beneath her. The last thing she thought of before her mind went blank was Gama.